tax on necessities of astronomic dimensions, but this is to miss the point, which is the very low level of payments to the peasant producers. The burden of tax was primarily on them. Compulsory procurements at low prices contained a substantial element of tax, which showed up in the budget as part of turnover tax revenue. Its importance may be demonstrated by the fact that in 1935 procurement organizations contributed 24 milliard rubles to the budget, 26 within a turnover tax yield of 52.2 milliards, out of a total revenue in that year of 75 milliards. Agriculture thus made a decisive contribution to the financing of the plan. Very serious difficulties faced the government in finding the means to finance purchases from abroad. As already mentioned, terms of trade moved sharply against the Soviet Union, in common with other primary producing countries, as the Great Depression developed in the West. Exports of wheat were resumed, and other foodstuffs were exported, including butter, 31,000 tons in 1932, despite acute shortages at home. Accusations of dumping, boycotts, protests against Soviet timber because of forced labor, obstruction of Soviet oil sales, all handicapped the efforts of Soviet salesmen. Every attempt was made to obtain credits from abroad, and, with the depression in full swing, Russian orders were very welcome. So a certain amount of aid was rendered from the capitalist West, in the form of loan finance as well as know-how, though of course aid was not the motive of these transactions. In his interview with Walter Duranty, Stalin stated that in 1931 total Soviet indebtedness on various credit accounts amounted to 1,400 million rubles. Assuming that this was expressed in the then official exchange rate, this amounted to $721 million. These were short-term credits, and every effort was made to repay them quickly. By the end of 1933 the sum of only 450 million rubles was outstanding. 27 But these repayments required sacrifices. Apart from exporting essentials badly needed within Russia, it proved necessary to sell art treasures, to encourage the people to disgorge any stocks of gold and foreign currency, via the Turkson shops, CP 206, and so on. Individuals suspected of hoarding gold were forced to disgorge it by threats and imprisonment. It is now necessary to take a brief look at the organizational changes which accompanied the first five-year plan. Firstly, the nature and situation of the enterprises were fundamentally altered. On September 5, 1929 the principle of one-man management was asserted in a decision of the Central Committee. The factory party organization was told not to interfere with the director's responsibility. The trade unions were to be energetic organizers of production activity and of the initiative of the laboring masses, even while upholding the everyday cultural, amenity, and economic needs of the workers. The director was, in principle, in sole charge. On December 5, 1929 a further decision, still by the Central Committee, a de facto legislator in economic affairs, now and later, laid down that the enterprise was to be the basic unit of administering industry, and the principle of Ozriskiat, economic or commercial accounting, was to be based on the enterprise, which was to have appropriate financial autonomy and a legal personality. This followed the logic of a decision taken on June 29, 1927 to increase the powers of the enterprise, a decision which was successfully resisted by the trusts. Now the trusts lost their direct powers over enterprises, and were told to concentrate on technical direction, rationalization, and reconstruction. VSNKH's industrial glavki were abolished, and their functions in controlling industry were transferred to so-called objedinania, associations, which were supposed to be based on the wholesaling syndicates. A similar change had already been made in the textile industry in 1927, CP 95. In the years that followed, the immense new burden of work which fell upon the central planning organs caused repeated further reorganization, some legal, some ad hoc. A very large number of decisions emanated from the Central Committee and its officials, or were taken by its plenipotentiaries on the spot. Control over resources allocation became ever more complicated, and the need to systematize it led to a re-examination of the relative functions of VSNKH and Gosplan. The latter was no longer engaged only in prognosis and the drafting of control figures, since plans had become orders to act. On January 23, 1930, the Central Statistical Administration was placed under Gosplan. Gosplan came directly under the Council of People's Commissars, not the STO, by decree of February 3, 1931. Gosplan increasingly took over the function of planning from VSNKH. VSNKH meanwhile was undergoing a painful internal transformation. The 35 associations set up in December 1929 were supposed to plan production, plan and control investment, technical policy, supplies and disposals, commercial and financial activities, labor, training and distribution of cadres, appointment and dismissals of managerial staffs. 28 Some of these associations had as their sole task the full control of enterprises and trusts of all union significance, but some of them controlled enterprises which were within the competence of the republics or local Soviets. Confusion arose over the question of responsibility of the associations both with regard to republican organs and in respect of the presidium of VSNKH itself, which retained a wide range of powers. It exercised them with the advice of a reorganized and strengthened version of Promplan, the clumsy title of which was Central Planning Technical Economic Administration. As the extent of the planning grew, and industry became more complex and difficulties accumulated, this structure became unworkable. Some of the associations controlled far too many enterprises. Thus Soyuzlesprom, the association responsible for timber, had under it 1,000 production units. So a process of subdivision started. The number of associations grew. VSNKH's coordinating and controlling function was rendered ever more difficult. By the end of 1930, the newly appointed head of VSNKH, Orjanikij, decided to reorganize it yet again. This time there grew up a series of sectors, e.g. metallurgical, chemical, fuel, etc., within each of which there were several associations. The Central Planning Technical Economic Administration was abolished, and in its place there were created functional sectors, for plans, accounting and auditing, finance, supplies and disposals, cadres, labor, investments. The functional departments interfered directly with the activities of enterprises and trusts, thereby causing much crossing of wires. This was later denounced as the disease of functionalism, Funktionaka. In 1931, industrial sectors of VSNKH began once more to be called Glavki. But all this relabelling of the same officials did not save VSNKH. On January 5, 1932, its work was divided. The largest part was to be handled by the People's Commissariat of Heavy Industry. Other industrial commissariats took over light industry and timber and woodworking. Food and sugar production had already been handed over to the Commissariat of Internal and External Trade on June 17, 1930. 29 By 1932 this had been split, and the food and sugar industry found itself within the Supplies Commissariat, Narkomsnab, which also ran internal trade. Later on in the 30s, as we shall see, the number of these people's commissariats greatly increased by subdivision. Chief departments, Glavki, within the commissariats acquired direct powers over planning and administering their enterprises, either directly or through republican organs. By the end of 1932 the Objedinenia, associations, had become superfluous and had almost wholly vanished from the scene. So was born the ministerial system of industrial administration. People's commissariats were renamed ministries in 1946, which survived with few changes, other than growth by subdivision, until 1957. As a result of the fact that no one body at this level now covered all industry, Gosplan's role as coordinator naturally increased, and became the key element in the planning system under the authority of the party and government. A more detailed analysis of the planning system in the 30s must be left to the next chapter. There was also a reform of credit and banking. As we have seen, In the NEP period, state trusts could make agreements and grant credits with one another on their own initiative. In 1930–33 there were cases of products exchange between state enterprises. Evidently, no effective control over the activities of subunits of the state economy would be possible so long as they could obtain and spend money in unplanned ways. So on January 30, 1930 a decree introduced direct bank credit through the state bank, and abolished inter-enterprise and inter-trust credits. On May 23, 1930 came a decree on a unified financial plan incorporating the finances of all financial resources of the socialized sector of the economy. On the same day it was decided that investment allocations from the state budget to socialized enterprises were to be non-returnable, these being distinguished from short-term credits granted by the bank to cover temporary needs for funds, e.g. to cover the gap between outlays and receipts of payment for goods. A series of further measures during 1931–30 tightened up control over bank credits, linking them more closely with both the output plan and with contracts signed with the customers designated by the plan. A more thorough distinction was made between own working capital and that financed by bank credits. This was controlled by the ruble, but in the peculiar circumstances of 1929–33, both the expansion of short-term credits and budgetary grants, in the form of subsidies to cover operating losses, helped to finance inflationary increases in wages. A word is necessary about the rule of the party, its plenipotentiaries, its direct interventions. An example may be taken from the railways and agriculture. Here, for instance, is Postishef at the 17th Party Congress. Repressions were, in these decisive years, the effective method of leadership in many party organizations of the Ukraine. To characterize these, I will give the following example, typical of very many regions of the Ukraine. In the Novograd-Volynsk region, as in other regions, there was set up the operational troika for sewing, consisting of the secretary of the regional party committee, the plenipotentiary from the central committee and the head of the regional OGPU, with the participation at the troika meetings of the regional procurator, the head of militia and of the control commission. Here is an extract of the minutes of a meeting of the troika: remove and send for trial the chairman of the retail cooperative. Kondratiev to select a new chairman, and the militia commander to arrange / Form I1, in proper form for the trial. Dismiss the chairman of the village soviet and put him on trial. Members of the village soviet and all rural organizations to be severely reprimanded through the press. Deprive Kolkhoz No. 2 of all favorable treatment. Remove the bureau of the party cell. This is the undisguised arbitrariness which in these decisive years became the predominant form. 31. Voroshilov, in his speech, referred to similar arbitrariness by the heads of the political departments, politotally, on the railways, when we read that a politotal man arrived at the depot, sacked some, appointed others, moved wagons, chased out locomotives, it becomes both funny and sad. If this is to be the normal work of politotally, if they will replace the men in charge, then we will not put transport right, we will further disorganize it. 32 An example of the positive effect of Central Committee intervention was mentioned at the Congress by Zyman. Before the decision of the C.C., there were a mere 14 engineers and 141 technicians to work on repairs to all the rail wagons of our country. After the C.C. decisions there were thrown, brothers Hino, their 450 engineers and 1,550 technicians. 33 And Voroshilov ended his speech by declaring, since Comrade Stalin has now taken up transport questions, then, comrades, joking is superfluous. 34 No account of economic affairs in these years would be complete without a reference to the changed tone. The general coarsening of life went far beyond merely bad language, table thumping by boorish commissars, overcrowded communal dwellings and the like. There was a decline not only of living standards but also in standards of discussion, and in the substance as well as the form of orders given. In the 20s too, needless to say, politics and economics were interlinked and strong words were used in argument. But by the early 30s real argument ceased, to give way to abuse. Thus two unfortunates called Volev and Kovarsky expressed views in 1933 favoring greater autonomy for farms, thus underestimating the role of the proletariat in collectivization and the leading role of the state in kolkhozes. Perhaps they were wrong. But in a leading academic journal they were accused of being enemy agents, wreckers, of infecting horses with meningitis. 35 Another example is worth citing at length. It concerns rail transport, which, as already stated, proved unable to cope with the vast increase in traffic, in 1933 in particular. This led to a major reorganization and the appointment as Commissar of Kaganovich, the very embodiment of the troubleshooter, and shooter is to be taken literally in this instance. Political departments were set up to unmask and smash sabotage. The crisis on the railways was real enough. In the first half of 1933 only 85.5% of the traffic plan had been fulfilled and the tonnage carried had fallen compared with the analogous period of 1932. Oil and coal could not be moved, contributing to an acute fuel crisis. Among the causes were shortages of spare parts, lack of time for maintenance, lack of skilled men. 36 But above all, sabotage was suspected. The trials in 1930–31 of an alleged industrial party, a peasant party, a Menshevik bureau, all spread a feeling of insecurity and fear, particularly of sabotage, and placed almost all specialists under suspicion. Stalin asked for the rapid training of reliable specialists of unimpeachable origins, urged communists to master technique. Meanwhile the following appeared in a leading article in the Organ of Gosplan, hardly a rabble-rousing publication. Until now many party cells show class blindness and do not unmask class enemies who creep into me railways and attempt to wreck and disrupt. As a result, class enemies, white guardists, kulaks, still have the opportunity here and there on the railways to creep into modest and insignificant jobs, like those of greasers, and, silently sapping, they carry on their wrecking, becoming organizers of crashes and accidents, destroying essential parts of the railway and disorganizing its work. Those who openly disrupt the carrying through of essential party and government decisions are direct collaborators and agents of the class enemy. Direct trickery by saboteurs of party and government measures reaches the proportions of a pillar of Hercules, as is quite clearly shown by the case of degenerative and criminal eyewash by trade union falsifiers at the Nove station of the Southern Railway line, who in one night wait for it, fabricated 24 false reports of workers' meetings, supposedly organized to carry through the decisions of the party on transport. To raise the level of watchfulness over the class enemy which has crawled into transport, to show up and unmask every kind of open and hidden saboteurs so that, with every available means which only the proletarian dictatorship possesses, their criminal activities can be ended, that is the duty of every communist. And so on, ad nauseam. This purple passage is not reproduced here as a piece of anti-communist propaganda, or for a cheap laugh. It was typical of the time, and this pattern of thought and action deeply affected economic administration at all levels. To omit this is to leave out a significant part of history, an essential part of the political sociological background to the Great Purge. The same language extended to economics, and, as already pointed out, measures against alleged saboteurs extended also to the economists. The same issue of the journal from which the above passage was quoted contains an abusive review of a work by Stromilin, who was a leading party economist. He was accused, inter alia, of apologetics for Trotskyism and Bukharinism, and it seems lucky that he was not swept away with so many others, and had in fact lived to celebrate in honor his 90th birthday in 1968. The critics accused him of failing to unmask the bourgeois-wrecking nature of the modest first drafts of the 5-year plan. These were deliberate minimalism of the wrecker planners. That they could have made honest mistakes is out of the question. The class nature and tactics of the wreckers are analyzed superficially by the author, and do not in any way arm the party and workers in its battle against wreckers. Even exceedingly ambitious plans were deliberate wrecking, according to the reviewer, the object being to create deep and artificial disproportions. And so on. Therefore, since Stremlin allowed for the possibility of error and real difference of opinion, his book was harmful. Vulgar, opportunistic from beginning to end, the author is a purveyor of anti-Marxist theories, etc. 38 Many eminent and less well-connected economists found themselves pilloried as enemy agents and were never seen again. It is perhaps clear by now that serious discussion was hardly possible. We have already seen Stalin's own contribution to its suppression in his totally false statements on living standards. He took time off his numerous duties in 1931 to write a slashing attack on the rotten liberalism of the editors of a leading party journal for allowing discussion of wrong and harmful ideas. 39 The semi-literate name-callers whom I have quoted were following the party line to the best of their doubtless limited ability. As a psychological fact, the lack of ability explains much. After a cultural meeting in Leningrad, in which a literary commissar, a Verbak, had used tough and uncompromising language, the excellent humorist Zoshchenko said to the, then young, novelist Kavarin, such devilish energy. If only there was talent. But there is no talent, and hence the other qualities 40. In 1932 the sky was still the limit. On January 30 the 17th Party Conference met, and adopted Kuybishev's proposals as a basis for a second 5-year plan. The table on p. 222 shows the targets for 1937, with the actual 1937 figures in brackets. The second plan, when finally adopted, was more modest, as we shall see. By then the fever had abated. The terrible events of 1933 may have had their influence, by a kind of shock therapy. 1933 saw a sharp, unplanned, reduction in investments. These were 14% or below 1932 levels. The slogan "Consolidate" was adopted. Consolidate collective farms, increase productivity and yields, learn, become more efficient, improve quality, pull up the lagging consumers' goods industries. Technique decides everything. The worst was over. In 1934 agricultural output, and the livestock population, began its painful climb upwards. Free market prices began to fall from the astronomical heights of 1933, and some state commercial prices could at last be reduced. In 1935 rationing of foodstuffs was abolished, by stages, though the new prices were very high. Stalin launched the slogan, "Life has become better, comrades, life has become more joyous." In January 1934 TNE 17th Congress met, 41 the so-called Congress of Victors. Over whom, it may be asked. Over the bourgeoisie, petty and less petty. The peasants were nearly all collectivized. A great new industry was being built, and appropriate statistical presentation emphasized the successes and slurred over failures. Livestock losses were admitted, but ascribed to kulak ferocity. Living standards. Well, people are living better. The monolithic party greeted Comrade Stalin and his report with tumultuous applause. And yet, as is now becoming clear, there may have been a move to reduce Stalin's powers, to relax the terror, to bring forward S.M. Kirov, himself an earthy and tough party official, as a symbol of a new mood. To prove this point is not part of an economic history. But the effect of the harsh years seems to have been to predispose the party, while maintaining a unanimous facade to the world, to change to a different gear. The 17th Congress was notable for the appearance of members of various oppositions, who were penitent and appealed to everyone to support the great comrade Stalin. Among them was Preobrazhensky, the principal theoretician of Trotskyism, the popularizer of the theory of primitive socialist accumulation. After the compulsory praises of Stalin and criticisms of the defeated oppositionists, he came to the key point of his speech: "You know that my chief error consisted in elaborating the law of primitive socialist accumulation. I thought that by exploiting the peasants, by concentrating resources of the peasant economy in the hands of the state, one could build a socialist industry and develop industrialization. This was a crude analogy with the epoch of primitive capitalist accumulation. Events totally disproved my ideas, and those prognoses triumphed which Lenin made and which the party made reality under the leadership of Comrade Stalin. Collectivization, that was the point. Did I anticipate collectivization? I did not. Collectivization of the peasants is the greatest of our conquests. You know that neither Marx nor Engels, who wrote a great deal about problems of socialism in the village, had any definite idea how the transformation would come about. You know that Engels thought that this would be a fairly lengthy evolutionary process. In this question, what was needed was the greater farsightedness of Comrade Stalin, his great courage in the formulation of new tasks, the greatest hardness in carrying them out, the deepest understanding of the epoch and of the relationship of class forces. This was the greatest of the overturns, Perevorotov, known to history. 42. Preobrazhensky was surely expecting at least some of his audience to see the point. Stalin had exploited the peasants by accumulating the resources of the peasant economy in the hands of the state. Of course he had. But Preobrazhensky had not seen forced collectivization as a way out. He did, as is documented, advocate collectivization, but he took it for granted, as Engels had done, that it would be a fairly lengthy evolutionary process. Tomsky, speaking for the penitents of the right opposition, made a valid point with a certain amount of dignity. We did not see that the revolution should take place other than on the basis of NEP, on the basis of concessions to kulaks, etc., on the basis of market relations. We saw only the assimilation, and re-education of the kulak, i.e. that crude but apt phrase which Bukharin had used, the growing of the kulak into socialism. 43. The majority of the Congress booed the ex-oppositionists, and affirmed their faith in the achievements of the past years. They may well have felt a great sense of relief that the dreadful job had been done, that now things would have to get better. Kirov in his speech expressed a mood of genuine confidence and exultancy. Our successes are really immense. The devil take it, to speak frankly, one so wants to live and live. After all, look and see what is going on around us. It's a fact. 4. Before the end of the year, Kirov was to be assassinated, and soon the wave of terror would sweep over Russia. It would engulf most of the delegates to the Congress of Victors. Finally, looking back at the years of the Great Leap, the following are some observations. The errors were vast, the cost immense. Could it have been done otherwise? In one sense, the answer must be yes. No one can seriously assert that all the mistakes, crimes, excesses of the period were inevitable and unavoidable. But, so far as industrial planning is concerned, one could with some reason resurrect Lenin's argument about Port Arthur, see page 116. Under Stalin's leadership, an assault was launched against the fortress, defended by class enemies, and on objective obstacles to rapid industrial growth. The assault succeeded in part, failed in some sectors, but failures could be said to be inherent in the process of learning. The later improvements in planning technique were based on lessons learned in the course of storming the heavens. Stalin could also bring up in his own defense the need to create military-industrial capacity as quickly as possible. Thus the Urals Kuznets combine was very expensive, and required a great deal of capital, but where would the Russian army have been in 1942 without a Urals-Siberian metallurgical base? However, 1. The attempt to go much too fast went altogether too far. The sacrifices imposed were on a scale unparalleled in history in times of peace. The resultant bitterness, disloyalty, repression, also involved a heavy cost, including a military cost. Some soldiers had no difficulty in surrendering, some villages greeted the Germans as deliverers from tyranny, until they learned better. 2. The excesses in policy and in plan were in large part due to the deliberate suppression of all opposition, and in particular the strong tendency to regard warnings against overdoing it, whether coming from fellow communists or non-party specialists, as right-wing deviation at best, or maybe wrecking and diversionism. Sound advice from imaginative economists and other specialists was ignored, the advisors too often dismissed or imprisoned. 3. collectivization had disastrous effects on agriculture, and on life generally in and out of the village, from which recovery was slow and painful. The deportation of the bulk of skilled and ambitious peasants did great harm, perhaps never undone. No other communist country followed this practice. Justified on the plea of danger from the terrible kulaks, the hostility of the state made the kulaks into enemies, and so this was a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. As Lewin put it, the kulak who tried to escape his fate by merging himself in the kolkhoz was not an inveterate agent of capitalism, but a frightened desperate creature. Treated as pariahs, deported, robbed, their families left destitute when not deported with them, their children expelled from school, who should be surprised if some of them tried to kill commissars. A colleague who visited the Ukraine as late as 1936 told me that he saw 2 children starving, apparently dying, in a village. He asked about this. Kulak children, he was told, indifferently. It was an odd class struggle, rather one-sided. 4. The administrative methods which were devised, in towns and country alike, were brutal and went hand in hand with increasing police terror. Yet a great industry was built. It should be added that morale in Russia itself, and the impact of her achievements internationally, were affected by the coincidence of the Great Depression. Russia was growing, the Western capitalist system was apparently collapsing, with massive unemployment and social disruption, culminating in America with the paralysis of 1932-3, in Germany with 6 million unemployed and the triumph of Hitler. The worst period of Russia's own crisis coincided with crashes and bankruptcies in the capitalist world, and at least Russia's troubles could be seen as growing pains. It is as well to remember that the West was no sort of model for Russia or anyone else to follow in the years we have been describing and analyzing. 9. From Leap Forward to War. The Second Five-Year Plan. The present chapter covers the period in which the Stalin economic model established itself. The convulsions which characterized the years of frantic industrialization and collectivization were replaced by more orderly and systematic methods of planning and administration. Sufferings and excesses were followed by a more tolerable life. True, Stalin's slogan, "Life has become better, comrades, life has become more joyous," became an excuse for evading some disagreeable realities, since living standards were low in town and country alike, compared with 1928. Nonetheless, a period of relaxation did undoubtedly begin in 1934, and a rapid improvement was maintained, in output of all kinds of industrial goods, for 3 years. Then came a sharp check to economic growth, and we will be discussing how far this can be attributed to a shift of resources into military preparation and to the impact of the police terror which reached its apogee in the years 1937-8. But first we must return to the Second Five-Year Plan. In Chapter 8 it was shown that this plan, covering the period 1933 to the power of 7th, was originally drafted during the period of Great Leap Forward psychology, and that the original targets were wild and utterly unrealistic. But by the end of 1932 it became clear that the economy was overstrained. 1933 was a year characterized not only by famine but also by the transport crisis, and by disequilibria and shortages so severe that it was necessary to call a halt. We saw that the volume of investment declined by 14.3% in 1933, and gross industrial production, which had risen, according to the official claims, by an average of close to 20% per annum in the years 1929 to 32, increased by only 5% in 1933. Many key industries made no progress at all. It plainly became essential to redraft the 5-year plan, and this was done during 1933, although this was supposed to be the first year of the plan period. The 5-year plan was adopted by the 17th Party Congress, at its sessions in February 1934. So 1933 was, in an important sense, the concluding year of a period, or perhaps a compulsory breathing space occasioned by leap-forward overstrain. This is why many aspects of that year were considered in the previous chapter, despite the fact that it was the first year of the second 5-year plan. The plan as it finally emerged included the target figures shown in the table on p. 228, the actual 1937 achievements are also given. Attention must at once be drawn to certain misleading features of the table. First of all, the plan fulfillment figures are highly suspect when they refer to any aggregate sum in rubles. For reasons already mentioned, these tend to overstate reality. Therefore, the claim to have overfulfilled the industrial plan in aggregate terms is not to be taken literally. How indeed can one reconcile it with the underfulfillment of the plans for almost every major item, which emerges clearly from the table? Even if one allows for the large increase in arms production, and the very good showing of the machinery sector, something seems awry. Secondly, certain individual figures are misleadingly low, others high. Thus the tractor output of 1937, 66,515 HP units, was very far below that of 1936. Presumably, had there not been a shift towards tank production, the original plan estimate would have been substantially overfulfilled, since the 1936 figure, 173,000, expressed in 15 HP units, was actually higher than had been intended for 1937. By contrast, the grain harvest in 1937 was abnormally high, due to very favorable weather, so in this instance the use of a single year's results overstates actual achievements. But above all, the table conceals a very uneven pattern of growth. 1933 was a bad year. This was followed by 3 exceptionally favorable years, when all the evidence shows that there were great achievements in industry, construction, and transport. However, let us look at the second 5-year plan first of all as a statement of intent. It was a more fully worked out plan than the first, covering greater detail by industry and by region, and the document includes an impressive list of academic and other consultants involved, in 1932-3, in the work of preparation. The 3 guiding principles were, firstly, consolidation, or bringing into effective operation, osvoєння; secondly, mastering technique, and thirdly, a special effort in the direction of improving living standards. The plan envisaged a larger increase in output of, and investment in, consumers' goods rather than producers' goods. Whatever may have been the ritual phrases about the good life, Stalin and his colleagues must have understood and appreciated the urgency of remedial action. In the first plan period, priority went almost exclusively to heavy industry. Now something would be done to redress the balance. Collectivization would be completed, but the collectivized peasants would live much better, with a very much larger number of private, as well as collective, livestock, and urban real wages would double, as a result of an increase in money wages and a simultaneous fall in retail prices, as shown in the table above. Optimistic assumptions were made about productivity, an increase by 63% in large-scale industry. As money wages were to rise on average by only 23%, costs of production were to fall by substantial percentages. Housing conditions would improve through an addition of 64 million square meters of space, which would increase the total space by about 40%. Reality proved very different. The plan was, evidently, altered drastically as the year went by, with a shift again towards heavy industry. The result was that the consumers' goods, housing, and real wages plans were not fulfilled. The basic reasons for this shift are not so easy to determine. They obviously include, as a major factor, the rise of Hitler. In 1933 the Nazis won in Germany and made no secret of their determination to make war on the Soviet Union. The Soviet armed forces were still poorly equipped, and the young heavy industrial sector had to be switched over to manufacture not only arms but also the means of making arms of all kinds. The increase in arms expenditure is somewhat overstated in the table below, in that prices were rising. However, the growing share of defense in the budget is clear. In the period 1933-8, according to the above source, the output of the defense industry increased by 286%, and in 1934-9 the armed forces doubled in size, taking away many of the most productive men and machines. However, while accepting this as a major cause of the recasting of the plan, one is forced to remember that this kind of revision occurred also in 1930, when Hitler was still a powerless rabble-rouser, and even under Khrushchev, many years later, one saw the tendency to take less seriously those plan objectives which concern the needs of citizens and to give top priority to heavy industry. Insofar as the second five-year plan was over-sanguine in its forecasts, probably the consumers' goods and housing goals would have been sacrificed to some extent even if the Nazis had not come to power. Be this as it may, the international situation was certainly responsible in some considerable part for the fact, to be further investigated, that real wages rose by at least 20%, Malofiev, instead of doubling, that only 42, not 64 million square meters of housing was built, and so on. Let it be said at once that real wages must in reality have risen by more than 20%, since the index used by Malofiev does not allow sufficiently for shortages and rationing in 1932. Whatever the validity of certain official claims, it remains true beyond question that the second five-year plan period was one of impressive achievement, as is clear from the commodity statistics in the table on p. 228. It may be worth reminding readers that doubts about officially claimed growth rates are confined, in industry at least, to aggregate totals such as national income or gross industrial output. The excellent growth rates recorded in the years 1934–6 were in large part due to the completion of big plants begun in the hard years of 1929–33, for example, the Magnitogorsk, Kuznetsk, Zaporozhye, Azovstal, Tula, and Lipetsk metallurgical works were wholly or partly brought into operation during these years. There was a most impressive leap forward, too, in the machinery and metalworking sector, which is insufficiently reflected in the above table. Both in volume and in degree of sophistication, the advances recorded in these years did help to transform the whole balance of industry and to diminish very substantially the USSR's dependence on foreign countries for its capital goods. This dependence was very great indeed during the first five-year plan. In 1932, 338 million rubles worth of machine tools were imported, and this represented 78% of all machine tools installed in that year. 2 in 1936 and 1937 less than 10% of machine tools were imported. Total purchases of all kinds of machinery and equipment fell substantially. This greatly relieved the strain on the balance of payments, and debts incurred in the preceding period were paid off. Of course, the USSR continued to import machinery, and still does so on a large scale. However, such imports could be concentrated on specialized equipment, or on items which the USSR had not yet succeeded in developing. The basic tools of industrialization, and of arms production, were, by 1937, made in the Soviet Union. Other branches of industry also showed very significant gains, though without fulfilling the very optimistic forecasts of the planners. Coal production increased substantially in the Kuzbas, Siberia, in Karaganda, and in the Urals, and mechanization and training enabled productivity per miner to rise from 16.2 tons in 1932 to 26.9 tons in 1937. A principal cause of the failure to fulfill the plan was delay in completing new mines. Electricity generation expanded particularly rapidly in 1934–6, the average growth rate being 26% per annum. However, as also in metallurgy and in many other branches of industry, there was a marked slowdown in and after 1937. The least satisfactory among the fuel industries was oil. The Baku fields were unable to cope with their plans, and the rich Urals-Volga oil area, which had already been discovered, was developed much too slowly, owing to the weakness of the technical equipment in the area, a very large labor turnover due to poor housing conditions, and the backwardness of geological surveying and drilling work. For another extractive industry, iron ore, also lagged behind, and this was one cause of the subsequent difficulties in the production of ferrous metal. Industrialization led, as was expected, to a very rapid expansion of demand for non-ferrous metals, and plans were made accordingly. While production did increase, demand grew faster, and imports continued. Copper production and import statistics were as follows. The supply of many non-ferrous metals continued to be a bottleneck. The chemical industry grew, but here again the plan was not fulfilled. Branches of special interest to armaments production, and synthetic rubber, did a great deal better than did mineral fertilizer. There were inevitable difficulties in expanding this very backward branch of industry, lack of experience among management and labor alike, delays in construction, and so forth. Consumers' goods industries also advanced, though, with the exception of footwear, at a pace well below plan. But the modernization of some textile and, especially, food processing industries made big advances. New bakeries and ice cream and meat packing plants opened in many areas. In comparison with the hard years of the early 30s, much more was available. More could be spent on imports of raw materials for the textile industry, but still not enough, especially in view of the disastrous losses of sheep in the USSR. This explains the very great shortfall, in relation to plan, of wool cloth production. At this period, too, a few consumer durables made their appearance, notably gramophones and bicycles. The regional balance was changing. The Urals Kuznets combine has been referred to already. Non-ferrous metal mining grew rapidly in Central Asia and Kazakhstan. An industrial complex was arising based on the Karaganda coal field, new factories appeared in Baku and a sizable modern textile mill was built in Tashkent. There was a conscious effort to develop the more backward national republics, even where it was not economically the most rational way of using scarce resources. Productivity in the economy as a whole rose substantially in these years, at least up to 1937. As the table on p. 228 shows, the number of employed persons in total, and also in industry, was below plan, in striking contrast to the situation in the first 5-year plan. We must now examine the reasons for this favorable development. Firstly, incentives were made much more effective, by the recasting of the wage scales and widening monetary differentials. Then by the gradual abolition of rationing and the greater availability of goods to buy, CP 212. The very high prices of basic necessities, in and after 1934, stimulated harder work on piece rates, so as to be able to make ends meet. This same problem also caused many more wives to go out to work. Secondly, training schemes at all levels were gradually transforming the labor force. In 1930–33 unskilled peasant labor caused many breakdowns and was exceedingly inefficient, as well as unpunctual. Labor turnover was very high. In 1933 a survey carried out in Moscow showed that only 17% of those recruited to industry in that year had any skill or qualifications. Even in 1935, 60% of workers in the Great Urals machinery factory were unskilled. 5 training schemes of many kinds were brought into being: apprenticeship on the job, courses run by enterprises, technical colleges run by industries, the so-called FZU or factory training schools, and so on. Some errors were committed because of the great shortage of trained instructors, and some courses were so accelerated that they produced poor quality craftsmen, therefore training was lengthened, numbers were cut. In 1938 and 1939 FZU schools trained only 320,000 skilled workers, though the plan had specified 1,700,000. This was partly due to the rapid expansion of academic secondary education. In 1940 this led, as we shall see, to compulsory call-up of youth for training. But whatever the errors and omissions, a huge task was performed and a more efficient working class was created. Similarly, very great strides were made in higher technological education, with every effort made to educate the abler and more energetic workers. Since many of these had not had a secondary education, the results were not always happy, but by 1936 an expanded secondary school system was able to provide the recruits to the universities and technological institutes, and a decree regulating entry and demanding a more effective system of education dates from June 23 of that year. Stalin's slogan, Cotter's Decide Everything, speech of May 4, 1935, was designed to emphasize the urgency of the need for better qualified and trained staffs. Their pay and privileges were enhanced. The following figures show, in thousands, the extent of the increase in their numbers in the course of 12 years. But here too there was some reduction in entrants after a great rush forward earlier in the decade, which had affected quality. The number of students accepted for higher education was 245,000 in 1932, and only 158,300 in 1937. Thirdly, prominent among the reasons for improved productivity was the so-called Stakhanovite movement. This was a complex phenomenon which deserves careful attention. It emerged out of the socialist competition and shock brigade campaigns, which grew rapidly in scope and intensity during the first 5-year plan period. They were linked with efforts to encourage enterprises to offer to achieve more technical progress, output, cost reduction, and productivity than was originally proposed. These were the so-called counterplans, Vstreknietekprumfanplani, and rank-and-file workers were brought into the task of ensuring that every enterprise and workshop undertook to go well beyond existing norms. It was in this context that a coal miner, Alexei Stakhanov, achieved output 14 times greater than the norm, in September 1935. He did this not just by working hard, but also by intelligent use of unskilled auxiliaries. The party took this up, and Stakhanovism spread rapidly to other branches of the economy. The December 1935 plenum of the party's Central Committee decided to urge planners and managers to revise upwards the existing technological and labor norms. Higher productivity would make the USSR the most prosperous country in the world. The effect of all this was to use equipment more fully and to intensify and rationalize labor. No one can doubt that there was ample scope for such things in 1935. Norms were low, having been based on the inefficiencies of the early 30s. Stakhanovism was a means of dramatizing and publicizing a necessary change. Following a series of conferences held early in 1936, work norms were very sharply raised, by 30 to 40% in engineering, 34% in chemicals, 51% in electricity generation, 26% in coal mining, 25 to 29% in the oil industry, and so on. Despite this, and some reductions in piece rates, total earnings rose on balance. No doubt the campaign had a positive effect on productivity. However, some of the undertakings made were clearly excessive, e.g. to double the output of sulfuric acid without any new capital equipment, or to double or treble our so-called projected utilization of productive capacity. This last was said by the young Khrushchev. 9. Speed up and higher work norms caused much strain in sectors in which there was no easy way of increasing output per man. Many a Stakhanovite team was given favorable treatment by managers, who expected to benefit from the publicity which accompanied record-breaking, at the cost of neglecting the interests of the rest of the workers. Naturally, this was resented, and some Stakhanovites were threatened or even beaten. Work norms were further increased, especially in 1938 and 1939, but in most cases they were still surpassed, by fairly large percentages. Discipline improved throughout the economy, due partly to stronger penalties for absenteeism. These were not yet criminal penalties, but took the form of administrative fines, threatened expulsion from the union, and therefore partial loss of social insurance benefits, dismissals with loss of housing space. Even failure to attend training courses outside working hours was held to be absenteeism. 10. A particularly welcome improvement was recorded in the building industry. In the first 5-year plan period, the bulk of the labor force was exceedingly unskilled and footloose. There was a steady shift later in the decade towards the creation of permanent, as against ad hoc, building enterprises, and this helped to reduce labor turnover. This, and the introduction of more labor-saving equipment, made possible a substantial reduction in numbers employed on construction and installation. These fell from 2,289,000 in 1932 to 1,576,000 in 1937, yet the value of work rose by almost 45%. Productivity increased impressively in rail transport, which had been a very weak spot in 1933 and 1934. Due to better organization and equipment, bigger locomotives and wagons, better track, etc., a very marked improvement was achieved, from a total of 239,400 to 356,700 ton-kilometer equivalents per railway employee in the period 1933 to 1937. 12 Yet even as late as 1936 there was a labor turnover of 103.8%, i.e. the average worker left after less than a year. The railways had to bear a particularly heavy burden. Owing to lack of roads, and the fact that rivers froze in winter, plus the very great distance over which it was necessary to carry such bulky items as coal and ores, the railway system was the key to the entire plan. Lack of modern rolling stock, the poor quality of rails, inadequate ballast, made things very difficult. In 1932 the average speed of goods trains was less than 9 miles per hour. The great efforts made did produce some very creditable results. Responsibility for the freight plan was centralized in 1934, in the People's Commissariat of Transport, which imposed priorities determined by the government. Since very few new lines were built in the old industrial areas, the existing lines were overloaded, and it was frequently necessary to reduce or cancel the movement of passenger trains. The total of freight and passengers carried in 1939 was 91.8% higher than in 1932. But the most rapid rate of growth ended, here as elsewhere, in 1937. In 1938 the performance of the transport system was very unsatisfactory, freight carried by the railways actually fell. The reason given, the majority of the railway managers and heads of political departments, and many of the leading cadres in the People's Commissariat of Transport, were dismissed and arrested. There were also fuel crises in the winters of 1937-8 and 1938-9, which led to numerous cancellations of trains. Fuel shortages also hit road transport. Shortage of oil led to the conversion of many vehicles to use gas generators. 13. We must now return to the problem of the slowdown of 1937. This is not the same problem as that of the shift of resources away from the consumer's goods sector. We have seen that the metallurgy industry virtually stopped growing, and yet iron and steel was an essential part of the building of Soviet military capacity. What happened? In the case of iron and steel, priority was given, during 1934-6, to the completion of plant already started. Little was done to press on with new construction in these years, due to imperfection in the planning of investment, and organization of fulfillment of the plan, plus lack of highly qualified construction staffs, and breakdown in supply of equipment and building materials. 14. All these deficiencies seriously held back completion of plant. Furthermore, in 1936 there was 335% reduction in investments in iron and steel as against 1935, and the lower 1936 level continued through to 1939. 15. This was followed in 1937 by a drastic cutback in investments. According to an official Soviet recomputation expressed in 1955 prices, the investment figures, excluding kolkhozy, were as follows. Occasioned probably by a shift of resources into the arms industry and the consequent shortages of skills and materials. But Soviet historians admit that another factor had an adverse effect on output and on planning at this period. This factor was the Great Purge. It swept away a high proportion not only of leading party cadres, but also of army officers, civil servants, managers, technicians, statisticians, planners, even foremen. Everywhere there were said to be spies, wreckers, diversionists. There was a grave shortage of qualified personnel, so the deportation of many thousands of engineers and technologists to distant concentration camps represented a severe loss. But perhaps equally serious was the psychological effect of this terror on the survivors. With any error or accident likely to be attributed to treasonable activities, the simplest thing to do was to avoid responsibility, to seek approval from one's superiors for any act, to obey mechanically any order received, regardless of local conditions. Already in chapters 7 and 8 we have seen the spread of this hysteria into the administration of the economy, particularly in agriculture and the railways. It spread further in the worst years of the purge, paralyzing thought and action. No one can tell how much economic damage was done by all this, but we can surely agree with those Soviet commentators who assert that the damage was serious. Breaches of socialist legality, mass repressions, caused an immense loss of economic cadres and disorganized the normal work of industry, as an authoritative textbook put it. 16 key planners were among the victims, including the Commissar of Finance, Grinkeo, and also Pyatakov, deputy to Ordzhonikij, the latter being driven to suicide. It is no part of the present work to analyze the causes of the Great Wave of Terror, about which historians will doubtless still be arguing and debating well into the 21st century, if our world survives that long. The terror has, certainly, a largely political explanation, connected with Stalin's desire for absolute power, and other non-economic factors. It is sufficient here to stress only a few of its aspects. 1, already mentioned, was its adverse economic effect. Another was the probable connection between the extreme harshness of the policies described in the previous 2 chapters and the growth of police repression. Obviously, the dreadful struggle with the peasantry, and the sacrifices and strains of the industrialization drive, could not but give rise to resentment and bitterness, not only among ordinary folk but among party members too. We saw in chapter 7 that local party officials were dismissed for pro-peasant, pro-kulak tendencies. No doubt the Stalin group also feared the exploitation of discontent by former oppositionists, which was why they arrested so many of them and compelled the leaders of the rights and the lefts to accuse themselves of treason and wrecking. Finally, the trials provided scapegoats. Shortages of consumers' goods, breakdowns in supply, errors in planning, could be attributed to malevolent plotting by enemies of the people, in the pay of Hitler, the Mikado, and Judas Trotsky. The published reports of the trials abound in economic self-accusation. Thus the shortage of eggs was supposedly due to the efforts of wreckers, who smashed eggs in transit just to deprive the Soviet people of the fruits of their labor and to create politically exploitable discontent. Or so the readers of Pravda were supposed to believe. Bukharin's, and other oppositionists, doctrines would be publicly associated with treason, and thereby placed outside the area of legitimate discussion or comment. A census of population was taken in January 1937, but it was soon declared invalid and its principal authors shot. We now know, from numerous extracts from archives, especially those by Polyakov and his associates 17, that the total came to just over 162 million, although Stalin had announced a total of 168 million at the 17th Party Congress 3 years earlier. The census remained unpublished for over 50 years. Another census was taken in 1939. Evidence presented by Polyakov and others strongly suggests that the published total, 170.5 million, was deliberately overstated by statisticians anxious to avoid the fate of their predecessors, and that the real figure was of the order of 167.5 million, or at most 168 million. On the other hand, archival evidence on the numbers in prisons and camps, presented by a number of sources, 18, shows it as well below many Western and some Soviet published estimates. The highest total in any one year is given as 2.5 million, but this excluded exiles of several categories, for whom there are not as yet reliable figures for pre-war years. These would include most of the deported kulaks. The total of surplus deaths in the 1930s, due to famine, deportations, shootings, appears to have been not far from 11 million, dreadful enough, even if lower than some published estimates. But such an estimate is not and cannot be a final one. The quantity of published statistics began to decline in the middle 30s, and the material on the last years of peace is markedly deficient compared with the early years of the decade. The third five-year plan period began in 1938, and was interrupted by the war. Its pattern and progress will be further discussed at the end of this chapter. In Chapter 7 it was demonstrated that agriculture reached a state of acute crisis in the harvest year 1932-3. A slow recovery began with the relatively better harvest of 1933. The drive to collectivize the bulk of the remaining individual peasants was launched in 1934 and was practically completed in 1937, when almost 99% of all cultivated land was included within collective or state farms. The proportion of peasants collectivized at the state was slightly smaller, 93%, but evidently the majority of the surviving individualists earned a living other than by cultivating the soil, and they ceased to play any significant role in agriculture. By contrast, the private operations of collectivized peasants grew in importance, particularly in livestock. Indeed, the rapid recovery of the livestock population from the disasters of 1930-33 was in part due to the government's willingness to tolerate and even encourage private ownership of livestock, subject to maxima, CP 245. The actual figures, in millions of heads, were as shown in the table on p. 242. While livestock numbers were still below the pre-collectivization level, the great increase during the period 1933-7 benefited everyone. There was more meat and milk in towns and villages, and revenues of both the farms and the peasants rose from sales of livestock products. Grain output rose exceedingly slowly, though good weather in 1937 resulted in a record harvest. For many years, as we have seen, statistics were given in terms of biological yield, and even these estimates were consciously overstated, so as to include the kolkhoz within a higher harvest category so that it should pay more produce for the services of the MTS. This motive grew in importance because these payments in kind became the largest single source of grain procurements during this decade, and the payments were related to the nominal size of the harvest. The average grain yield for 1933 to the power of 7th was said to have been 9.1 quintals per hectare, against 7.5 in 1928-32. But revised figures published in I-960 gave the real figure for 1933-7 as only 7.1, in other words, the yields actually fell. Only 1 year, 1936, was exceedingly unfavorable climatically, but this was balanced by the very good weather of 1937. The revised figures for total grain harvests are as follows. While harvests, except in 1937, were below even the inadequate levels of 1928-32, procurements rose. In 1928-30 some grain was sold by peasants through private traders. Nonetheless, less grain remained in the villages, except in 1937. The fall in the numbers of livestock, especially horses, reduced demand for grain and this relieved pressure somewhat. We shall see that after 1937 the revival of the livestock population began to be severely limited by lack of fodder supplies. Procurement quotas were supposed to be based on the area sown or livestock owned by the given kolkhoz or peasant, and the authorities were not supposed to vary these quotas, but they did so arbitrarily, the needs of the state taking priority over all other considerations. In 1933-4 one of the most severe problems was shortage of haulage power. In the 5 years following 1929 a net total of 17 to 2 million horses were lost, the amount of tractor horsepower increased by only 3 million, and there were few lorries. Poor maintenance, lack of skilled labor and of spares, ensured frequent breakdown of the tractors available. However, by 1937 tractor numbers had substantially increased, and there were more horses. Therefore 1937 was in many respects a good year. We shall see that peasant consumption, of grain in particular, reached the highest point of any year in the period 1932-41. By 1935 the shape of the kolkhoz as an institution was more or less settled, and a Congress was called to adopt a model statute, which remained the basis of kolkhoz organization until well into the 60s. The kolkhoz was declared to be a voluntary cooperative, whose members had pooled their means of production in order to produce in common. The members ran their own affairs, and elected a chairman and a management committee responsible to a meeting of all members. The kolkhoz was, however, bound to obey instructions from local state and party organs on matters of agricultural production and procurements, so in practice its operational autonomy was severely limited. The Rayon District Party Organization, the MTS, the Rayon Agricultural Department, issued numerous orders to the chairman, and the party secretary in particular had the effective power of appointment and dismissal. The payment of members was proportionate to the trudodny, workday units, worked by each. All collective work was measured in these units, and more highly skilled occupations were wordly more trudodny than unskilled ones. The amount paid to a peasant, in cash and in kind, in any given year depended on two things, the number of trudodny he earned, and the worth of each trudoden. The latter depended on the cash and produce available for distribution. Members shared the cash and produce which was left after other requirements had been met. Cash revenues were subject to deductions for taxes, insurance, the capital, indivisible, fund, administrative and cultural expenses and production costs, e.g. purchase of fodder, seed, fuel. At the period we are describing this left, on average, 40 to 50% of the gross cash revenue for distribution to peasants. We shall see that, owing very largely to the low prices paid, the sums in question were very small. As for produce, payment was generally confined to grain, sometimes potatoes, often also hay, for private livestock. Compulsory deliveries to the state, payment in kind for MTS services, seed, fodder, relief for sick and aged people, all took priority. In spite of this, at this period roughly a third of the kolkhoz grain harvest was consumed by the peasants, or their animals. The residuary legatee status of the kolkhoz peasant, the lack of any guaranteed minimum income, inevitably led to very great variations between kolkhozes. It rendered impossible any calculation of costs, for what, in such circumstances, is the cost of labor? In fact, until well after Stalin's death no such calculations were even attempted. But the system of payment had a logic, given the objective of taking out of agriculture all possible resources for the priority needs of industrialization. The statute gave formal recognition of the right of the kolkhoz household to a private plot of land, amounting to between / hectare in most of the country, i.e. an acre or less. Possession of livestock was limited to 1 cow and calves, 1 sow and piglets, 4 sheep, and any number of rabbits and poultry. Livestock was generally pastured on collective land. This private sector, which Soviet statistics for some reason always treated as part of the socialized economy, long remained by far the most important element of private enterprise in the Soviet Union. The produce belonged to the peasants and, subject to compulsory delivery obligations to the state, they could eat it, or sell it in the legal free market. In 1937 and for many years thereafter the collectives produced grain and industrial crops, e.g. cotton, sugar beet, flax. In other produce the private sector was predominant. We have seen, on p. 242, that it outnumbered state farms and collectives in all categories of productive livestock, and therefore in the supply of meat and milk. It was almost the sole producer of eggs, and provided most of the potatoes, many of the vegetables, virtually all the fruit. The peasant household usually relied on its kolkhoz for bread grains, sometimes for potatoes, but the rest of the food, and the major part of the cash, came from their private holding. Thus in 1935 the average household received 247 rubles a year for collective work, which would buy them 1 pair of shoes, but must have obtained at least twice as much from sales in the free market. Thus a kolkhoz household divided its time between collective and private activities, and its income was a combination of cash and produce paid for collective work, plus consumption of its own produce and cash from sales in the market and to the state. As payment for collective work was very poor, pressure had to be exercised to compel work to be done for the collective. This was formalized in 1939 by legislation requiring a compulsory minimum number of trudodny of all adult members. Many kolkhoz members earned extra money from seasonal work for state enterprises, including state farms and forestry. At the beginning of 1937 there were nearly 243,000 kolkhozes and 3,992 state farms. The bulk of agriculture was undertaken by or within kolkhozes. Each averaged 76 households, 476 hectares of sown area, 60 cattle, 94 sheep, and 26 pigs. There were, of course, big regional variations, the farms being larger in the south and east. One MTS served at this period roughly 40 kolkhozes on the average, using kolkhoz labor on a large scale alongside its own paid specialists. There are other sources of agricultural produce. There are allotments cultivated by state-employed persons, state farm workers, railwaymen, rural officials, dwellers in suburbs of big cities, etc., who own some livestock. There are also very numerous small farms and market gardens operated by non-agricultural state enterprises, and used to provide foodstuffs for the factory canteen or the enterprise's shop, ORS. Agricultural production was discouraged by the exceedingly unfavorable price structure. While prices of cotton and some other industrial crops were substantially raised in 1934, prices of livestock products in 1933-7 hardly differed from those of 1928-9, and grain prices were only a little above 1928-9 levels. Yet the prices of industrial goods, and particularly those purchased by peasants, rose very greatly. Thus for instance the price of cotton cloth, seides, calico, on January 1, 1928 was 34 kopecks per meter, while on January 1, 1937 it was 2.30 to 3.25 rubles, i.e. it increased 7 to 9 times. Prices for soap multiplied by 5, for sugar by 6, etc. 20. This was the price scissors with a vengeance. It should be added that agriculture was neglected in other ways. Even as late as 1940 only 4.2% of kolkhozes had any electricity. 21. Any available mineral fertilizer was likely to be allocated to industrial crops. Not very surprisingly, while cotton output rose very satisfactorily, production doubled during the decade, performance was much less satisfactory elsewhere. With prices at exceedingly low levels, coercion became an essential element in relations between state and collective farms. Since incentives were lacking, there developed excessive centralism in the planning of kolkhoz production, arbitrariness, administrovanie, developed in the control over kolkhozes. This led to a weakening in the creative initiative of the kolkhoz management. Arbitrary methods eliminated economic motivation. The production plans of kolkhozes frequently became a mechanical dividing between them, razverstka, of delivery obligations passed down from the center. The organization of kolkhoz production, from the first processes of farm work down to the final delivery of produce to the state, was strictly regulated and centralized. The Soviet source from which this is quoted is in no doubt that such practices were intimately connected with the very low prices paid. 22. It should be added that, for reasons of accountancy, state farms were, at that period, paid the same low prices, and so required large subsidies from the state budget. State farms suffered exceedingly at first from gigantomania, the belief that enormous grain factories were conducive to efficiency. Thus in 1931 the Gigant State Farm had an area of 239,000 hectares. In 1931-2 harvests were unbelievably low, averaging on all state farms a mere 3.6 quintals per hectare, when individual peasants and kolkhozes were managing 7 to 8 quintals. 23. One reason was their narrow specialization on grain only, another was total neglect of agronomy. From 1933 state farms, as well as MTS, were supervised by political departments. These survived until March 1940, whereas, as we have seen, the MTS political departments were abolished in 1934. The MTS and kolkhoz sector was left to the Raykoton, local party, committee and to organs of the People's Commissariat of Agriculture, while state farms came under a separate commissariat of state farms, from 1932, and the Reikami did not interfere in the affairs of state farms. 24 In the period after 1934 many excessively large state farms were divided up, and in some cases land was transferred to kolkhozes. As a result of increased investment and better cultivation, yields rose in 1937 and subsequent years somewhat above kolkhoz levels, though without significantly exceeding them. Given that state farms tended to have more equipment and power than kolkhozes, as well as regularly paid wage earners, their achievements must be regarded as moderate, the more so as their raising of livestock was most unsuccessful. Despite all these defects, agricultural output did recover from the depths to which it had fallen in 1933. Peasants. Since we have been discussing agriculture, it seems convenient to begin by surveying the change in peasant incomes. No complete set of figures exists in any published source, and some of the data that have appeared are not entirely consistent. Cash payments undoubtedly increased, as the following figures show. The total number of trudodni worked for the collective increased, hence the total income per household rose faster than the payment per trudodin. It must be noted that prices of manufactured consumers' goods rose very substantially in the period 1932-7, so that real purchasing power increased relatively little, though the range of goods available at official prices was, of course, much the greater in 1937. The above are averages. While in 1932 an average of 600 kilograms per household represented a good deal less than a peasant family's normal consumption of bread, even this would not have represented famine conditions had it been evenly distributed. Yet, as we saw in Chapter 7, famine there certainly was, in some areas. A fortiori, 900 kilograms, while not good, was tolerable, and the 1,700 kilograms of 1937 was very satisfactory. But whole provinces were unable to allocate enough bread grains. Even in 1937, the best year of the decade, 28% of all kolkhozes distributed less than 2 kilograms of grain per trudodin, i.e. less than half of the average, and those households were short of bread by spring. Yet the harvests of 1933-6 had been well below those of 1937, that of 1936 being in fact disastrously poor. A high proportion of the peasant families must have been seriously short of bread, under conditions in which other sources of food were few and ordinary baked bread was, for the less favored peasant, prohibitively expensive. Thus the retail price of bread in 1935 was 1 ruble per kilogram, which equaled average cash earnings from 1 day's work. In a typical day, a peasant could earn a little more than 1 workday unit. At this same date 1 kilogram of vegetable oil cost 1.30 rubles, 1 kilogram of the cheapest rye flour was 1.60 rubles, wheat flour cost 4.60 rubles, good leather shoes between 466 and 1,000 rubles. 25 This was bad enough. But even as late as 1939, 15,700 kolkhozes, out of a total of about 240,000, gave their members no cash at all for their work, and 46,000 kolkhozes distributed a mere 20 kopecks or less per trudodin. The Soviet source from which the above figures are taken remarked that low productivity was due in the main to the lack of material stimuli, lack of personal interest of the mass of the kolkhoz peasants in their work and in the results of the collective economy. 26 Yet the conditions of life of the peasants undoubtedly improved very greatly in the period 1933 to the power of 7th, except in 1936, when the weather was bad, since their private livestock holdings and their income from sales in the free market rose substantially. But the very large amount of grain available in 1937 proved a flash in the pan. We shall see that it declined sharply in subsequent years. The rate of migration from country to town declined substantially during the second 5-year plan. It may be that this contributed to the marked slowdown, already remarked upon, in industrial output, especially construction, which became apparent in 1937. It is possible that one reason was that rural conditions of life improved, while overcrowded housing and the low pay of unskilled labor acted as a disincentive to peasants contemplating a move townwards. A further contributory factor may have been the fact that in 1934-7, 1.2 million tractor drivers and many other mechanizers were trained, 27 thereby providing a rural outlet for the more competent and ambitious village youths. Technical training for some, better education for most, the almost total elimination of illiteracy, these were significant gains, which ought not to be overlooked. They were greater in the formerly backward areas, such as Central Asia. There were also major improvements in rural health services. b. Wages, prices, and living standards. Urban sector. We have seen that wages rose by much more than had been planned. Presumably at the time the plan was drafted it had been hoped to reduce costs and to fix retail prices at levels not greatly in excess of the ration prices of 1932-3. We have seen that prices did in fact rise, and in 1934 and 1935 very large increases accompanied the elimination of rationing. This made it essential to increase wage rates of those workers and employees left behind in the course of the wage drift which had already developed in the previous quinquennium and which continued throughout the decade, though at a reduced rate. The government sought so to control wages as to ensure special advantages to priority industries, and we have already noted that piece rates and bonus schemes, including the high incomes associated with Stakhanovism, were designed to provide and dramatize incentives for higher productivity. Money wages in fact increased as follows. By 1935 the effect of these wage increases was to cause heavy losses in, and subsidies to, basic industries, whose selling prices were deliberately kept from rising. The following figures illustrate this. In 1936 substantial increases in factory wholesale prices, coal and steel cost more than double, helped to eliminate most of the losses and subsidies. A more difficult task is to describe the evolution of retail prices and so of real incomes. The basic problem is the existence of a multiple price system and rationing at the beginning of the period we are describing. In 1933 ration prices were low, commercial prices for the same goods exceedingly high, CP 207. During 1934 commercial prices were reduced, bread by 31.2% compared with the very high prices of March 1933, but normal fund prices, for goods rationed or otherwise subject to controlled distribution, were increased. There was a strong case for the speedy liquidation of multiple prices and of rationing. Firstly, the sheer complexity of the system was costly. Secondly, it gave excellent opportunities for speculative resale, and there were many instances of state enterprises illicitly selling or reselling in higher price categories to cover financial deficiencies or just to make money. Finally, labor incentives were ineffective unless goods could be freely bought. However, given the shortage of goods to buy, unified prices would have to be substantially in excess of the so-called normal fund prices. So when bread rationing was declared abolished as from January 1, 1935, the price was fixed at 1.00 ruble for the cheapest rye loaf, which was 37% or below the existing commercial price but 0.00% above the ration price ruling in the second half of 1934, and pound Li2J times the 1928 price. After the fairly good harvest of 1935, and following upon the partial recovery of the livestock sector, on October 1 the rationing of meat, fats, fish, sugar, and potatoes was also abandoned, and bread and flour prices were reduced. According to a survey of prices in one industrial town, quoted by Malofeyev, the net effect of the price changes introduced on October 1, 1935 was to reduce prices of bread by 13.4%, of flour and pulses by 106%, or of herrings by 21%. By contrast, meat prices rose on average by 101 to 4%, butter by 33%, or margarine by 50%, or potatoes by 39%, these being the reflection of the sharp rise in prices involved in rationing. 28 In 1936 milk, dairy produce, salt and vegetable oils were increased in price, continuing the policy adopted in October 1935. Price rises in 1937 affected meat, milk, and potatoes, but the effect on the index of food prices was only 1% or 29. As for manufactured goods, their prices had already been greatly increased by 1933. De facto rationing and multiple prices continued, and it was not until the end of 1935 that a series of government decisions narrowed the difference between the levels of commercial prices and those of the normal fund. Though this difference became slight, in the period 1936 to 8 the retail prices for non-food products were not yet in a full sense unified. 30 commercial prices were reduced in 1935, but normal prices rose. The exact figures are not available. In 1937 the average price of all non-food items fell by 3.8%. Malofeyev, who used archive materials extensively, has calculated that all state and cooperative prices rose on average from 1932 to 1937 by 110.2%. During this period free market prices behaved very differently, as the table opposite shows. It should be noted that the 1932 prices were also very high, see Chapter 8, and also that the free market turnover was small and only semi-legal in that year. By contrast, there was little difference between official and free prices of most foodstuffs in 1937. Taking into account the lower market prices, the retail price index as a whole rose, according to Malofeyev, not by 110.2% but by only 80% in 1932 to 7. Average wages rose by 113%. Presumably allowing for services, he reaches the conclusion that real wages rose in this period by at least 20%. This surely understates the improvement, because of greater availability of goods and better trading arrangements. In any event, the lowest point in terms of welfare was not in 1932 but in 1933, a year in which both official retail and free market prices rose very substantially indeed, and free market prices reached their peak. There were also, as we have seen, very large official price increases in 1934, affecting particularly normed or rationed prices of foodstuffs. These increases far outstripped the rise in wages, so any index of purchasing power for these years would look exceptionally unfavorable. This was followed by 3 very good years for the consumer, and in 1936 to 7 especially the real wage index takes a substantial leap forward. In those 2 years retail prices fell slightly, while wages rose by 30%. Accepting that in 1937 real wages were, say, 35% higher than in 1935, they were lower than in 1928. Malofeyev clearly implies this: wages rose 4.5 times, official prices 5.3 times. After correcting for prices of services, which rose by less than this, one must conclude that there was a decline. Janet Chapman 31 calculated that real wages in 1937 were 85% of 1928 if 1937 prices were used as weights, but only 58% of the 1928 pattern of consumption. The Russian émigré experts, Prokopovich and Jasny, had come to similar conclusions earlier, using rougher data. If 1937 represented perhaps a 35% improvement on 1935, it then follows that 1935 living standards were very grim indeed. Yet, since real living standards depend in the last analysis on the goods and services available, and fewer were available in 1933 and 1934 than in 1935, life was even harder in those years. Of course, one must also take into account the improvement in social services, the elimination of unemployment, and the undeniable fact that many ex-peasants who moved into industry were earning more than they would have earned had they remained on the farms. Finally, those who had been workers in 1928 had very good opportunities of promotion, and the vast majority of them were probably making a good deal more in 1937 than in 1928. The average is pulled down by the dilution of the urban labor force by unskilled immigrants from the villages. Aggregate consumption went up, because per capita measurable consumption by peasants was several times lower than that of the urban population. Urbanization, in all countries, tends to lead to an overstatement, in welfare terms, of the statistical expression of total consumption and also of the total national income. It is necessary to mention also that availability of housing space in urban areas continued to decline. Stalin seemed more concerned with prestige projects, such as the lavishly decorated Moscow Underground Railway, than with ordinary house building or the maintenance and repair of existing houses. Conditions in big cities became very difficult, and Moscow was among the worst. The following statistics relate to old houses, i.e. nearly the whole of Moscow, and to the year 1935. They come from the Statistical Annual THIRD-WORLDISM USSR published in 1936 and are unique of their kind. They give figures in terms of renters, syamshchiki, i.e. units which were mostly families but in many cases also single persons. At this date 6% of renters had more than one room, 40% lived in one room, 23.6% occupied a part of a room, 5% lived in kitchens and corridors, 25% in dormitories. Retail trade was a neglected sector. With a general shortage of trained personnel, little was available for such a non-priority activity. The number of shops, after the squeezing out of the private trader, increased much too slowly, thus there were 116,000 shops in urban areas in 1932, and only 133,000 in 1937. Queues were sometimes due to lack of retail outlets, but also to poor distribution. Allocation of funds of planned commodities was both centralized and clumsy, with consumer demand largely neglected. Particularly unsatisfactory was service to customers. 32 The psychology of the seller's market went deep. It will be recalled that during the period of the Great Leap the word trade acquired a somewhat negative connotation, as there was a recrudescence of illusions about commodity exchange and the withering away of monetary relations. Trade was linked with the food processing industry, and both were run by Narkoms NAB, the People's Commissariat for Supply. It was not until 1934 that it was divided into the People's Commissariats for the food industry, as well as for internal trade. Under the latter were Union Republican commissariats and local trade departments. The transition to unrationed trade at unified prices was carried out by the new commissariat. In 1934 retail trade was being conducted by both state and cooperative shops in town and country. Some of this trade was run by so-called ORSY, Departments of Workers' Supply, set up in 1932. These were shops run by enterprises for their own employees, and such shops continue to exist, with their food supplies often coming from the enterprise's own small farms. On September 29, 1935 it was decided to concentrate the cooperatives exclusively on trade in rural areas, and state shops, plus ORSY, supplied the towns. The cooperatives were also responsible for sales to kolkhozes of such items as lorries, building materials, and nails, which the kolkhozes had to purchase at retail prices, which were much higher than those charged for the same goods to state enterprises. The government intended greatly to improve distribution, especially in rural areas, and retail turnover did increase. However, the general level of trade turnover in villages was totally inadequate. In many village retail shops there were lacking even goods which were in sufficient supply at wholesalers' stores, including such necessary commodities as salt, matches, kerosene, etc. 33 Despite this criticism, any picture of life in the period 1933-7 must stress the great improvement which characterized these years. One effect of the abolition of rationing was the sharp reduction in communal feeding, i.e. public catering. In the hard years of the early 30s many urban citizens relied greatly on factory and office canteens, which were supplied with rationed foodstuffs at low prices. In 1935 canteen prices were very greatly increased, and, with the end of rationing, more food could be bought, if one had the money, in the shops. Consequently, the number of meals, or more strictly dishes, served by public catering enterprises fell, from a peak of 11,800 million in 1933, to only 4,200 million in 1937. The fact that this represented an increase in rubles of close on 100% gives one some idea of the magnitude of the price increase. 34. The pattern which developed in the early 30s was maintained with little change. Turnover tax remained by far the largest item of revenue, and this was levied largely but not exclusively on consumers' goods. Heavy industry paid roughly a tenth of all turnover tax in 1935. A large proportion of this tax arose out of the wide difference between the low compulsory procurement prices of farm products and the much higher, and increased, retail prices. The extent of this difference has already been illustrated, p. 210. In 1935 agricultural procurements and the food industry were responsible for nearly 60% of all turnover tax receipts. The rates of tax on most manufactured consumers' goods were exceedingly high at this period. Here are some examples, in which the tax rate represents the percentage of the price inclusive of tax, i.e. a tax of, say, 70% means that within a price of 100 rubles there is 70 rubles tax. In Britain this would be expressed in relation to the price before tax, and the rate would then be not 70% but 233%. Bearing this in mind, the following rates were applicable in 1935, kerosene 90%, nails 28%, light bulbs 10%, galoshes 70%, cotton cloth 35.6%, thread 34%, salt 82.9%, kitchen soap 45 to 57%, toilet soap 69 to 72%, vegetable oil 74%, sugar 77.2% in towns, 86.2%. In rural areas, sausage 54.9%. In addition there were a variety of budgetary additions charged at the retail stage. This was 37% for leather shoes sold in towns, no less than 142% in the country. By contrast, producers' goods paid low rates, thus coal, cement, bricks, and steel paid 2%. There were vast numbers of exceptions and local variations. 35. All this was very complex, with a great multiplicity of rates which varied by region and sometimes even by factory, as well as by model or type of product. In 1939–40 the tax system was overhauled. For many multi-product industries, such as textiles, the tax was henceforth calculated as the difference between the wholesale price at which the enterprise sold the given commodity, which was related to production costs, and the retail price, less trade margins. This made for a more logical structure of retail prices, as well as simplifying the tax. One effect of the revision of both prices and tax rates was to increase enterprise profits somewhat at the expense of turnover tax, and the proportion of turnover tax in total budgetary revenue fell from 73.1% in 1937 to 59.3% in 1940, while the state's revenues from profits rose from 8.9% in 1937 to 12.3% of the budget in 1940. Direct taxation continued to play only a minor role. Income tax and local tax, cultural and housing levy, were at very low rates, the maximum being 3.5% and 3% respectively. These taxes were combined and increased in 1940, so that the tax paid by a prosperous citizen, earning 3,000 rubles a month, by then amounted to 12.46%. The above rates relate to wages and salaries paid by state enterprises and institutions. They were much higher in the case of private earnings. For instance, individual craftsmen were charged a top rate of 52.3 per cent, 36 modest taxes on both kolkhozes and collectivized peasants, the latter only in respect of their private activities, were levied in the middle 30s, but their impact, as we shall see, became much more severe during and after the Second World War. Purchases of bonds became virtually compulsory and most employed persons found themselves in effect contributing 2 weeks' wages, these being deducted over the whole year. This was a more important source of revenue than direct taxation. In 1938, for instance, out of a total revenue of 127.4 milliard rubles, all direct taxes came to 5 milliards, loan subscriptions to 7.6 milliards. In the first years of the first plan, bond purchases were still regarded as a voluntary act, interest rates were high, 8 to 12%, and the repayment period was short. In 1936 the government converted all bonds previously sold to the citizens to the much lower rate of 4% interest, for 20 years. 37 in fact. There were few repayments. Budgetary expenditure increased with the expansion of the economy, the more so as the principle was established, in a government decision of March 9, 1934, that capital investments in state enterprises should be financed by outright non-returnable budgetary grants, except where they were financed out of profits or the depreciation fund. Until the 1936 price reform, subsidies were a serious budgetary burden, and they had to be resumed at the end of the decade as wages and costs rose. Defense expenditures, as had already been shown, rose very rapidly, much more rapidly than had been planned. Since the state budget, on both its revenue and its expenditure side, is very closely connected with the operation of the economy, it followed that the financial and economic plans required revision together. Thus, to take an example, if the planned growth in the output of wool textiles was abandoned in favor of producing guns, then, assuming that investments were simply switched from one to the other, expenditures would remain the same, but revenues would be adversely affected by loss of turnover tax, which would have been paid on the wool textiles. There would also open up a gap between the total income of the citizens and the goods available to them at established prices, since wool textiles are consumers' goods and guns are not. An increase of turnover tax, and so of retail prices, would then simultaneously restore budgetary equilibrium and the balance between supply and demand of consumers' goods. An alternative would be to permit the imbalance to continue, to bridge the gap by increasing the currency issue and to allow the emergence of queues and black market phenomena. We shall see that in fact this is what happened in 1939–40. Expenditure on social services increased rapidly during these years. The exact extent of the increases is hard to calculate, because of the impact of price changes. The big educational effort has already been commented upon. Health statistics show a marked improvement. Between 1928 and 1940 medical doctors increased from 70,000 to 155,000, the number of hospital beds from 247,000 to 791,000. A large proportion of the newly trained doctors were women. There was also a big rise in spending on social insurance and social security. Industry. The period 1938–41, until the German attack was launched on June 22, 1941, covers 3.5 years of the Third Five-Year Plan. This plan, prepared during 1937–8 and adopted formally by the 18th Party Congress in 1939, aimed at impressive increases over the 5 years, 92% in industrial output, 58% in steel, 129% in machinery and engineering, 63% in wool cloth, and so on. Among other objectives, it was intended to achieve universal secondary education in cities, a minimum of 7-year schooling in the countryside. But the ever-increasing danger of war led to a drastic recasting of the production program, which to a large extent explains the shortfalls which developed, particularly in consumers' goods. In addition, as already pointed out, the disorganizing effects of mass arrests were also responsible for failure to carry out plans. Another difficulty was shortage of labor. According to official sources, industry, construction, and transport were short of 1.2 million recruits in 1937, 1.3 million in 1938, 1.5 million in 1939. 38 aggregate industrial output did rise appreciably, by more than was planned, according to official claims. But progress was exceedingly uneven. Thus in the 3 years 1938–40 the output of machinery and engineering, which include arms, was said to have reached 59% of the total planned for 5 years, and footwear production even achieved 60%. By contrast, Steel output had increased insignificantly, by only 5.8% of the 5-year plan increase, rolled metal by a mere 1.4%. Cement by 3.6%, while output of sugar, which should have risen by 40%, declined. Output of oil, a vital and strategic item, one would have thought, expanded exceedingly slowly, contributing to a fuel crisis. It is difficult to find an adequate explanation for this pattern. It is not enough to blame the need for military preparation, for the shortfalls include some commodities of vital importance militarily. It may be, as already suggested, that the effects of the purges and the strain due to the rapid switch into armaments production combined to disorganize the entire planning system. In the case of metallurgy, a key problem was shortage of iron ore and coke, and this in turn was due in part to the effect of mass repressions on management. 39 The large number of persons in concentration camps included many highly qualified managers, technicians, officers. One cannot imagine that they were effectively utilized. One must also mention the impact of the Finnish War of 1939–40. This disrupted transport, and in February 1940 many Leningrad factories stopped production owing to the non-arrival of coal. 40 Despite all errors and waste, the USSR did succeed, in the 10 years beginning in 1928, in creating the industrial base for a powerful arms industry. But this base was still too weak to enable the civilian investment and consumers' programs to survive the effects of a redoubling of arms spending. The development of the armaments industry, and war preparations generally, will be discussed in the next chapter. In 1939 the USSR's productive capacity grew significantly by the absorption of new territory, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the eastern provinces of Poland, and in June 1940, also Bessarabia. This must be taken into account in interpreting statistics for 1940. For example, there was a large increase in the number of individual peasants. Collectivization in the newly acquired regions was not completed until 1950. B. Agriculture. The agricultural policies of the party underwent a change in 1939. The Central Committee plenum which met in that year decided to reduce the size of private plots. It was found that many families had too much land, and a total of 2.5 million hectares was taken away from the collectivized peasants. It was hard to imagine a less popular act. In the same year stricter discipline was introduced, with compulsory minima of workday units per able-bodied peasant. In the same year a decree, of July 8, 1939, instructed kolkhozes greatly to increase their livestock holdings. Owing to shortage of fodder, this led to some fall in the already low productivity of collective livestock, thus both milk yields and average live weight of animals delivered for meat declined after 1938. 41 It had a further consequence, fodder for private livestock became difficult to obtain, and there was a fall in their numbers. Another unpopular act was a marked increase in compulsory delivery quotas for livestock products, levied on both farms and peasant private holdings. Peasants were under pressure to sell for meat, or to their kolkhoz, animals which in many cases they could not feed. There was also an increase in compulsory delivery quotas for many crops, and the basis of the quota was altered from the area sown with that crop, or animals actually owned, to the total arable area. This was used further to screw up the delivery quotas, and the compulsory principle was extended to items hitherto not subject to it, including many vegetables and even sheep's milk cheese. Private livestock ownership fell. There was an increase in the rate of payment in kind for the work of the MTS, and a decrease in the proportion of the grain and potato crop sold at the higher over-quota prices, and this too adversely affected kolkhoz incomes. Furthermore, a decree of August 1, 1940 instructed kolkhozes, after fulfilling their delivery obligations, to set aside seed, food, and fodder reserves, and only thereafter to distribute grain to their members. Although reports on the harvest are now known to have been exaggerated, orders were issued to halt the anti-state attempts to understate the harvest yield. The press reported prison sentences for kolkhoz chairmen who understated the harvest or held up grain deliveries. 42 While total kolkhoz cash revenues rose from 14 milliard rubles in 1937 to 20.7 milliards in 1940, an increase was ordered in the allocation to the indivisible capital fund, as well as in taxation, and the average cash distribution per trud-odin workday unit rose insignificantly, from 0.85 to 0.92 rubles, certainly less than the increase in prices. Meanwhile, the rise in state procurements left much less grain in the villages, and the grain payment per trud-odin fell from the record figure of 4 kilograms in 1937 to only 1.3 kilograms in 1940. 43 It is evident that, at this period, the peasants had many grievances: less bread, fewer private animals, too little cash, a cutback in the size of their plots. One might suppose that this was no way to ensure loyalty on the eve of war. Of course, higher grain procurements did facilitate the building up of reserves. Incentive schemes were introduced in kolkhozes in 1939-40, these provided bonuses for kolkhoz peasants who carried out plans, but in any case the plans were often set unrealistically high, and the relative decline in cash and, especially, produce available for distribution acted as a counter-incentive. Yields of many crops declined: sugar beet, flax, sunflower, and potatoes all did worse than before. An exception was cotton, where prices were much more favorable. In 1938-40 yields of this crop were 34% or up on 1933-7, Anna almost reached the 1909-13 average, on a very much greater area of irrigated land. 44 grain yields were a little better but still very modest, averaging 7.7 quintals per hectare in 1938-40, against 7.5 in 1928-32 and 7.1 in 1933 to the power of 7th. Since the area sown with grain increased between 1932 and 1940 by a mere 1%, on comparable territory, the increase was quite insufficient to meet the growing needs of the state and citizens. A great deal of harm was done at this period by the imposition by the center of its own pet ideas, regardless of local advice or circumstances. One such was the so-called Trivopoli crop rotation system, which greatly increased the area under grasses, with the idea that this would increase soil fertility without using fertilizer. In some areas this was nonsense. Another harebrained scheme was the much publicized introduction of an alleged rubber-bearing plant, koksagis. Still another was the futile attempt to grow unirrigated cotton in the Ukraine. Lysenko, the pseudoscientist, was beginning to influence official decisions, with promises of instant results at low cost. Agriculture does not lend itself to bureaucratically imposed innovation, and such things led to unnecessary losses. See, Living Standards and Trade. The years 1938-41 were, no doubt unavoidably, a period in which the improvement of living standards came to a halt. Yet the index of real wages showed up well. The reason for this apparent paradox was the price policy followed at this period. Wages rose from 3,047 rubles per annum in 1937 to 4,054 rubles in 1940, or by 35%. Official prices rose by only 19% according to Malofeyev, but by 26 to 32% according to Janet Chapman. However, free market prices rose by much more than this, reflecting the increasing shortage of foodstuffs in state shops. Official and even unofficial Soviet figures are few and scattered, but one must agree with Janet Chapman that free market prices roughly doubled between 1937 and 1940, while supplies to this market fell. Some Soviet sources imply that free market prices were 75% or above official prices in 1940. After allowing for higher taxes and bond sales, Chapman arrives at a fall in real wages, between 1937 and 1940, of 10% or so. The fall was most pronounced in 1940. Goods of all kinds were much more difficult to obtain, there were more queues, there was unofficial rationing of foodstuffs, and a resumption of sales at commercial prices in special shops. Retail prices were increased in the course of the year, but supply and demand remained well out of equilibrium. Foreign trade had diminished in volume in the middle 30s, and the substantial reduction in imports of machinery made possible the emergence of a balance of payments surplus, which enabled the Soviet government to repay debts incurred during the first 5-year plan period. Trade with Germany fell to a very low level owing to the anti-Soviet attitude of the Nazi regime. In 1939 the outbreak of war cut the USSR off from most of its Western trading partners, but the Nazi-Soviet pact caused a large increase in trade with, and especially exports to, Germany during 1940, and in fact right up to June 1941. The following figures demonstrate this. D. Labor and social services. Returning to domestic affairs, it is necessary to mention very severe measures designed to strengthen labor discipline, including not only absenteeism but also unpunctuality and slackness at work. At first these followed precedent by merely imposing administrative penalties, fines, dismissals, evictions, reduction of social insurance benefits and the like, Decree of December 28, 1938. In the same month, labor books were issued to all employed persons, and these, together with the internal passport, were intended to control movement and to keep a check on discipline. It was a form of industrial conduct sheet and performance record. But this was not enough. The decrees of 1940, June 26, October 2, October 19, went very much further. Their essential features were, 1. The imposition of direction of labor on specialists of many kinds, engineers, technicians, foremen, employees, qualified workers. 2. Compulsory call-up of up to 1 million young school leavers for labor reserve schools for training. This was the consequence of the shortfall of trainees, already remarked upon. This in turn was attributed to the rapid growth in the secondary school intake. 3. The absentee from work was treated as a criminal, subject to criminal law penalties of up to 6 months forced labor at place of employment, a kind of hard labor on the job, with up to 25% or loss of wages. Sometimes this meant a compulsory shift to another job. Another such offense qualified the offender as a flitter, and so for a mandatory jail sentence, if it occurred within the period of the first sentence. 4. Anyone more than 20 minutes late for work was to be treated as an absentee. This would include returning late from lunch break or going off early. 2 such offenses, once again, meant prison as a flitter. 5. No one was to be allowed to leave his or her job without permission. This was only to be granted in special circumstances, some of which were listed, e.g. old age, call up to the army, move of husband to another town, admission to higher educational establishment, etc. If anyone disobeyed and left work he would be subject to criminal law penalties and imprisoned as a flitter. Sentences of 4 months were quite common. 6. The working day was lengthened from 7 hours to 8 hours, the working week from 5 days out of 6 to 6 days out of 7, Sunday was to be the normal day of rest, without additional pay. This draconian legislation was supposedly introduced on representation from the trade unions. Although in retrospect it seems proper to treat it as due to the imminence of war, it was not justified at the time by such reasoning. It seemed to fit a pattern of thought based on the priority of discipline, and terror. It was the duty of the citizen to work for the common good, and the state knew what the common good was. It would punish anyone who sought to substitute his personal preference for his duty to society. The 1940 decrees were not fully repealed until 1956, although it seems that they fell into disuse in the early 50s. The impact of these decrees in 1940 can be studied in the legal press. A good summary of the evidence is given by S. Swartz. 45 Some of this evidence is almost beyond belief, but skeptics have only to read the files of the organ of the Soviet Procuracy for the year 1940, from which all the instances cited below are taken. The idea of punishing workers as criminals in peacetime for offenses against labor discipline was so contrary to tradition that a campaign had to be launched against criminal inactivity, direct covering up, slowness, liberalism by the prosecution officers, procuri, many of whom were dismissed and themselves prosecuted. 46 judges were accused of rotten liberalism, reprimanded, dismissed, tried, and sentenced, for not ruthlessly implementing the decree. 47 managers were punished, sometimes very severely, for covering up, not reporting, lateness and absenteeism by their staffs, and it was made clear that such crimes were very common. Thus 60 managers were put on trial for this offense in the Ukraine within a couple of months of the promulgation of the decree. 48 doctors were denounced for being too liberal with medical certificates for alleged mailing errors. 49 mild sentences were made more severe by the higher courts on the protest of procuracy. The courts, compelled to deal with cases within 5 days, were overloaded with work. By decree of August 10, 1940, these trials were to be handled by one judge, without assessors, and with no preliminary investigation, sledstva. 50 faced with such pressures, judges and procurator began to overdo things, as was only to be expected, and managers reported for prosecution cases of absence or lateness which were quite evidently legitimate, even under this decree. Thus one woman teacher was prosecuted while she was actually in a maternity home, 51 a woman with a sick breastfed baby at home, and 5 months pregnant was sentenced to 4 months imprisonment for leaving work, and this sentence was actually confirmed by the Republican Supreme Court. Another woman with 2 young children whose baby minder left was sentenced to 2 months, 53 still another one was given 3 months imprisonment for being absent, after producing a medical certificate. Proving an attack of malaria, 54 and so on, and so forth. By the end of the year, in cases like these, the chief procurator in Moscow was intervening to set aside unjustified sentences. To explain such outrages one must remember that the Great Purge, with its excesses of terror, was fresh in everyone's mind. This legislation was only very occasionally linked with the danger of war. In the main, it was presented as logical and right in itself, justified by selected quotations from Lenin and Stalin. This was the time of the Nazi-Soviet Pact, and the citizens were being told that the danger of war had receded. These very severe measures seemed to be a bad psychological preparation for the trials to come, when popular support would prove an indispensable source of strength. Other unpopular measures were taken in 1938–40. Some social insurance benefits were cut, thus maternity leave had been reduced from 112 days to 70 days already in 1938. Full social insurance benefits, under the 1938 Discipline Decree, were paid only to those with a long period of service in the same enterprise. Finally, fees were introduced in 1940 for upper forms of secondary schools and in higher education, despite a provision of the 1936 Constitution guaranteeing free education at all levels for all citizens. The Constitution was amended, but not until several years later. This measure, clearly, was linked with the call up to labor reserve schools. The expansion of academic secondary education was having an adverse effect on recruitment to the ranks of skilled workers. Thus in the last days of peace the leadership was engaged in retrenchment, strengthening discipline, laying in stocks. During the 30s there was developed the system sometimes known as the command economy, or the Stalin planning model, based on stern centralization. We have noted its emergence, Chapter 8. It is necessary briefly to sketch in its further development, since, apart from minor changes principally of designation, the system survived for several decades. Its essential features were the following: 1. State enterprises, other than those of local interest, were placed under the orders of the appropriate People's Commissariat, Ministry, and the director of each enterprise was subject to orders from his commissariat on all matters. Parts of the economy were under republican or local authorities, but much of their output and activity too was generally allocated and regulated by the center, directly or indirectly. 2. Plans had the force of a binding order given by a hierarchical superior. These plan instructions covered such questions as the quantity and assortment of output, purchases of inputs, from whom, and in what quantities, the delivery obligations of the enterprise, prices, wages, staff establishments, costs, and much else besides, depending on the industry in question. Appropriate output plans were devised for enterprises engaged in retail or wholesale trade, value of turnover, transport, ton kilometers, and so on. Amid all these planned objectives, one was at this period supreme, the gross output indicator. In cases of conflict between various goals, this was usually the one to which priority was given. 3. Plans were devised by people's commissariats for their own enterprises, subject to the authority of the party and government, which laid down the general policy objectives and key targets. The coordinating and advisory body with a key role in the process was Gosplan, the State Planning Commission, which by the end of the decade was headed by an able young man, N. Voznesensky. It worked out the logical consequences of policies, reconciled them with proposals and representations received from below, and endeavored to achieve consistency. 4. Its chief methodological weapon was the system of material balances. For the plan period, in detail for 1 year, in lesser detail for a 5-year plan, Gosplan drew up a balance sheet in quantitative terms, thus, so much steel, or cement, or wool cloth, would be available next year, production, less exports, plus imports, plus or minus changes in stocks. Utilization estimates would then be made. If, as often happened, demand exceeded supply, utilization plans could be cut, or endeavors made to increase supply, and, in a long-term plan, investment decisions would be made to increase productive capacity. Any change in the plan required hundreds, even thousands, of changes in material balances. Thus a decision to make more tanks calls for more steel requires more iron ore and coking coal, in quantities which can be estimated from technical norms and past experience. These in turn may require more mining operations and transport, but these need more machinery, power, construction, wagons, rails, and to provide them still more steel is needed, and many other things too. 5. The overriding criterion at all levels was the plan, embodying the economic will of the party and government, and based not on considerations of profit or loss but on politically determined priorities. Therefore in production and investment decisions the role of prices was reduced to a minimum, and rate of return considerations were ignored, or confined strictly to choice of means to achieve given ends, e.g. electric as against steam traction, though even in this narrow area they were largely disregarded. Prices were out of line with costs, changed at infrequent intervals and not even conceptually related to scarcities, so the profit motive, had it been allowed, would have operated extremely irrationally. 6. It is true that under the system of Ozriskiat the enterprises had financial autonomy, were encouraged to keep down costs and to make profits. However, this was a means of ensuring economy in the use of resources, and not a way of determining what should be produced, or even how, with what materials, it should be produced, for such things were specified in the plan. Planners could and did take away any of the enterprise's assets without compensation if they so desired. 7. The breakdown of aggregate material balances and output targets into an operational plan required, in the last analysis, detailed production and delivery plans for every major item of output and input, for every enterprise. The operational plan was made for a year, and for shorter periods. The 5-year plan was not in this sense operational, since it was not an order to anyone to do anything, though investment decisions were derived from it. The most burdensome task was that of material allocation, i.e. the planned distribution of all important outputs between the enterprises which required them, i.e. X tons of sheet steel to Plant A from Plant B during the third quarter of 1936. 4 key items. The task of allocation generally belonged to a branch of Gosplan. 55 For less important items, it was the job of the disposals department of the appropriate People's Commissariat. The number of People's Commissariats in the economic field grew rapidly. At the end of 1934 all manufacturing and mining was covered by 4 commissariats, for heavy industry, light industry, timber, and food. The first named, the largest, was soon found to require further subdivision. This could be done by taking one of the chief departments, Glavki, of which the commissariat was composed, and promoting it to ministerial status, placing the task of coordination upon the shoulders of Gosplan and the Economic Council, Ekonomsovet, the economic committee of the government. Subdivision went further and further. By 1939 there were no less than 21 industrial people's commissariats, with such designations as textiles, munitions, general machine building, coal, chemicals, non-ferrous metallurgy, etc. There was further subdivision in 1940–41. As already mentioned, there was a close link between the plan and public finance. Since direct taxes were few, it could be said that the state ran itself, and paid for defense, investment, subsidies, social services, out of the proceeds of the sale of goods made by its own enterprises. These reached the budget mainly via turnover tax and the bulk of the profits of the enterprises. Investment controls operated in large part via the process of financing them. Decisions on investment priorities could be enforced by requiring specific authorizations from the government for any project costing above a relatively modest sum. The party maintained a grip on the economy at all levels. Not only did it lay down basic policy priorities, but its plenipotentiaries were repeatedly called upon to take decisions on who was to get or do what, ignoring the formal administrative structure. Appointments and dismissals of planners and senior managers were in practice made by the party's personnel departments. A senior party leader in charge of an economic sector, Kaganovich in transport, or Janikij in heavy industry, to take two examples from the first half of the decade, issued orders personally on all sorts of matters, great and small. It was said that Orjanai Kij had a direct telephone line to every factory in his bailiwick, and constantly used it arbitrarily to shift around people, resources, equipment. The party's interference in everyday operations was particularly systematic in agriculture, but was frequent anywhere. Especially after 1936, officials of the NKVD, People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, or police, exercised important supervisory functions through the economy, and they also ran a big economic empire using forced labor, until the breakup of this empire after Stalin's death. In the everyday working of the system much depended on unofficial links between people at all levels, which helped to overcome many deficiencies and gaps in the plan. Sometimes these were illegal, often they made possible the fulfillment of the plan by improvisation of many kinds. The state tried to prevent this by threats of punishment, for instance, for directors who sold off equipment they did not need. Many stories and memoirs tell of sharp practice and breach of rules, without which it was impossible to survive. Penalties beset the managers. There was a decree, of July 10, 1940, making poor quality production a criminal offense. Persistent shortages of goods inevitably led to intrigue and string pullings designed to persuade the allocation authorities that this or that project or enterprise was deserving of official priority. Of course, anything in which the Central Committee, and above all Stalin personally, took a direct interest could rely on getting all that it needed. Others had to make do with what was left. During the whole period 1928–40, a large part of Soviet growth was a consequence of the shift of labor out of agriculture to urban industry and construction sites, where, despite all the inefficiencies of the period, their productivity was very much higher. It was higher than it would have been in the village, but of course this labor was quite unaccustomed both to factory conditions and to urban living, and all this created acute sociological problems of adjustment, especially in the overcrowded conditions of the cities. By the spring of 1941, the Soviet Union was preparing for war. True, Stalin placed exaggerated hopes on the Nazi-Soviet pact, continued export deliveries to Germany until the eve of the attack, failed to warn Soviet troops of its imminence. But even he well understood that a great trial of strength would come, even if he was tragically wrong as to its date. Germany's economic power was greater than Russia's, and she had at her disposal the industries of occupied Europe. Her armies were well equipped, and the equipment had been tested in the battlefield. Despite the very greatest efforts and sacrifices in the preceding decade, the Soviet Union found itself economically as well as militarily at a disadvantage. The Soviet Union had vast mineral resources, and even vaster space into which to retreat. However, many of her resources were still undeveloped. Despite the big growth in output in the Urals, Siberia, and northern Kazakhstan, key industries were still situated in the vulnerable West. To cite a Soviet author, enterprises making high-quality steels were mainly in the south, in militarily the most vulnerable areas, while few duplicate plants were built in the east. The eastern areas were underdeveloped industrially. Ministries and departments, concerned with their own particular interests, emphasized development of industry in the central areas. Thus in the 3.5 years of the third five-year plan period, investments in the economies of the Urals, Siberia, and the Far East combined were only 23%, or in the central area 19.4%, of the total. In 1940 the investments of state and cooperative organizations, excluding kolkhozes, in the central area were 2.9 times greater than those of the Urals, 7.7 times those of West Siberia, 7.2 times those of East Siberia. There was a severe underdevelopment of energy resources in the East. In a sense these Soviet criticisms do not do justice to the achievements. It is true that there was a tendency on the part of officials in planning offices to set up new enterprises in already developed areas of the center and south, because they were under heavy pressure to achieve results with limited resources, and the easiest way to do this was to save on social overhead capital by utilizing already existing towns, railways, public utilities. However, the plans did include substantial developments in the east, of which the Urals Kuznets combined was only the most spectacular. More, no doubt, would have been done had it been possible to foresee the extent of the retreat of the Soviet armies. One could hardly base an economic plan on the assumption that there would be hostile armies on the Volga and in the North Caucasus. Much more serious was the effect of the purges on the military-industrial complex. First-rate generals, staff officers, designers, managers, were imprisoned or executed. Many of their replacements were second-rate, and decisions on technical matters were too often slow and wrong-headed. It was a tragedy that the key defense commissariat was headed by the colorful but incompetent crony of Stalin's, Voroshilov, and even more tragic that his three deputies were ignorant nonentities, Kulik, Miklas, and Shchotenko. The result was that the adoption of modern weapons was so delayed that good quality tanks and aircraft, which were a real match for the Germans, were not yet fully in mass production when the war began. This applied to the KV and T-34 tanks, to the Yak-I, MiG-3, Lag-3 fighters, the Yak-2 Stormovik fighter bomber, and the PE-2 bomber, which were all to show their high military worth as the war proceeded. In June 1941 few soldiers or airmen were as yet trained in the use of this modern equipment. The standard Russian fighter, the I-16, well known in the Spanish Civil War, was actually a good deal slower than even the Ju-88 German bomber. The Russian TB-3 bomber was so slow and poorly armed that its crews stood no chance, and much the same was true of the crews of the obsolete Russian tanks. There was a grave shortage of automatic weapons and anti-tank guns. In the circumstances, given the weakness of the leadership, other than Stalin himself, in decision-making, and frequent shortages of necessary materials and components, the defense industry commissariats and actual plant managers performed well before the war began, extraordinarily well when war was raging. But the Soviet army was seriously under-equipped for its task, in terms of quality at least, when the Germans struck. There was not sufficient urgency in the last few months of peace, because neither Stalin nor his immediate colleagues believed that action was desperately needed. The course of the war, and the causes of the initial disasters, are not in themselves our primary concern. But their consequences, as might be expected, had the most profound impact upon the economy. By the end of November 1941 the Soviets in their retreat had lost vast territories, which contains 63% of all coal production, 68% of pig iron, 58% of steel, 60% of aluminium, 41% of railway lines, 84% of sugar, 38% of grain, 60% of pigs. 4 other major centers, notably Leningrad, were effectively isolated. This was a staggering blow. Not only was there a shortage of basic materials, but indispensable supplies of components, special steels, equipment, spare parts, were suddenly cut off. The Nikopol manganese deposits were another serious loss. Big efforts were made to dismantle and remove enterprises and workers eastwards. However, apart from the fact that mineral deposits cannot be moved, the sheer speed of the German advance made evacuation impossible in many cases. Nonetheless, in the period July to November 1941, there were evacuated from the threatened regions no fewer than 1,523 industrial enterprises, of which 1,360 are described as large-scale. 5. Everything possible was done to send eastwards truckloads of fuel, equipment, grain, cattle, amid tremendous difficulties and inevitable hardship. This entire operation was conducted in the face of daunting obstacles. The task was supervised by the Committee on Evacuation, set up as early as June 24, 1941 by the Central Committee and the government. The work had to be carried on in the very greatest haste, day and night. Thus in only 19 days, from August 19 to September 5, 1941, there were removed from the Zaporozhye steelworks 16,000 wagons of vital machinery, including exceptionally valuable sheet steel rolling mill equipment. The generator of the large turbine of the Zhuvo power station was dismantled and loaded in 8 hours. Trainloads of equipment and staff were sometimes misrouted, there was some inevitable confusion, but on the whole the task was accomplished with remarkably few errors. The equipment was re-erected with speed, despite the greatest difficulties and hardships. Thus the source reports that the last train carrying the equipment arrived in a Volga town on November 26, 1941, and in 2 weeks' time, December 10, the first MiG plane was assembled. By the end of December the factory had already produced 30 MiG planes and 3 Il-2 Stormovik 6. The evacuated workers lived in overcrowded premises, and suffered from shortages of every kind. The equipment was re-erected in any available space, but it often proved necessary to build temporary factories under the most adverse conditions at the beginning of winter. The many stories told of the great evacuation reflect great credit on those concerned. 10 million persons were moved eastwards. Nothing on this scale had ever happened before. Evacuated plants were gradually re-established in the east, especially in the Urals, 667 enterprises, West Siberia, 244, Central Asia and Kazakhstan, 308. Eventually they were able to contribute to the war effort. To supply them, and to replace other sources, it was necessary greatly to expand coal mining in Siberia, the Urals, the Pekara Basin in the north, the Moscow Basin, and so on. However, this took time, and meanwhile the Soviet economy suffered terrible blows. By November 1941 over 300 armament factories were in occupied areas. 7. The Soviet troops abandoned much equipment in their retreat, output fell. In November 1941 industrial production totaled only 5.17% of the output of November 1940. Only by March 1942 did the production curve show a steady upward trend. Matters were to improve very greatly thereafter. Some of the losses in production were due, as might be expected, to the indirect consequences of enemy occupation, such as the lack of essential materials and components, but also to disruption of rail transport, acute shortage of fuel, the call-up of some of the skilled labor. In 1942 the Germans occupied the North Caucasus and the Don area, and emerged on the Volga by Stalingrad. This cost the economy the best of the remaining grain lands and the Mako oil field, and for a time the transport of Baku oil was halted. This was a further severe blow. War industry was reorganized under the authority of the State Committee of Defense, of which Stalin was chairman. This committee acted throughout the war as supreme authority on all matters, replacing, to all intents and purposes, the Council of People's Commissars, and its members or plenipotentiaries were repeatedly sent to key sectors to impose order and establish priorities. The various industrial commissariats continued to function, executing the orders of the State Committee of Defense. The most vigorous efforts were made to create or adapt productive capacity in the unoccupied regions, particularly in the Urals and West Siberia. The result was as follows: in terms of calendar years, the production figures were at their worst, of course, in the winter of 1941-2. 1940 equals 100. 1941 194 to the power of 1940. Third 1944 national income 9266 74 88 gross industrial output 98 77 90 104 of which, arms industries 140 186 224 251 fuel industries 94 53 59 75 gross agricultural output 62 38 37 54 1940 1942 pig iron, million tons, 14.94.8 steel, million tons, 18.38.1 rolling mill products, million tons, 13.15.4 coal, million tons, 165.975 to 5 oil, million tons, 31.122.0 electricity, milliard kWhs, 48.329.1. Source: Ilchin, Promyshlenost SSSR, 11, 40-63, Moscow, 1964, p. 52. The production of rolled non-ferrous metals fell by the end of 1941 almost to zero, and that of ball bearings, so vital for the production of aircraft, tanks, and artillery, diminished 21 times 8. One can imagine the gigantic problems which were faced in reconstructing the Soviet economy onto an effective war footing. Yet by redeployment and improvisation, and the imposition of ruthless priorities, even in 1942 the arms industry managed to produce 25,436 aircraft, 60% or more than in 1941, and 24,688 tanks, or 3.7 times more than in 1941. 9. Mobilization for war was extremely thorough. Control over all resources was very strictly centralized, and both materials and labor were directed to serve the war effort, to a degree unknown elsewhere. In 1940, 15% of the national income was devoted to military purposes. In 1942 the figure had risen to 55% or 10, perhaps the highest ever reached anywhere. No doubt the experience of centralized planning in the previous 10 years was a great help. In the process of tightening control over resources, the government resorted to quarterly and even monthly plans, in far greater detail than in peacetime. The practice of material balances was used successfully to allocate the materials and fuel available between alternative uses in accordance with the decisions of the all-powerful State Committee on Defense. It is worth noting that so many of its members, Molotov, Malenkov, Beria, Voroshilov, became politically discredited in later years that few Soviet histories mention names. An emergency war plan was adopted in August 1941, covering the rest of that year and 1942. There were annual economic military plans thereafter, as well as some longer-term plans, including one for the Urals region covering the years 1943-7. Needless to say, wartime planning involved many errors, some of them to a considerable extent due to the personality cult of Stalin. However, as in other warring countries, centralization was essential to mobilize resources, and the USSR, after suffering what could have been crippling losses in the first months of war, carried out centralization very effectively. 11. Recovery in the second half of 1942 was the result of desperate efforts in the midst of continuing military defeats and retreats. At the end of the year the military tide turned, but little of the great improvement which occurred in 1943 was due to the reoccupation of territory. The Germans were so thorough in their wrecking that in 1943 the gross output of industry in the Soviet Ukraine was a mere 1.2% of the total of 1940, though by the second half of that year Soviet troops had occupied Kharkov and by November had also captured Kiev. A particularly notable achievement was the expansion of production in the Urals area. By 1945 well over half the metallurgical output of the Soviet Union was produced there, as against 1/5 in 1940. Steel production in that area rose from 2.7 to 5.1 million tons in this period, coal from 12 to 257 million tons, electricity generation doubled. 12 altogether 3,500 new industrial enterprises were built during the war, and 7,500 damaged ones restored. There were some remarkable examples of improvisation. Most of the fuel used was wood, which was available locally, as coal, and the means of transporting it, were extremely scarce. Components and spare parts were made locally in any premises and by whatever means were available, since it was impossible to rely on long-distance deliveries. Whole new regional complexes came into existence. According to the official history, Soviet industry produced the following during the war: 489,900 guns, 136,800 planes, 102,500 tanks and self-propelled guns. 280 The Great Patriotic War. As well as vast quantities of ammunition of all kinds. The history points out that the following were imported from the United States and Great Britain: 9,600 guns, 18,700 planes, 10,800 tanks, some of them obsolete. 4. It is true that the USSR produced the bulk of what was used. Furthermore, to the great credit of designers and everyone responsible for manufacturing, the quality of a great deal of Soviet equipment was very good, the tanks being especially effective. True, the Red Army was somewhat backward in signaling equipment, and the Air Force was undersupplied with bombers. But it is quite beyond dispute that the vast majority of the best aircraft, tanks, and guns were of Soviet manufacture. It is therefore not only a matter of, understandable, national pride, but also of fact, that Western aid supplied comparatively few of Russia's armaments. The West contributed much more to road transport. One of the weaknesses of the pre-war Soviet economy was in the production of vehicles. In 1928 hardly any were produced, and several new factories had to be built in the 30s. However, the needs of mobile warfare could not be met by Soviet productive capacity. A large part of the growth in the number of motor vehicles in the armed forces, from 272,000 at the outbreak of war to 665,000 at the end, came from U.S. Lend-Lease. 15 rail transport, however, remained the key, and performed remarkably well in the face of truly formidable handicaps, not least of which were uncertain fuel supplies and inevitable overloading and under-maintenance. The cutting of direct communications by the Germans placed great additional burdens on the railways. Thus in the winter of 1942-3 it was necessary to transport Baku oil to central Russia via Kazakhstan and Siberia by rail, since both the Volga water route and the North Caucasus pipeline were cut. Coal also had to be transported for longer distances, until the Donets mines could be reactivated. Then the fact that arms and equipment had to be transported from distant industrial centers in the Urals and Siberia was a further source of great strain. Finally, as the Soviet armies advanced they had to restore lines and bridges wrecked by the Germans in their retreat. Lend-Lease and other imports provided a significant number of machine tools, 44,600, locomotives, 1,860, non-ferrous metals, 517,500 tons, cable and wire, 172,100 tons. These deliveries certainly helped to overcome some bottlenecks in industry, transport, and communications. 16 The sternest priorities were imposed, and the slogan "Everything for the front" was never more meaningful. With even key sectors of heavy industry handicapped by shortage of fuel, skilled labor, and materials, it was natural that consumers' goods industries should be extremely hard hit, and the fact that the Germans occupied the principal food-producing areas caused a very sharp fall in the output of agriculture. In 1942 and 1943 it was under 38% of the level 6F 1940, and the output of the food industry fell steeply, as did supplies of agricultural raw materials. It was hard enough to feed and clothe the army. Civilians had an exceedingly tough time. In 1942 textile production fell to a third of the 1940 level, meat and dairy produce to half, sugar to a mere 5%. Agriculture. As already shown, losses were exceedingly severe. The principal source of vegetable oil, sunflower seed, was in occupied regions, and the potato crop diminished to a third of pre-war levels. The peasants who formerly grew industrial crops had to switch to food growing in order to survive, and the cotton crop in Central Asia fell rapidly to 38% of its 1940 level. Grain harvests were adversely affected by loss of the most fertile lands, by shortages of every kind of labor, of haulage power, tractors and horses alike were mobilized, of fertilizer, of fuel, of spares and equipment of every kind. The following statistics require no comment. Of course, these figures reflect the loss and reoccupation of territory. They exclude the areas under enemy occupation. In the circumstances, the reduced labor force in the villages performed its task very creditably. Since, as will be shown, the black market or free market prices of produce were exceedingly high, the temptation to pilfer, or work on one's own account, was very great. There was an increase in 1942 in the compulsory minimum of trudodni to be worked for the collective, from 90 to 100 to 120 trudodni per annum in most areas, 50 trudodni for juveniles between 12 and 16. However, the average worked was well in excess of this, with every family having sons and husbands in the army. The sense of civic duty had its effect. A decree of April 13, 1942 mobilized non-agricultural labor to help bring in the harvest. Here again, an immense job of reconstruction had to be undertaken in reoccupied areas in and after 1943. Livestock numbers fell rapidly at first. Particularly severe were the losses in horses and pigs. The situation was as follows. There is a first-rate and well-documented account of the position of the peasantry during the war by the Soviet historian U. Byarutunyan. With men mobilized and few tractors and insufficient horses, the burden and the hardships were borne in the main by women. There were, perhaps inevitably, errors of planning, as when orders were issued to increase sown area even when the means to harvest it were lacking. Excessive procurement quotas were sometimes enforced by harsh measures. Individuals, who had no grain were compelled to sell their house, their belongings, their livestock, while party and farm officials who failed to meet delivery quotas were dismissed and tried as saboteurs. 18 pay per trudodin, workday unit, fell, in both cash and kind, to extremely low levels. The money meant little, as there was hardly anything to buy. The peasant received from the kolkhoz less than 200 grams a day of grain and about 100 grams of potatoes, per mouth to feed. These averages include tractor and combine operators, who received much more than the rank and file. In 1945 the tractorists received 2.8 kilograms of grain on average, while kolkhoz members got 0.6 kilograms. 1. No uravnilovka, egalitarianism, even in the war years. Private plots were essential for physical survival. The leadership decided, in November 1941, as an emergency measure, to reintroduce political departments, politotally, in state farms and MTS-20. The administration of agriculture in occupied Russia is a major question of its own, and cannot be gone into here. Sufficient to say that many peasants hoped that the German occupation would lead to the abolition of kolkhozes and the return of private peasant cultivation. They were disappointed. Despite the advice of German experts, the occupation authorities preferred to utilize the kolkhoz system to organize compulsory procurements of produce for the Germans. This, and the revulsion of feeling due to the brutalities of the occupying troops, led some peasants who at first met the Germans with indifference, or even welcomed them, to take to the forests and join the partisans. It was only well after the Stalingrad disaster that the Germans decided to bid for support by promising to abolish kolkhozes. It was too late. 21. The disciplinary measures of 1940 were further reinforced. Workers in industries connected with the war effort were mobilized and then placed under military discipline. So were transport workers. Holidays were suspended. By decree of June 26, 1941 there was monetary compensation for holidays lost, but on April 9, 1942 this payment was cancelled. Overtime was compulsory. No one was allowed to leave his job of his own volition. Anyone not actually engaged in social work was liable to mobilization. In 1943 alone labor mobilization provided 7,609,000 persons, 1,320,000 for industry and construction, 3,380,000 for agriculture and 1,295,000 for timber. 22 pensioners, juveniles, and other normally inactive persons volunteered or were drafted. By a decree of July 28, 1941 pensioners were allowed to retain their entire pension in addition to their wage. As in other warring countries, large numbers of women took over industrial tasks normally performed by men. Retraining was undertaken on an immense scale, usually on the job. While compulsion was used, and breaches of discipline were severely punished, the achievements of those engaged in the war economy must receive the highest possible praise. They worked under extremely unfavorable material conditions. Food was short, housing may have consisted of a corner of a room or a bunk bed in an overcrowded hostel. Thus the average housing per worker in the coal industry fell to 1.3 square meters per head, or 13 square feet. 23 clothing was often unobtainable, and footwear was irreplaceable if it wore out. The army naturally took priority. In 1943, as against 1940, there was available for sale, 14% of the quantity of cloth, 10% of clothing, 16% of knitwear, 7% of footwear. 24 heating in winter was sometimes adequate, sometimes not. There were long queues, and the rations were sometimes unavailable. The word hardship hardly conveys how people lived in these terrible years. But this, of course, was quite different from the bad years of the early 30s, which were the result of domestic policies. The sacrifices were born to save Russia from a deadly enemy. There was a very substantial expansion in small-scale market gardening on allotments on the outskirts of towns, and factory canteens provided inexpensive meals. This was essential, since, as we shall see, any food in excess of the modest ration was extremely expensive. Wages were kept in check fairly effectively, and in some sectors of the economy, administration, medical and health services, etc., there seems to have been very little increase. Wages did rise in industry. Monthly average pay of workers in all union industry rose from 375 rubles in 1940 to 573 rubles in 1944, i.e. by 53 per cent. The pay of engineer technical staffs in Alenian industry rose from 768 rubles a month in 1940 to 1,209 rubles in I-944-2s, but there could have been little increase in pay per hour. Key industries fared best. Statistics of average pay for all categories of workers and employees which have recently been published, which are not strictly comparable with earlier data, give a figure of 434 rubles per month, 5,208 a year for I-945-26. Productivity was adversely affected by call-up of skilled labor, and all the other troubles of wartime, particularly in such branches as mining and textiles. But productivity in the arms industry rose rapidly as mass production methods were applied to the new types of weapons and to ammunition. For example, A T-34 tank required 8,000 man-hours to produce in 1941, but only 3,700 in 1943-27. Ration cards were introduced in Moscow and Leningrad in July 1941. In subsequent months all towns were rationed for food as well as for manufactured goods. Some rural residents, over 25 million in 1944, received a bread ration. Supply of the few manufactured goods to peasants was linked with the fulfillment or overfulfillment of delivery quotas. The ORSY, Departments of Workers' Supply, CP 255, were very greatly expanded, as were their market gardening activities. As in the hard days of the early 30s, the significance of catering establishments increased greatly, especially in factories and other institutions. Rationing was differentiated by categories, with privileges for those engaged in important sectors and on heavy work. Bonuses sometimes took the form of an extra meal in the factory canteen. A significant contribution from America was tinned meat, sales of which in 1945 were 46 times above the levels of 1940, due partly to increased imports. 28 The actual rations in December 1943 in Moscow were as follows, according to U.S. official sources quoted by S. Swartz, in his valuable study to which several references have already been made. All figures are in grams. Vodka prices were increased fivefold soon after the war began. There were only minor increases in prices of basic foodstuffs, amounting by the end of 1942 to 11.6%. Prices of manufactured goods in state shops, when obtainable, rose by 26.4%. While not negligible, the rise in prices was kept relatively small, vodka apart. Nonetheless, due to the heavy increase of vodka prices, the retail price index for official trade rose in 1942 to 156 per center of June 1941. 29 commercial stores, selling rationed goods at very high prices, were opened in 1944. By 1945 the overall official price index was 220, 1940 equals 100, by then the commercial prices were somewhat lower than in 1944, though many times above the rationed price. Examples will be cited in Chapter N. Since the volume of goods available declined, so did the turnover of state and cooperative trade, including catering, as the following figures show. Numbers employed declined too, owing to military call-up and enemy occupation. Thus in 1942 the numbers were 59 per center of 1940, rising again to 87 per center in 1945. 30 It is evident that total incomes grew much more rapidly than the volume of goods available in shops. The extra purchasing power forced up prices in the limited free market. Prices there show the acute shortages and hardship of the period. The all-union average figures were as follows, and it should be noted that free market prices in both 1940 and 1941 were perhaps 75 to 100% above official prices. But these indices conceal immense regional and seasonal variations, rendered inevitable by the extreme shortage of transport. Even in peacetime the variations were, and are, substantial in the free market. But in wartime they became exceptionally large. The following prices, in rubles, were registered on July 15, 1943. The very highest of the prices quoted for milk and potatoes, in Leningrad, were perhaps exceptional, in that the city was still partially blocked by the enemy, though no longer suffering the appalling conditions of the winter of 1941-2, when over 630,000 civilians starved or froze to death. But in Central Russia the index for all products in 1943 was 2,120, 1941 equals 100, while in Kazakhstan, Central Asia, and Transcaucasia it was between 1,205 and 1,322. The average price in the free market in Central Russia of a kilogram of rye flour in that year could hardly have been lower than 150 rubles, at a time when most citizens earned less than this in a week. This is a measure of the degree of suppressed inflation, of the shortage of goods in general, and of the relatively restricted size of the free market. Those peasants who were able to sell at these high prices became rich. Many held on to their gains, waiting for the day when there would be something to buy with their rubles. In Chapter 11 it will be shown how they were prevented from utilizing their gains. As territories were reoccupied and agriculture and transport gradually restored, conditions became somewhat easier. Reflecting this, free market prices began to fall, after reaching a, seasonally influenced, peak in April 1943, when they were 1,602, 1940 equals 100, for the country as a whole. In October 1943, after the harvest, they fell to 1,077, which was, however, higher than the figure for October 1942. But in April 1944 prices rose only to 1,488, and there was a rapid fall to 758 in October 1944. In April 1945 the index fell to 737. 31 Evidently life was becoming bearable. The share of the free market in total turnover rose greatly, 46% of the total value of all purchases in 1945 were in this market. 32 Malofeyev's calculations led him to the conclusion that real wages in 1945 were roughly 40% of their 1940 level, 33 after allowing for the low ration prices, high state commercial off-ration prices and the free market. It is clear that, given the acute shortages, any such figures are necessarily extremely rough. Costs of production in industry rose, particularly in labor-intensive industries, in which the impact of increased wages was combined with that of greater inefficiency, due to untrained labor, supply breakdowns, and other difficulties. This contrasted with the large increase in productivity, and therefore reduced costs, in the armaments industries, which enabled substantial cuts to be made in prices of tanks, guns, and aircraft. Prices of basic materials and fuels were unchanged, despite the fact that it was necessary to subsidize them out of the budget. Freight charges were also unaltered and also called for subsidies. Agricultural procurement prices were unchanged throughout the war. It can be seen that there was a deficit in the first 3 years, which contributed to inflationary pressure. Revenues were adversely affected by the fall in turnover tax yield, owing to the drastic fall in consumers' goods output. It produced only 66 milliard rubles in 1942 against 104 milliard in 1940. 34 There was little chance to recoup this by price increases, since, with the important exception of vodka, the increases were small, until the introduction of commercial shops in 1944, which contributed to an increase in revenues of 15 milliards. Altogether 70% of all revenues during the war were raised from the national economy, in the form of turnover taxes and profits in the main. There were also large increases in personal taxation and in bond sales, and the share of these in the budget was far higher than in peacetime. Thus a decree of July 3, 1941 added amounts ranging from 50% to 200% to existing income taxes and agricultural tax, with some exceptions for families of serving soldiers. This was replaced on December 29, 1941 by a special war tax. Kolkhoz members paid a tax which varied from 150 to 600 rubles a year per member of household, and increased taxes on a sliding scale were imposed on workers and employees. Revised rates were introduced on April 30, 1943. On November 21, 1941, bachelors and childless persons were subjected to a special tax. Local taxes, on buildings, land, carts, livestock, markets, were introduced or consolidated on April 10, 1942. However, many of these local taxes were paid by institutions, e.g. buildings tax by trade enterprises. The following table shows the pattern of revenue and the growth of taxes and bond sales during the war. Several issues of war loans were floated. Thus on April 13, 1942 a 10 milliard ruble local issue was quickly oversubscribed. A 12 milliard ruble issue in June 1943 in fact produced 20.3 milliards, In May 1944, bonds worth 28.1 millards were sold in 6 days. 35 Presumably there was a mixture here of enthusiasm, persuasion, and semi-compulsion. Agricultural taxes were also raised. Peasants were assessed in 1939 on a sliding scale related to estimated incomes based on the possession of a cow or other animals, and for every 1/100 hectare sown to a particular crop. Thus, for instance, a cow was deemed to be worth an income of 3,500 rubles in 1943. 36 We will have occasion to examine this species of tax more closely in Chapter 11. There were lotteries, collections of valuables, mobilization of cash reserves belonging to state enterprises. Also the printing press was used, and the total currency circulation increased by 3 to 8. 37 Social services were rapidly restored. Large sums had to be paid out to invalids and orphans, and in 1944, no doubt influenced by the vast losses of manpower, generous allowances and medals were introduced for mothers of many children. Those with 10 children became known as mother heroines. After decades of silence, it is now possible to cite fairly reliable estimates of human losses, which vastly exceeded those of World War I. Close to 8 million were killed, over 5 million captured by the enemy, many of whom died in prisoner of war camps. Altogether, the evidence points to demographic losses of about 27 million people, 38 that is to say the population at the end of 1945 was 27 million lower, on comparable territory, than it was in June 1941, but this includes civilian losses, 1 million in the siege of Leningrad alone, and over 1 million Jews slaughtered by the Germans, and also emigration and the demographic consequences of a very low wartime birth rate. There was a great disparity between the number of men and women in the age group affected by military service, which had profound effects on life and work in the post-war decades. There are statistics of material damage. Of the 11.6 million horses in occupied territory, 7 million were killed or taken away, as were 20 out of 23 million pigs. 137,000 tractors, 49,000 grain combines and large numbers of cows' heads and other farm buildings were destroyed. Transport was hit by the destruction of 65,000 kilometers of railway track, loss of or damage to 15,800 locomotives, 428,000 goods wagons, 4,280 river boats, and half of all the railway bridges in occupied territory. Almost 50% of all urban living space in this territory, 1.2 million houses, was destroyed, as well as 3.5 million houses in rural areas. 39 Many towns lay in ruins. Thousands of villages were smashed. People lived in holes in the ground. A great many factories, dams, bridges, which had been put up with so much sacrifice in the first 5-year plan period, now had to be rebuilt. A daunting task awaited the survivors, once the victory celebrations were over. Indeed, the work of reconstruction was begun long before, though at first with few resources and fewer men. The following is an example of wartime reconstruction, and of the means adopted to achieve it. On the decision of the Leningrad City Soviet and the Gorkom Party Bureau, it was stated that the entire able-bodied population of Leningrad, Kolpino, Petrodvorets, Pushkino, and Kronstadt was to work on reconstruction, with the following work periods: for workers and employees with an 8-hour working day and those employed by military units, 30 hours a month, for workers and employees with a longer working day, and for students and school children, 10 hours a month, for citizens not working, 60 hours a month. Workers and employees are to work outside their usual working hours. 40. No doubt many other local authorities took similar measures. Probably a great many citizens volunteered. Certainly this had been so when the survivors of Leningrad's dreadful winter of 1941-2 set about cleaning up their city in the spring. But there was also labor conscription and compulsory unpaid work. In many cases, a remarkable job was done, and quickly. Priority was given to the reactivation of key industrial plant and mines, and press reports in 1944 are full of references to the restarting of production, especially in the industrial areas of the Ukraine. On May 9, 1945, fighting with Germany was over, and the red flag had been flying over the Reichstag in Berlin for a week. It is impossible to overstate the effect of this dearly bought victory on the morale and consciousness of the Russian people. Stalin was now the great war leader, who had led them to victory. Were his policies therefore proved right by history? Some would argue so. A colleague once said, the result of the Battle of Stalingrad showed that Stalin's basic line had been correct. An unsympathetic critic retorted, perhaps, if a different policy had been followed, the Germans would not have got as far as Stalingrad. There can be no way of judging between these two views. We know only that, in the end, Stalin's system stood up to the test of battle, though after heavy losses for which many Soviet pities blame Stalin, for his error in June 1941, for slaughtering so many experienced officers on the eve of the war, and for ordering attacks regardless of human cost. The assault on Berlin, when the war was clearly won, is said to have cost 100,000 casualties. 41. This chapter deals with the last years of Stalin's life. It is an oddly shapeless period. On the purely practical side, it was of course dominated by reconstruction and rebuilding, with the priorities affected increasingly by the impact of the Cold War and the resultant arms race. However, economic policy, organization, ideas, rapidly became frozen into their pre-war mold. Stalin spoke seldom, party congresses were not called, even Centrat committee meetings were rare, and virtually unreported occasions. An oppressive censorship made public discussion of serious matters impossible. Numerous, usually unexplained, reorganizations of the ministerial structure made little difference to the actual functioning of the system. Central control was maintained, so was the policy of imposing disproportionate burdens on the peasants, but the issues involved in such policies were submerged beneath evasive formulae or self-congratulatory clichés. At no time, before or since, were Soviet publications more empty of real matter. This somewhat dreary intellectual scene contrasted with some remarkable achievements in rebuilding and re-equipping the economy. The Soviet state emerged in triumph from the trials and tribulations of war. The economy, though it had recovered from the low point of 1942, was seriously damaged by the war, and the people were exhausted. The task of reconversion and reconstruction lay ahead. The western half of European Russia and virtually all the Ukraine and Belorussia were wrecked. 25 million people were homeless, 1,710 towns and 70,000 villages were classed as destroyed. Communications were disrupted. Plowing had to be undertaken with cows or any other haulage power that could be found or improvised. Millions of soldiers returned to the task of rebuilding their homes with their own hands. Millions, of course, never came back at all, and great numbers of widows and orphans, especially in villages, had to rebuild their lives as best they could alone. Many peasant soldiers had acquired new skills in the armed forces and went to work in industry. Shortage of men in the villages was a major social and economic problem. The State Committee of Defense remained in full command as the all-powerful war cabinet, until it was abolished, and the regular governmental organs restored, on September 4, 1945. It issued orders for the rapid reconversion of war factories to civilian production, enterprises, and the appropriate people's commissariats were instructed to submit proposals as to what goods they should be producing. On August 19, 1945, while the Soviet Army was completing its advance in Manchuria against the Japanese in that brief campaign, Gosplan was instructed to draft a 5-year plan covering the period 1946 to 50. Its guiding light, to exceed pre-war output by 1950. Various wartime measures were being relaxed. Thus on June 30, 1945 the granting of vacations was resumed, on December 31 the special war taxes were abandoned. Reconstruction was hit by the precipitate cessation of Lend-Lease in August 1945. Not only was there much to repair, but the Soviet, like the British, balance of payments was in acute disarray as a result of the war. The importance of aid in 1945 can be measured by citing the foreign trade figures of that year, CP 296. For most of 1945, therefore, American deliveries were still very significant. There was also aid for devastated regions under the auspices of UNRWA, and a senior American aid official, Marshall McDuffie, has left us a vivid account of conditions in the Ukraine, where he had frequent dealings with the party's first secretary there, N.S. Khrushchev. 2. Immediate action was taken to insist on reparations from ex-enemy countries, whether or not these now had pro-Soviet or even communist-led governments. Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and especially Germany, were made to deliver all kinds of equipment and materials. Such German factories as the Zeiss works in Jena were dismantled and taken away to Russia, and some of the workers too, to train Russians in their highly specialized trades. Rails were taken up and used to rebuild Russian railways. At first these claims for reparations were recognized as applying to all of Germany, and some factories in the Ruhr, and other areas occupied by American and British forces, were dismantled also. However, with the growing tension of the Cold War, direct reparations in Germany were largely concentrated, after 1945, in areas under Russian military control. Even in Manchuria, the incoming Chinese found that many factories had been taken away. There have been controversies about the extent of reparation deliveries to the Soviet Union. Some Western analysts name huge sums, and claim that the success of Soviet reconstruction at this period owes much to this cause. There is no Soviet official total figure, and there seems little point in entering into arguments about just how much they did receive, especially as some of the gains took the form of half shares in joint companies, the value of which, until the practice of such joint companies was abandoned 10 years later, is difficult to compute. Similarly, we can only note, but cannot measure, the gain to the USSR from trade treaties which worked out to the Soviet advantage to an unreasonable extent. But allowing for all this, surely the evidence is overwhelming that the achievement of reconstruction was due above all to the efforts of the Soviet people, though no one would deny that reparations deliveries helped. More will be said in the next chapter about trade relations with other countries. On February 9, 1946, Stalin made his well-known election speech in Moscow. He extolled the achievements of the Soviet Union during the trials of war, cited many figures on the achievement of the armaments industry. He then looked forward to a long-term perspective in which industrial output would eventually be treble that of pre-war. He spoke of achieving, in the course of about 3 5-year periods, an annual production of 60 million tons of steel, 500 million tons of coal, 60 million tons of oil. 3 If these could be regarded as targets for the year 1960, then his prognostications were on the modest side, but at the time they seemed over-optimistic. The immediate tasks were very largely reconstruction and reconversion. In 1945 the output of industries in the areas at one time occupied by the enemy, and this included most of the developed European territories of the Union, was only 30% of pre-war. Stalin laid great stress, as he already had before the war, on the sinews of national power, to quote a Soviet textbook on the period, since the possibilities of financing and supplying capital construction at this period were limited, the major part of resources were concentrated on the most important sectors of the national economy, on the restoration and development of heavy industry and rail transport. 87.9% of industrial investments in 1945-50 were directed to the producers' goods sectors, only 12.1% to the light and food industries. Though much was, of course, done to rebuild the wrecked cities, on the whole factories took priority over dwelling houses, and there was also a priority scheme in rebuilding, some historic cities and provincial capitals being given first attention. Thus when I was in the Ukraine in 1956, Kiev had been wholly, Poltava almost wholly, rebuilt. But Kremenkug, a sizable town on the Dnieper, was still mostly a heap of ruins. Doubtless the builders got around to Kremenkog in 1957. These remarks are not in the least intended to decry the efforts made to make life bearable after so much suffering and destruction. The fourth five-year plan provided for the following. Yet again it is necessary to draw attention to the inflated nature of the total output indices for national income and gross industrial production. The inflation is particularly great in the period 1946-50 because of the continued use of a completely obsolete set of price relationships, supposedly still based on 1926-7 prices, which greatly overweight the rapidly growing machinery and engineering sector. There were other reasons. This was the apogee of the Stalin despotism and of statistical suppression. Very few of the figures cited in this book for this period were published until well after Stalin's death. One cannot imagine any Soviet statistician daring to challenge index numbers as being too high. By contrast, the physical output figures were actually used in planning and, with one conspicuous exception, have been regarded as reliable by virtually all scholars. The exception, of course, is grain, and a glance at the above table will show how very great was the disparity. It is very much to the credit of the late Drive N. Jasny that, working alone in America, he not only correctly estimated the extent to which the 1937 crop was exaggerated, but also deduced the fact that the post-war harvest figures were even more exaggerated, though even he understated the extent of the inflation. But while one has to take with a pinch of salt certain of the indices, a glance at the reliable output data shows that very rapid progress was made. The first full peacetime year, 1946, proved a very difficult one. There was a severe drought, which, as will be shown, hindered recovery in a number of respects. The process of reconstruction encountered many problems. Productivity was adversely influenced by a general feeling of relaxation after the stern discipline and privation of wartime. It was affected too by the need to retrain the labor force, which had become accustomed to producing tanks and guns, to produce other goods. Many workers were on the move, back to their old homes, once the wartime conscription of labor was relaxed. Demobilized soldiers, 3 million or so returned to civilian employment in the first year of the Plan 5, required time to settle down and learn their new occupations. Some aged persons and others who had been mobilized or volunteered for wartime work left their employment. Conditions of work were often still very hard, and the organizational problems of reconversion taxed the ingenuity of the planners and managers. In the circumstances, it is hardly surprising that the industrial output plan for 1946 was not fulfilled. Civilian output rose by 20%, steel by 9%, coal and electricity by 10%. Mineral fertilizer by no less than 50%. However, this did not outweigh the fall in armaments production, so total industrial output fell, according to the official data, by almost 17% compared with 1945. After 1946, industrial output increased by very high percentages. This was the consequence of successful reconversion, retraining, the bringing into operation of damaged mines and factories, and very considerable new investments. Many metallurgical plants and heavy engineering works in particular were modernized in the course of their reconstruction. The investment plan for 1946-50 was reported to have been surpassed by 22%, or 7 investments were directed above all to the formerly occupied regions, and the tempos of reactivation of damaged mines and plant were most impressive. Thus, despite the flooding and wrecking of mines by the Germans, the Donets Basin managed by 1950 to exceed its 1940 output, as the following figures show. 1940 94.3 million tons, 945 384 million tons, 1950 94.6 million tons. The Ukraine's metallurgical output also reached, or approached, its 1940 level by 1950. Since the capacity of the Urals and Siberia, expanded in wartime by new construction and the moving of plant from the west, continued to grow, the net result was that the 5-year plan was overfulfilled in these sectors and the 1940 level far surpassed. The Great Dnieper Dam was rebuilt and began to generate electricity as early as March 1947. In the Ukraine, electricity generation in 1950 also exceeded that of 1940. All this required very hard work, under adverse circumstances. The revival of consumers' goods industries from the exceedingly low levels of 1945 was rapid in all parts of the USSR. By 1948 the wool industry surpassed its 1940 levels, cotton fabrics and sugar achieved this in 1950, and footwear in 1951. Nonetheless, the textiles and footwear plan was not fulfilled, as the table on page 298 shows. In 1950 planners had every ground for satisfaction. Errors and difficulties there were in plenty, but achievements could be said to be great. The USSR could face the arms race, which in 1950 was again beginning, with a stronger industrial structure than before the war. The end of the war saw the liquidation of some of the people's commissariats which had been responsible for armaments industries, e.g. for tank production, and the creation of new ones for civilian output, for transport equipment, agricultural machinery, construction and road building machinery, etc. There was again a great wave, in 1946 especially, of creating new people's commissariats by subdivision. On March 15, 1946 the designation ministry was substituted for People's Commissariat, but this had no significance beyond restoring a word formerly regarded as bourgeois. For a while subdivision continued. Some major economic ministries were divided geographically. There was one for the coal industry of the western regions of the USSR and another for the coal industry of the eastern regions of the USSR. The ministries for the oil industry and for fisheries were also divided into two on geographical principles. The Ministry of Light Industry, on the other hand, was divided into light industry and textile industry. There were also created at this time a number of separate ministries for construction, to administer the growing number of specialized and permanent building enterprises. In 1946-7 the number of industrial and construction ministries alone reached 33, against 21 in 1939. The number of other economic ministries increased markedly in these years. The Ministry of Agriculture, for instance, was divided, the Department of Labor Reserves was turned into a ministry and so forth. To some extent, as already indicated, it was a matter of changing labels, of promoting to ministerial status former deputy ministers in charge of Glavki, the Glavk becoming a ministry. The process of increasing the number of ministries, which had already begun before the war, was associated with the appointment of party leaders of Politburo status as overlords, in charge of a sector within which there was a group of ministries. No longer, as in the days of Ordzhonikidze when he was Commissar of Heavy Industry, was the party leader directly, and colorfully, in charge of operations. Now the ministers were in reality non-political specialist heads of nationalized industries, with a party leader supervising them from the Kremlin. No doubt this change was due in part to the growing complexity and size of the economy, as well as to the fact that the days of troubleshooting commissars, in industry at least, were largely over. Arbitrary intervention, especially at Stalin's whim, was common enough, but it seemed sensible to leave day-to-day administration to the specialist ministers. The Union republics never had so few powers over their own economies as at this period. Indeed, if oil in the southeast was administered by a separate ministry in Moscow, what function was left to the Azerbaijan authorities in Baku? However, the process of subdivision evidently went too far, and in 1947-8 there were many reunifications of ministries, though sometimes with altered names and responsibilities. Thus on December 28, 1948 the two coal ministries became one, the two oil ministries plus the oil supplies department were united in one Ministry of Oil Industry, and so forth. Many ministers now became deputy ministers. Changes occurred also in the other direction, thus the Ministry of Metallurgy was divided, in December 1950, into two departments, to deal with ferrous and non-ferrous metals. The fourth plan and its implementation was undertaken under the authority of Voznesensky, whose tenure of office as chief of the planners was linked with membership of the Politburo. But odd and still unexplained developments affected both Gosplan and Voznesensky. In December 1947 Gosplan was renamed. Instead of being the State Planning Commission, it became a committee and limited to planning. Its supply functions were transferred to a separate organization, Goshnab, State Supplies Committee, and its responsibilities on technical progress to Gostechnika, State Committee on the Introduction of New Techniques into the National Economy of the USSR. 9 Then on August 10, 1948, the Central Statistical Office was taken out of Gosplan and put under the Council of Ministers. Voznesensky himself was dismissed in March 1949, and later shot. He was replaced by one of his deputies, Saburov. It is possible that there was a dispute involving him over economic policy or prices. We shall see that major price changes announced in 1948 were partially reversed in 1950. But it seems just as likely that the shooting was connected with an intrigue against some Leningrad-based party officials, and had nothing to do with economic affairs. And indeed recent evidence about the Leningrad affair, in putting the blame for the intrigue on Beria and Malenkov, made the chief victim out to be not Voznesensky but A. Kuznetsov, who had been Zdanov's successor as party secretary in Leningrad. Hundreds of officials with Leningrad connections were shot, and this included Voznesensky. The situation of enterprises vis-a-vis the ever-changing designations of planning offices and ministries did not undergo any significant change in these years. 1946 was a very difficult year for agriculture. Shortage of manpower, tractors, horses, fuel, seeds, transport, and, in areas affected by war, of houses, initially delayed recovery. In 1946 the total area of land sown was only 76% of that of 1940, 75% in 1945. As if all this was not enough, a severe drought hit many areas. According to recently published statistics, the grain harvest of 1945 was 47.3 million tons. In 1946 it was only 39.6 million. Many went very short of food. Khrushchev later claimed that Stalin ordered grain to be exported when people were starving. Serious depletion of reserves of food caused delay in abolishing rationing. During the war, supervision over the operation of kolkhozes had been somewhat relaxed. Members were allowed in some cases to sow crops on collective land, and kolkhoz autonomy increased. Party and government officials were otherwise engaged, and it was obvious that kolkhozes had to be allowed to judge for themselves what was possible amid universal shortage of everything. The governmental and party agencies therefore confined their efforts to procurements, and winked at breaches of rules in other respects. It was in fact widely rumored that peasant soldiers were told that the kolkhoz system would be relaxed or even abolished as a reward for victory. Alas, Stalin took an early opportunity to reassert control. On September 19, 1946 there was adopted the decree on measures to liquidate breaches of the kolkhoz statute. All lands acquired by private persons or institutions had to be returned to the kolkhoz. Violations of internal democracy within a kolkhoz were not to be tolerated. They were, of course. Further decrees reasserted the primary duty of compulsory deliveries to the state, and the power of the procurement organs. To enforce central control over agriculture there then took place a truly extraordinary administrative mishmash. Following the decree of 1946, a Council of Kolkhoz Affairs was set up to prevent breaches of the kolkhoz statute, and to exercise general supervision over kolkhozes and MTS. Andreev, a member of the Politburo, was its chairman, and at this period he was agricultural overlord for the party. Earlier in 1946 the Ministry of Agriculture had been divided into three parts, for food crops, zemlyadelие, industrial crops, and livestock. It may be said that this was a mere extension into the Ministry of Agriculture of the disease of subdivision, rampant at the time and already noted in industry. But there is a clear difference. In industry any enterprise was subject to only one ministry at any one time, whereas virtually all kolkhozes had some livestock, some industrial crop, sugar beet, cotton, flax, sunflower, etc., and a food crop, and so were under different ministries in respect of each, as well as obeying the Council for Kolkhoz Affairs, not to speak of the procurement agencies and the local party committee. This bureaucratic tangle was ended in February 1947 with the recreation of a single Ministry of Agriculture in order to eliminate organizational imperfections and parallelism. 12. The Council for Kolkhoz Affairs withered away. However, central interference was not reduced, but rather strengthened. The February 1947 plenum of the Central Committee decided that the much-needed expansion of agricultural output was to be very carefully regulated, and every kolkhoz was to have sowing plans laid down not only for categories of crops, such as grain, but even for each kind of grain. The same plenum reasserted the duty of enforcing the kolkhoz statute and the absolute priority of state procurements. Procurement quotas could now be varied within each region in the light of circumstances, a provision which in effect legalized local arbitrariness in making delivery demands on kolkhozes. The supervisory role of the MTS was to be strengthened by the appointing of a deputy director, political to each MTS. At this period the Trivopoli, grass rotation, system was thought to be a panacea, and farms were instructed to employ crop rotation schemes incorporating grasses, regardless of local conditions, resuming the policies interrupted by the war. Stalin was convinced by some advisor in 1946-7 that spring wheat was superior to winter wheat, and Khrushchev later on told how he resisted by various expedients orders to expand spring wheat sowings in the Ukraine, where winter-sown wheat gives a much higher yield. Then in 1948 Lysenko triumphed over all critics, with the help of the party machine, and his ideas were pressed upon the farms, while real geneticists were dismissed. Lysenko was one of a species of pseudo-scientific charlatan, whose ideas had for many years a great appeal to party officials, seeking a cheap way out of agricultural difficulties. The financial condition of kolkhozes was deplorable, the amount available to pay members was exceedingly low. Yet not only did the government not increase agricultural procurement prices, but it put additional burdens on the kolkhozes. Instead of being able to obtain seeds from the Ministry of Procurements, they had to maintain their own seed reserves. Decree of July 28, 1947, repeated on June 29, 1950, taxes on kolkhozes were increased, August 11, 1948, and they had to set aside a greater amount for capital investment, February 16, 1952. Since taxes on private plots were also increased, see below, it is as if Stalin was determined to make the peasants pay for the necessary post-war reconstruction. A useful concession * beneficial to kolkhoz finance, was that retail cooperatives were allowed to sell at or near free market prices and to set up stalls in towns for the purpose. 13. They bought produce from kolkhozes at higher prices. However, this was stopped in 1948 and resumed under Khrushchev. The burdens on kolkhozes were increased in October 1948 by the adoption of a great Stalin plan for the transformation of nature, which laid upon the farms in the steppe areas the duty of planting vast forest shelter belts, at their own expense, of course, as well as providing for canals and irrigation. It later became clear that the efforts were wasted, the trees refused to obey Stalin and did not grow, very few canals were built. Then in April 1949 there was adopted a decree on a 3-year plan for livestock, demanding a great expansion of livestock holdings and a 50% increase in the output of milk, dairy produce, eggs, etc. Procurement quotas were correspondingly raised. Yet prices remained so low that this further impoverished the kolkhozes and their peasants. The plan was, of course, not fulfilled. But procurements were considerably increased. Top priority was given to industry, and the villages were left without building materials or electric power. It must have been a source of wry, but secret, humor to observe the innumerable portraits in oils of Stalin gazing upon electric tractors, In fact, there were no electric tractors, at a time when it was forbidden for kolkhozes to obtain electricity from the state's power stations. The one bright spot was the rapid recovery of tractor and combine production, which enabled the MTS to do their work better. Instead of offering higher prices, the authorities offered medals. There was a stream of orders concerning the award of honorific titles to heroes of labor in the villages. On May 21, 1947, the decision was taken to collectivize agriculture in the Baltic states. 14 and similar measures were taken in other new territories. This took 3 years. Material recently published in the Baltic republics provides much evidence of deportation of recalcitrant peasants and many other unpleasant forms of coercion. We have noted the unfavorable terms of trade imposed on the villages by the practice of compulsory procurements at low prices. If, as seems to be the case, there was no increase at all in procurement prices between 1940 and 1947, then at that date the disparity between retail and procurement prices reached its highest point. The retail price index, as we shall see, reached 2045, 1928 equals 100, in 1947. In 1952 the averages for grain, beef, and pigs were actually lower than in 1940. The price paid for compulsorily delivered potatoes was less than the cost of transporting them to the collecting point, and this cost had to be borne by the kolkhozes, who thus in effect got less than nothing. It is true that retail prices fell after 1947, and in the early 50s prices of industrial crops were increased. But against this must be set not only the extra burdens mentioned, pages 305 to 6, but also the substantial rise in the prices of fuel and building materials. To give some idea of the effect of these prices on net revenues of kolkhozes, we can cite costs in state farms. The average procurement price for grain in 1940 was 8.63 rubles per quintal, state farm costs were 29.70 rubles. In 1952 the procurement price paid to kolkhozes was 8.25 rubles, and state farm costs were 62 rubles. Yet state farms were able to obtain their inputs at state wholesale prices, while kolkhozes had to pay the much higher retail prices. Consequently, real costs in kolkhozes were higher, or rather would have been higher had state farm wages been paid to the peasant members. The latter bore the brunt of the loss. In 1952, a better year than 1950, their incomes from collective work were as follows. At this period payments in kind were of much greater importance than cash payments, but even so these are exceedingly low figures, in real terms somewhat below a good pre-war year. It should be noted that gross incomes of kolkhozes increased greatly, from 16.8 milliard rubles in 1937 to 42.8 milliards in 1952, but whereas in 1937 almost half of this was paid out to the peasants. The proportion in 1952 was under 29%, reflecting the much higher prices of inputs, higher investment expenditure, taxes, etc. In 1948 to 50 cash incomes must have been much lower, perhaps 1 ruble per trudodin. These, it must be emphasized, are old rubles, 10 present-day kopecks. At that time, therefore, the average cash income from collective work was such that 28 trudodni, say 20 days' work, was needed to buy a bottle of vodka, a kilogram of butter equaled 60 trudodni, a poor quality suit required well over a year's average collective wage. The system of assessing trudodni was altered, by increasing work norms and devising complex bonus systems for overfulfillment of plans. However, this in no way affected the key problem, that of providing a sufficient amount with which to pay the peasants. Lack of effective incentive, due to underpayment, contributed significantly to the difficulties of agriculture in these years. The peasants were able to survive because of their private plots and animals. But in the absence of sufficient incentives for collective work, these were seen as undesirable distractions. The heavy taxes levied during the war on private cultivation and animals were retained. It will be recalled that the taxes were based on a nominal rateable valuation. In 1943, for instance, a cow was deemed to bring in an income of 3,500 rubles per annum, and at this date the tax ranged from 8% to 30%. The valuations were somewhat reduced after the war. Thus a cow became supposedly worth only 2,540 rubles, a pig 800 rubles of income, against 1,500 in 1943, potatoes 180 rubles per hundredth of a hectare, against 350, orchards stayed at 160 rubles. But free market prices fell to a much greater extent than this, and the tax rate charged on this nominal valuation was several times increased, eventually reaching 12% to 48%. Whereas in 1943 the tax on an income assessment of 5,000 rubles was 540 rubles, by 1951 it had risen to 820 rubles. The high taxes led to peasants reducing their cultivation and livestock. When Khrushchev remonstrated with Stalin, and said that peasants were chopping down fruit trees to avoid the very heavy tax on them, Stalin replied, or so Khrushchev said in later years, that Khrushchev was guilty of a populist, narodnik, deviation in his attitude to peasants. 18. The growth of livestock numbers slowed down, and numbers of cows remained static, or fell, after 1949, partly because of lack of fodder for collective livestock, but especially owing to the fall in private livestock ownership due to taxes and also to centrally imposed limitation on pasture facilities. Numbers of private livestock in 1952 were far below pre-war levels, as the following table shows. Between January 1950 and January 1952 the number of cattle in private ownership fell from 29.0 to 23.2 million, including those owned by persons other than kolkhoz peasants. But peasants who sold their cows or pigs, or eliminated potato plantings, faced other severe troubles. For their duty to make compulsory deliveries to the state on account of their private holdings was not dependent on the possession of livestock or the cultivation of the crop in question, and these obligations were particularly onerous in these years. Thus every household had to deliver, on average, 210 to 250 liters of milk a year, also meat, vegetables, eggs, wool, etc. They had to beg, borrow, or buy this milk if they had no cow. Only just over half of kolkhoz households had cows. Kolkhoz market sales were still at a high level, despite the fall in prices in the period 1945 to 50, as the following figures show. The 1946-9 figures do not seem to be available. Since total cash income for collective work even in 1952 was only 12 milliard rubles, it is obvious that at this date the subsidiary private economies of the peasants supplied the larger part of their incomes. However, it must never be forgotten that there were great regional variations. Some kolkhozes benefited from higher prices for industrial crops, for instance in the cotton-growing farms in Central Asia. Others happened to be located within easy reach of a big city and made most of their money, as did peasants too, out of sales in the free market. But kolkhozes located far from cities and compelled to specialize in food crops and livestock were in a state approaching beggary. Many peasants fled. The population of such rural areas declined rapidly. To cite Khrushchev again, one would go through a village and look around, and have the impression that Mamaye and his Tartar hordes had passed that way. Not only was there no new construction, but old structures were not repaired. 20. It is hardly surprising that, after recovering from war damage, Soviet agriculture remained in a very weak state until a drastic change of policy occurred after Stalin's death. There is no escaping the conclusion that he delayed long necessary changes of policy by his obstinately hostile attitude to the peasantry. In October 1952, a year of fairly good weather, Malenkov, Stalin was sitting alongside him, announced that the grain problem had been solved, with a harvest of over 8 milliard poods, i.e. 130 million tons. Reality was very different. Here are the relevant statistics, omitting the bad years 1945 to 6, already referred to. The much better performance of cotton is, of course, directly to be linked with the higher prices and greater incentives. In February 1950 it was declared that the Zvino, link, system of organizing farm labor was being overused, and that the brigade should be the foundation of work in the fields. This seems to have been part of a move to push Andreev, an old Stalinist stalwart, out of his position as the senior party official in charge of agriculture. The point of the controversy was apparently as follows, apparently because this was not a period in which real argument was heard or debates were possible. The Zvino was a small group of peasants, probably between 6 and 10 persons, who were given a particular area of land to cultivate or a particular job to do. Andreev favored this because it was a way of avoiding lack of personal responsibility, obezlichka, and facilitated payment by results. A brigade was much larger, often up to 100 strong, under a brigadier. The trouble seems to have been due to excessive subdivision of tasks and land, which may have impeded the operation of large-scale mechanization, in grain fanning especially, and also to the fact that very small groups could be members of one family and so acquire a proprietary feeling to the bit of land allocated to them. Brigades were henceforth to be the basis of operations and of payment by results too, though the Zvino as a unit within the brigade continued to exist. Andreev apologized for his errors. Shortly afterwards there was another and much larger shake-up. It was decided that the kolkhozes were too small. In January 1950 there were over 250,000 of them. Khrushchev, who had recently moved to Moscow from the Ukraine, appears to have begun a campaign of amalgamations. By the end of the year the number of kolkhozes was halved. The process continued in subsequent years. Why amalgamate? Two reasons seem to have been predominant. One was the undoubted fact that in the northern half of Russia the average size of kolkhozes was small, much too small to permit the introduction of the then fashionable Trivopoli crop rotation scheme. The second was lack of control. It was not so difficult to find reliable kolkhoz chairmen if there were to be fewer of them. Local party secretaries had their task simplified, the MTS had fewer kolkhoz administrations to deal with, a much higher proportion of kolkhozes could have party groups. A decision on amalgamations, taken by the Central Committee on May 30, 1950, emphasized, as is customary in such cases, that the process must be voluntary. As usual, it was not. Indeed, on July 31, 1950 the Central Committee had to demand measures against the slaughter of livestock which accompanied the work of enlarging small kolkhozes. 21 These amalgamations were undoubtedly linked in Khrushchev's mind with the concept of agrotowns, or new large urban settlements to which peasants would move from their old-fashioned villages and hamlets. After some preparatory publicity for the idea, Khrushchev wrote an article in Pravda praising agrotowns. The next day the article was disowned by the device of an editorial note to the effect that it was for discussion only. 22 Shortly afterwards minor officials criticized the proposals for their consumer-orientated approach, at a time when more production was needed. Later the agrotown was attacked by Malenkov. Speaking to the 19th Party Congress in October 1952. There were some grounds for his criticisms. Conditions in 1950–52 were not such that one could contemplate uprooting the peasantry and building thousands of modern urban-type settlements for them to live in. The proposal reminds one of measures to resettle peasants taken by Ceausescu in Romania, and also of the moving out of peasants from small hamlets in the USSR under Brezhnev. In practice nothing happened, and peasants went on living in their somewhat primitive villages. But the effect of amalgamations was to make kolkhoz management more remote, both figuratively and physically, and to complicate transport and organization on the larger farms. Thus the agricultural situation in Stalin's last years was exacerbated by ill-judged interventions of authority, excessive centralization of decisions, extremely low prices, insufficient investment, and lack of adequate incentives. High taxation, levied on private cultivation, did further damage. These conclusions are now accepted by every Soviet scholar. A fog of inflated statistics and misinformation, or censorship, hid the true state of affairs at the time from all but the acutest observers. There is a remarkable parallel between the course of prices in 1932-6 and in 1945-9. In both cases incomes exceeded plan, costs rose, wholesale prices of basic industrial products were held down and large subsidies paid. Meanwhile, rationing of consumers' goods was accompanied by the emergence of very high commercial prices, and the abolition of rationing was preceded by large increases in the ration price, culminating in the fixing of unified prices, somewhat below the high commercial levels. A year or two later, an industrial price reform sought to eliminate subsidies by means of a very large increase in prices of basic industrial materials and fuels. Precisely this happened in the first post-war years, as in the aftermath of the Great Leap Forward. To deal first with industrial wholesale prices. Costs rose rapidly, and subsidies became intolerably high, since many prices, for instance, for coal, timber, metals, were half or even below half of the cost of production. The following figures speak for themselves. From January 1, 1949, industrial wholesale prices were increased by an average of 60%, but timber, coal, iron and steel prices had to be raised by 3 to 4 times. Freight charges were also raised. One effect, as we shall note when we discuss finance, was to increase profits as a source of revenue and diminish the share of turnover tax, which was also being cut back as a result of reductions in retail prices. Turnover tax on producers' goods was abolished, except on oil and electricity. In 1952, price reductions were decreed, and average industrial prices fell by 20.3%. 23 further cuts in 1952 brought wholesale prices 30% or below 1949 levels. These cuts could have been a reaction to the arrest of Voznesensky, who had been responsible for the increases. Malofeyev argued that the 1949 increases were clearly excessive, and another Soviet analyst, Kondrashev, attached some weight to the efforts of ministries to get higher prices accepted, to guarantee for themselves unplanned accumulations. 24 Nonetheless, some of the reductions were plainly unsound. Thus a 25% cut in the price of sawn timber in 1950, when even in 1949 the timber industry still required a subsidy, can hardly be described as reasonable. The picture is very different indeed regarding retail prices. We have seen that in 1944 the dual price system was introduced. As in 1932-4, there was a low ration, or normal, price, and a very much higher commercial price, which was close to the free market price. No Soviet source has been found which cites the commercial prices at this period, and Malofeyev, on whom we drew copiously for evidence on the prices of the early 30s, devotes exactly one line to the fact that commercial prices were introduced in 1944, and does not quote a single instance. It is therefore necessary to refer to evidence collected by the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, and published in the Monthly Labor Review in July 1947. In July 1944, according to this source, the ration price of beef was 14 rubles per kilo, the commercial price 320 rubles, 3 weeks' wages for an average worker. The very scarce sugar was 5.50 rubles on the ration, 750 rubles in commercial stores. The system continued through 1945, though the commercial prices were reduced. In 1946 it was intended to eliminate multiple pricing and to abolish rationing. However, this proved impossible because of the extremely poor harvest of that year, and it was announced on August 28, 1946 that derationing would be postponed for a year. It was announced in September 1946 that as a first stage ration prices would be substantially increased, and commercial prices cut. This diminished, but did not come near abolishing, the difference between them. According to the above source, ration prices rose as follows. Commercial prices were much lower compared with 1945, thus beef cost 90 rubles, against 140, sugar 70, 150, still well above the ration price but no longer astronomically so. There was a similar pattern for manufactured consumers' goods. In compensation for the very large increase in the prices of rationed commodities, on which the lower-paid workers had almost totally to rely, there was the so-called bread supplement wage increase. The maximum increase, no rubles a month, went to the lower-paid. The middle-grade workers gained 90 rubles. Those earning over 900 rubles per month received nothing extra. Perhaps it was surmised that the better-paid groups benefited from the fall in commercial prices, which they alone could afford. Retail prices at this period, reflecting the acute shortages of everything, were exceedingly hard on the lower-paid. Even including the increase, many of the less skilled workers were earning under 300 rubles a month, as is evident from the number of those who benefited from minimum wage legislation 10 years later when the minimum was fixed at 300. For them life was harsh indeed. High commercial prices survived, because there was an excess amount of money in circulation, much of it a product of wartime inflation, and the government decided that the abolition of rationing had to coincide with a currency reform. A currency reform was duly decreed on December 14, 1947. All cash in the possession of individuals was exchanged in the ratio of 1:10, so that cash hoards lost the bulk of their value, and many a peasant found his wartime savings wiped out. However, all holdings in savings banks below 3,000 rubles were exchanged at face value, 1:1, with lower ratios for larger sums. The peasants seldom used savings banks. All state bonds were converted at the ratio of 1:3, i.e. became worth a third of their value, and were converted into bonds carrying a lower rate of interest, 2%. This reform must not be confused with the new ruble, or new franc, reforms of subsequent years, which increased the value of the ruble tenfold, or the franc 100-fold. Incomes remained unchanged. A salary of 1,000 rubles in November 1947 was still 1,000 rubles in January 1948. So the operation eliminated the bulk of cash holdings, and greatly reduced bond debts. Simultaneously rationing was ended. The state had accumulated enough material reserves to abolish commercial prices and in some cases to fix the general level of unified retail prices a little below the greatly increased ration prices. Rye bread, so vital to the poorer strata, was reduced to 3.00 rubles per kilo, from 3.40 rubles. The net effect was an overall reduction of 17% in state retail prices. 25. The new prices were realistic, on the whole, as is shown by the fact that free market prices in 1948 were at or sometimes even below those ruling for foodstuffs in state shops. Thus the Soviet leadership had the courage, or the nerve, to impose prices which fully reflected the great all-round shortages which characterized the first post-war years. The net effect on real incomes may be calculated by reference to Malofeyev. His price index for 1947 was 321, 1940 equals IOO. 26. The 1946 average is now known to have been 475 rubles per month. Allowing for the increase in the third quarter of 1946, this suggests a 1947 average of perhaps 550 per month, or 6,600 per annum. This gives a wage index of about 165, and a real wage index for the year of only 51. It is true that prices of services increased by less than those of goods, but, if account is taken of the many shortages which are not reflected in price indices, conditions were fully as bad as is indicated by the index. But from December 1947 conditions improved. The practice of virtually compulsory bond subscriptions continued in these years, representing a further burden of 3 to 4 weeks' wages, when it was very hard to make ends meet. However, as the flow of consumers' goods increased faster than the rise in wages, the Soviet authorities were able to reduce prices in subsequent years. Prices were cut every spring from 1948 to 1954. By March 1950 the average reduction in retail prices was 40% compared with the last quarter of 1947. The price of rye bread, which had been 3.00 rubles in December 1947, was reduced to 1.40 rubles by 1950. Wages rose to an average of 7,668 rubles per annum in 1950, representing an increase of roughly 16% over 1947-27, and there was indeed a sharp and striking recovery in living standards. However, exaggerated claims have been made by Soviet statisticians. Thus, incomes of workers and peasants in 1950 were repeatedly alleged to have been 62% or above 1940. Yet, as we have seen, the peasants' incomes were adversely affected by government policies, while real wages had barely reached 1940 levels. The wage index stood at 191, the price index at 186, according to Malofeyev. One must allow for social and other services, but even so an increase of 62% is plainly out of the question. After 1950 the picture is complicated by a growing disparity between state and free market prices, due to the fact that official price cuts were beyond the economically justified. Thus by 1953 free market prices were roughly 30% or above official retail levels. Wages continued to increase, and must have reached 8,100 rubles per annum, while the official retail price index fell to 146. Taking into account the very high free market prices of 1940, they were then 75% or above official prices, and the relatively stable prices of services, rents, etc. Soviet official sources claimed a cost of living index of 122, 1940 equals 100, and that real wages in 1953 were 65% or above 1940. This was plainly a substantial exaggeration, out of line with the published volume of retail sales and of the output of consumers' goods. However, there certainly was an improvement in real wages, though over very low levels. These gains were very unevenly distributed. While, as we have seen, the 1946 wage increase had the effect of reducing differentials between low-paid and high-paid, there was no systematic revision of wage rates, and drift and interministerial competition for labor led to the emergence of very marked discrepancies and illogicalities, which, in the absence of a Ministry of Labor, was no one's responsibility to correct. Not until 1956 was there a move to bring order into the wages structure. To some extent this was facilitated by the severe burdens placed on the peasants. One must also make allowance for the very great shortage of housing, which the modest building programs of these years did nothing to remedy. Stalin was at this stage fond of encouraging the erection of new skyscrapers with decorated towers, while maintenance of existing houses was disgracefully neglected. It was quite normal for a 4-room flat to be occupied by 4 families, one in each room, sharing kitchen and bathroom, if any. Rents were low, it is true, but the persistence of such conditions for a generation and more did much to cause unhappiness and to coarsen life. The average 1950 wage, 7,668 rubles, was much higher than the 6,000 envisaged in the 5-year plan. But the latter was drafted before the substantial increases in retail prices decreed in 1946, and the wage increases which accompanied them. In the same way, retail trade turnover for 1950 was planned on the assumption of much lower prices than in fact ruled. So the original plan was knocked sideways. A source of pressure on goods and services was the larger number of workers and employees in the state sector, 39.2 instead of the planned 33.5 million. This caused some unplanned increase in total disposable incomes, as well as an extra strain on the inadequate housing in towns. No doubt this also contributed to a constant pressure on the poorly developed trade network. Queues were the rule rather than the exception. Stalin's rationalization of goods shortages was frequently quoted at this time. The increase of mass consumption purchasing power constantly outstrips the growth of production and pushes it forward. 28 Queues therefore could be made to seem a progressive feature of a socialist economy. During the war, extra direct taxes replaced part of the turnover taxes which were lost through the reduction in turnover. We have seen that these additional taxes were abolished at the end of 1945. Thereafter, turnover tax became once again the dominant source of revenue, particularly after the very substantial retail price increases of 1946. Profits were low until after the price reform of 1949, which eliminated the bulk of the subsidies and greatly increased budgetary revenue from profits. This is reflected in the figures in the table on p. 320. It is noteworthy that turnover tax revenue was more or less stable after 1948, while sales of consumers' goods rose very substantially indeed. Retail trade turnover in 1952 was 393.6 million rubles, 19% or above 1947 by value, but 135% or above it in volume. 29. The price reductions of those years were largely made possible by reductions in rates of tax, while turnover tax revenues were maintained by the increased volume. Quite clearly, the tax burden on consumers' goods was much lower in 1952 than in 1947. The increase in yield of direct taxes was due partly to the impact of unchanged income tax rates on increased incomes, partly to the upward revision in the agricultural tax levied on peasant private plots, CP 308. Bond sales were maintained at a high level. This was a period of maximum centralization. The bulk of state investments were financed out of the budget. The republic's powers over the financing of enterprises created within their borders were minimal. The reconstruction of the railways after war damage was a great achievement. As statistics cited, page 298, have shown, the railways surpassed their freight plan. This required great efforts, and in September 1948 political departments were recreated on the railways. It must be borne in mind that overfulfillment of transport plans is not always a sign of health. It might mean unnecessary cross-shawls, or mistakes in the planning of industrial location. In more recent years the authorities have rightly realized this. However, in the first post-war years the volume of freight carried did represent some rough index of recovery of the system. Freight was given priority, and passengers without official reasons for traveling often faced long delays and queues. In fact, as late as 1956, when traveling in the Ukraine, I met peasants who had waited 48 hours for a train, and then could travel only after paying a soft class supplement. The equipment of the railways had been vastly improved in the 30s. But the introduction of new ideas slowed down, possibly reflecting the increasing age of key party figures, notably Kaganovich, who retained a kind of overlordship with regard to transport. He apparently expressed a preference for steam traction, or so his enemies later alleged, and diesel and electrification developments were delayed. Large-scale canal construction was undertaken in Stalin's last years. The Volga-Don Canal was one of many such projects. It is doubtful whether their economic value repaid the heavy expenditure involved. The Soviet Union emerged from the war no longer isolated, no longer the world's only communist-ruled state. We have seen how, in the very hard first years of peace, the policy was to dismantle and acquire by way of reparations anything that could be taken from an ex-enemy state, even if it had now become allied with the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, the Cold War was developing, and this affected the trade behavior of both sides in the conflict. The Marshall Plan proposals were put to a conference in Paris on June 27 to July 2, 1947. Molotov represented the Soviet Union, which turned down the proposals and exerted pressure to ensure that their allies did likewise. In retrospect, we could say that the Marshall Plan could scarcely have been accepted by Congress had the American government not presented it as a measure to combat communism. This suggests that Molotov could have caused tactical embarrassment to Washington by agreeing to the plan, but aid would not necessarily have been granted to the USSR if he had done so. Moscow reacted to this and other elements of the Cold War situation by tightening its grip on the political systems of the countries that were now fast becoming its satellites. As these countries slid further into a condition of political subservience, they became subject to Stalin's will in matters of trading relations with the Soviet Union. Since there was no precedent for a theory covering trade policy between socialist countries, and since the priority of the Soviet Union's interest had become an article of faith among communists at this time, there were unequal trade treaties from which the USSR benefited somewhat one-sidedly. The extent of such benefits has been exaggerated by propagandists, and cannot be precisely measured. Thus Poland supplied the USSR with coal at extremely low prices, but against this it is necessary to set the fact that the Soviet Union also supplied Poland with materials below world market prices. Nonetheless, the fact that two ministers of foreign trade, in Bulgaria and Czechoslovakia, were executed quite specifically for bargaining too hard with the Soviet Union suggests that bargaining was not really equal. 30 After Yugoslavia's defection, 1948, Stalin became deeply suspicious of nationalist deviations, and a great many communists in all East European countries were shot or imprisoned for giving too great weight to their country's national interests. But some sort of answer was needed to the Marshall Plan. The Soviet Union made a series of gestures. Credit agreements were negotiated with Yugoslavia, July 25, 1947, Bulgaria, August 9, 1948, Czechoslovakia, December 7, 1948. Half of the Romanian and Hungarian reparations debts were written off, June 9, 1948. East German reparation debts were not halved until May 1950. And finally the Council of Mutual Economic Assistance, Comecon, was set up in Moscow in January 1949. 31 Yugoslavia was by then excluded, and subject to total trade embargo, following the Stalin-Tito break in 1948. Comecon in fact led a sleepy and inactive existence until well after Stalin's death, and the USSR's relations with its satellites were conducted, at this period, almost exclusively on a bilateral basis. Trade relations with the West were meanwhile becoming increasingly affected by the prevailing political tension. This culminated in the Korean War, and the imposition by the West of far-reaching restrictions on trade with communist countries. This compelled them all to trade to an increasing extent with each other. East Germany and Czechoslovakia in particular had highly developed industries, and they became major suppliers of machinery and equipment to the USSR. The triumph of the Communists in China in 1949 was followed by the granting of substantial credits by the Soviet Union. Thus on February 14, 1950 the USSR granted China a credit of $300 million at 1% interest. These and other economic aid agreements were accompanied, during the Korean War, by military aid programs designed to help China and North Korea. No aid agreements involving countries outside the Soviet sphere of influence were negotiated until after Stalin's death. The dictator took the view that the process of decolonization was in some sense a fraud, that Nehru was probably a Western agent. One odd feature of the year 1950 was the decision to increase the nominal gold and foreign exchange value of the already greatly overvalued ruble, from 5.30 to 4.00 rubles to the US dollar. This made all Soviet prices much too high. However, trade with Western countries was conducted in Western currencies, and there was no connection at all between internal prices, foreign trade decisions and the official exchange rate. Or rather the connection was purely one of statistics and accountancy. The rate was used to convert foreign currency into rubles, and thus Soviet exporting corporations, under the Ministry of Foreign Trade, tended to make large losses, which had to be made good out of the budget, while importing corporations made large profits, which were transferred mostly to the budget. It was, of course, quite impossible to use the exchange rate as a basis for economic calculation. A Soviet commentator wrote, "The cult of Stalin's personality had a negative effect on the economic development of the country. The fact that Stalin decided all important questions himself led to errors in plans and the lessening of the creative activity of party, planning, and managerial organs. Many questions were decided without sufficiently wide discussion among the workers, engineer technicians, and scientists. In planning and direction of the economy over-centralization was dominant. Insufficient steps were taken to combat technological know-alls and conservatism, which infected part of the leading cadres of the party and higher management. 32. What precisely did the Soviet critic have in mind? After all, statistics of growth were most satisfactory. The quantitative gains were indeed impressive. But quality and technical progress both suffered. Everyone was rewarded above all for fulfilling output plans, and the planners, under pressure to expand production, proceeded on what has been called the ratchet principle, that more should be made of everything. This led to several defects. Firstly, the simplest way to produce more is to go on making the same designs. Therefore, unless the particular item was given detailed attention at the very top, there was a marked tendency to go on making obsolete equipment. Secondly, the pattern of production was to a great extent frozen, thus the output of coal, oil, and electric current was increased in like proportions, whereas in America non-solid fuels were making spectacular relative gains. New products, such as plastics and synthetics, or a new and highly economical fuel, natural gas, were neglected. Such defects had other contributory causes. Thus planning by material balances, like the use of input-output tables, is of its nature based on past experience and is thus conservative. Also, the ministerial system of administration led to competition between ministries for investment resources, and in the absence of any usable or recognized economic criteria of choice, investments often went to industries with most political pull, or at best were simply distributed proportionately. A weak industry, such as chemicals, was probably because of its very weakness lacking in weight in the struggle for a share in investment allocations, and so, while in the West chemicals were bounding ahead, this sector remained underdeveloped in the USSR. Matters were not helped by the anti-cosmopolitan campaign, which led to the claims that everything had been invented in Russia and that there was nothing to be learned in the decadent West. A change of policy required decisions to be taken at the top. The matter could be quite small and technical. Thus, I accompanied a Soviet agricultural delegation in England in 1955, when Stalin's pathological anti-Westernism was over. They saw numerous small-wheeled tractors and their many attachments and uses. Yet, because the current party line favored large caterpillar tractors, they simply did not dare to discuss or envisage their introduction in Russia, where they were in fact badly needed. A few years later they were in mass production in the Soviet Union, but by then Khrushchev had brought his personal influence to bear. Even ministers at this time could exercise few decision-making powers, judging from severe criticisms which accompanied the extension of these powers in 1953, see next chapter. But the top, Stalin and his immediate entourage, could take cognizance of only a fraction of problems that arose, and usually they could be prevailed upon to take a decision on a matter only if it had got badly out of hand. And the top men's behavior was now very different from the leap-forward period. Stalin himself was more arbitrary and unpredictable than ever. His closest collaborators were no longer rabble-rousing innovators of the type of Orjonikij, who could take and give responsibility. Stalin stayed in the Kremlin, his immediate subordinates became accustomed to a sedentary life. Even Kaganovich sat in his office, and we have already seen that he was blamed for technical conservatism in matters of rail transport. After the fall of Voznesensky, the top planners were mainly rather lustreless bureaucrats. Though the mass purges were not repeated, a great many people remained in camps, arrests were still a common occurrence, fear of responsibility was still a great cause of waste. So was a tendency to please the boss by adopting spectacular rather than economically sensible methods. So initiative at lower levels was stultified, or distorted. Thus output rose, but the pattern and quality of products, and investment policy too, no longer measured up to the needs of a by now developed industrial economy. Whole areas of backwardness persisted. In these years the political leaders sought to establish little Stalins at the head of each branch of science and the arts. It is in this context that Lysenko was allowed or encouraged to destroy genetics. Contacts with world science were systematically broken off. Even Einstein's theories were attacked, but in most of the natural sciences and in mathematics the top scientists, who were of exceedingly high quality, succeeded in preserving their disciplines from serious damage. It was not so with economics. The subject was altogether too close to politics, and any serious discussion of economic issues or of objective criteria was inconsistent with the political arbitrariness which reached its peak in the period 1947 to 53. It is true that there was a brief false spring in the first post-war year. Nove published some original thoughts which foreshadowed his later doctrines, of which more in Chapter 12, and Varga, a leading international economist of Hungarian origin, produced an analysis of Western capitalism which challenged traditional dogmas. Both were severely castigated in 1947-8, and Varga's Institute of World Economics was closed down, but neither was arrested. Unofficial discussion of economic issues was further obstructed by an almost total close down on publication of statistics. Incomes, outputs, labor, even the size of population, were hidden by a uniquely tight censorship. In 1952 Stalin's last published work appeared. It was entitled Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, and was a collection of his writings in connection with the preparation of a textbook on political economy. It may seem surprising that Stalin had time for such exercises, but it must be recalled that he aspired to the status of philosopher-king and therefore had to produce obiter dicta on a variety of issues. In 1950 it was on linguistics. No one else was allowed any intellectual innovation. In his last work Stalin expressed a number of thoughts which need not detain us in the present context. However, 3 points are directly relevant to our theme. One was his warning to officialdom that they must take economic laws into account, though he did not clarify how economic laws were to be identified. His assertion that transfer prices within the state sector were outside the ambit of the law of value obscured the issue of rational prices. The second was his order to economists to keep out of practical affairs, the rational organization of the production forces, economic planning, etc., are not problems of political economy, but of the economic policy of the directing bodies. They are two provinces which must not be confused. 33. Thirdly, he expressed his belief in the need gradually to raise kolkhoz property to the status of state property and to replace commodity circulation, i.e. sales and purchases by kolkhozes, by a system of products exchange. 34. This is an interesting throwback to the ideas of 1920 and 1930, and may help to explain Stalin's reluctance to consider proposals to increase agricultural procurement prices, though he did nothing in his last years to convert kolkhozes into state farms. In the name of the same principle he rejected suggestions by the agricultural economists Vanzer and Sanina to sell or transfer the machinery of the MTS to the kolkhozes. This would be disposing of state property to an inferior, merely cooperative group of enterprises, and furthermore it would result in increasing the role of money and trade, since the produce handed over in payment for MTS services would now be sold. He would have none of it. The MTS were liquidated in 1958. Economic policy in 1951 and 1952 followed, with few exceptions, the lines already indicated. State retail prices were cut in March in both years, by a total of about 14%. Yet already in 1950 free market prices were 10% above official prices. The disparity increased steadily, it was 17% in 1951, 20% in 1952. 35. Evidently the increase in real income in these years cannot be accurately based on the uncorrected use of the official index of retail prices. Price cuts had become a political habit. The increased strain in retail trade, and in the supply of some materials, was no doubt contributed to by the effect of the Cold War on arms expenditure and on manpower. The total strength of the armed forces increased from 2,874 million in 1948 to 5,763 million in 1955-36, and presumably much of the increase had already occurred by 1952. Military budgets rose year by year. In real terms the increase was greater, since prices were falling. No doubt for this reason the output of some products which used potentially military productive capacity fell in these years. Thus tractor production reached 116,700 in 1950, but fell to 93,100 and 98,900 in 1951 and 1952, and was only 111,300 in 1953. But the economy was now stronger than in the late 30s, and there was much less disruption of civilian production this time. The new 5-year plan was supposed to begin in 1951, but no announcement was made. Through most of 1952 not even a draft 5-year plan was referred to. Finally, a plan covering the 5 years 1951-5 was presented to the 19th Party Congress in October 1952 and approved unanimously. We do not know whether an unpublished long-term plan existed in 1951-2, or whether the worsening of the international situation led to a postponement in the drafting of such a plan. Industrial output was due to increase by 70% in the 5 years, which represented a slowdown compared with the rate of growth claimed for the previous quinquennium, but this could be readily explained by the gradual end of post-war reactivation of damaged enterprises. This was still a significant factor even as late as 1953, as is shown by the fact that 5 factories begun or completed before the war and important enough to be mentioned by name in a catalogue of economic events covering the period 1917-59 started production only in the first quarter of 1953. 37 National income was to rise by 60%, or real wages by 35%, or peasant incomes by 40%. Agricultural production was to increase by large percentages, the grain crop by 40 to 50%, meat production by 80 to 90%, milk by 45 to 50%. Details of plan targets and fulfillment will be given in Chapter 12. Yet, until after Stalin's death, nothing was done to increase the miserably inadequate income of the kolkhoz peasantry. Indeed, the tax screw was actually tightened, and the final twist was given in January 1953, with the demand that the agricultural tax, on private plots, be paid earlier in the year than usual. 38 The livestock population began to show a downward trend. One is at a loss to explain such actions. Did none of his comrades dare to tell Stalin what conditions were like in the villages? But there is some evidence of the beginning of rethinking. Certain prices, for milk and flax, for instance, were increased in 1952, though with so little publicity that it was necessary to search for references to any such decisions. 39 And publication was allowed of very severe criticisms of the arbitrary and inefficient rural planning methods. This was ignored by the 19th Party Congress, which met in the same month. 40 There were relatively few organizational changes in Stalin's last 2 years. Major changes had to wait until after the death of the great dictator. On March 5, 1953, his henchmen found themselves successors to his heritage, a great country, the second military and industrial power, yet one with many weaknesses, unevenly developed. Great scientific achievements had been made, but the housing situation was still appalling, consumers' goods of poor quality, the villages primitive. Even within a single sector, grain cultivation for instance, large modern combine harvesters were used alongside totally unmechanized hand operations in the process of cleaning, drying, loading. What was to be done about over-centralization, lack of acceptable, or accepted, investment criteria, agricultural prices, the defenses of the trading network, the breakdowns in material supplies? How could it be tolerated that a country capable of making an A-bomb could not supply its citizens with eggs? How could necessary initiative be encouraged under conditions of terror? On the morrow of Stalin's death, his successors called for the avoidance of panic and disarray. How they faced the problems which they inherited is the subject of the next chapter, while the whole question of the Stalin epoch and its significance is left to be discussed in a concluding assessment. Malenkov had presented the principal report at the 19th Party Congress, in October 1952. He, with Molotov and the security chief, Beria, formed a triumvirate when Stalin died. The means by which Malenkov, who seemed to be the appointed heir, was maneuvered out of this position belonged strictly to the realm of politics. Khrushchev had already become in March 1953 the senior of the party secretaries. This, plus the fact that Khrushchev's experience inclined him to work in and through the party machine, undoubtedly affected economic administration, and the relation between governmental and party organs at all levels in the years that followed. Malenkov held on to the chairmanship of the Council of Ministers, and at first exercised a leading role in economic policy, except perhaps for agriculture, where his particular contribution to the reforms of 1953 is still obscure, for reasons to be noted. Before discussing Malenkov's policies, we must note briefly a sudden but short-term change in the ministerial structure, affecting the economy and all other branches of administration. It seems that, in the aftermath of the dictator's death, the Politburo members decided to appoint key party leaders to head ministries, and for this purpose amalgamated the ministries. Thus the ministries of agriculture, state farms, cotton growing, such a ministry was set up in 1950, procurements and forestry were combined. So were the ministries of light, fish, food, and meat and dairy industries. So were those responsible for ferrous and non-ferrous metals. The many ministries in the machinery and engineering sector, other than arms, were combined into only two, and so on. This arrangement did not last long. The number of economic ministries began to grow again within 6 months, probably under the combined pressure of business and of Khrushchev's interest in weakening decision-making through ministries, though their exact number and coverage changed in the course of their disaggregation. One change proved more durable, the transfer back to Gosplan of the material supply function, carried out since the end of 1947 by Goshnab for industrial materials, and since 1951 by Gospodsnab in respect of consumers' goods. We shall see that Gosplan's key role involved so great a burden of responsibility that it was later again divided and redivided, but not until 1965 was something very like Goshnab recreated, under very different conditions. On April 11, 1953, a decree of the Council of Ministers increased the power of decision-making of ministries, and of Glavki heads. They could, within stated limits, alter staff establishment of their own enterprises, redistribute equipment, materials, and resources, approve plans for small and medium-scale investment, and so on. Readers of the decree were perhaps surprised how few of such decisions were within the competence of ministries before this date. No doubt the decree was partly due to the fact that senior party leaders were now ministers, and many ex-ministers were now heads of Glavki. However, these powers were somewhat enlarged after 1954, and it may be that this caused a weakness in coordination which led to the drastic reforms of 1957. The collective leadership quickly came to the conclusion that the quality and quantity of consumers' goods, of housing, of services, the depressed state of the villages and of agriculture, insistently called for remedy. Furthermore, it was essential to show the people that this was indeed their intention. Political struggle considerations played their role. Thus Malenkov came to be identified in the public mind with a consumer-orientated policy, no doubt deliberately. However, even Beria, the grim police chief, was said to have advocated a consumer policy, in the few months before his comrades had him arrested and shot, for quite other reasons. The wind of change was blowing powerfully. But material concessions require material means to implement them. One cannot increase consumption without providing more goods and services. The first steps of Malenkov suggested that he was willing to ignore this simple truth. Retail price cuts were announced on April 1, 1953, and they far exceeded the justifiable. On average, retail prices fell by 10%, but many items were reduced by much more than this, without good reason. A 15% cut in meat prices, for instance, made no sense when meat was short. Even more absurd was a 50% reduction in prices of potatoes and vegetables. The result, as might have been foreseen, was queues for many goods, and an increasing gap between official and free market prices, a disparity which reached 34% on average in 1954-2, and which was 100 to 150% for potatoes and vegetables. In 1955 their prices were increased to more reasonable dimensions. A retail price policy which, in the interests of publicity, ignored supply and demand considerations so completely was bound to increase the already great deficiencies of the trade network. Another popular act of Malenkov made matters worse. The compulsory voluntary bond sales were sharply reduced, from 35.7 milliards in 1952 to 15.3 milliards in 1953. This, together with the 3% rise in average wages in that year, led to an increase in take-home pay of no less than 8% and so contributed to the gap between purchasing power and goods available at established prices. 3. The budget for 1953 was adopted unusually late, on August 8. Its oddities must be briefly noted. It included an item of expenditure, 43.2 milliards, being the cost of retail price cuts, and another 13.6 milliards representing the cost of higher agricultural procurement prices and of agricultural tax cuts, about to be announced. Never before had decisions leading to loss of revenue, for all the above items represent revenue foregone, appeared in the budget as items of expenditure. Similar items appeared in the 1954 budget, but never again after Malenkov's fall. Malenkov it was who announced, in his speech to the budget session of the Supreme Soviet in August, not only a reduction in agricultural tax but also the decision to raise procurement prices and to make sweeping changes in agricultural policy, details of which were to be announced by Khrushchev at the plenum of the Central Committee of the party in the following month, and which will be analyzed at length when we discuss agriculture. When Malenkov resigned, it was stated that he was not the initiator of agricultural reforms, indeed that he had responsibility for the bad policies of the past. But by then he was in no position to defend himself, so we cannot know the truth. His views during Stalin's lifetime may simply have been a reflection of his superiors. What is one to make of Malenkov's announcement, in October 1952, that the grain problem was finally solved with a harvest of 130 million tons, when in August 1953 he stated that harvests had been greatly exaggerated by the biological yield statistics? Did he not know in 1952 that his figures were quite misleading? Malenkov propounded a new industrial policy. He held that, based on the successful creation of a powerful heavy industry, it now was both possible and desirable to speed the growth in the output of consumers' goods. It was to expand even faster than that of producers' goods. On October 28, 1953, Pravda announced new accelerated plans for expanding the output of the consumers' goods industries, over and above the provisions of the 5-year plan, and ambitious targets were announced for 1954 and 1955, covering a wide range of goods. The table opposite illustrates the scale of the proposed increases, and the extent to which they exceeded reality. Investments in industrial consumers' goods production in 1954 were planned at 5.85 milliard rubles, against only 3.14 milliard in 1953. To meet the increased demand, every effort was made to achieve an immediate rise in consumable output. In 1953 consumers' goods production increased faster than that of producers' goods, 13% against 12% according to the official statistics. Total investment rose very little, by only 4% as the economy adjusted itself to new policies. In April 1954 there was a further reduction in retail prices. However, following the mediocre harvest of 1953, the reductions were almost wholly confined to manufactured goods, e.g. cotton fabrics by almost 15%. The one significant cut in foodstuffs affected bread, which, at 1.12 rubles, was now a third of the price ruling in 1947. This further overstimulated demand for all goods. The increased plans for consumers' goods were overambitious and were abandoned quickly after Malenkov's fall. One simple but popular reform was announced on August 29, 1953. It laid down normal working hours in all offices, especially government offices. Stalin worked at night, and in consequence officials had to adjust their hours, so that many hardly ever saw their families, since they had to stay at their desks in case the boss or one of his underlings made an inquiry. At long last, this distortion was over. Stalin's successors also declared an amnesty. The big releases of political prisoners did not occur until 1955, but the dismissal and death of Beria was followed by a drastic curtailment of police powers and the liquidation of the security authorities' economic empire. Before attempting any assessment of the Malenkov period, we must look at the far-reaching agricultural reforms launched in 1953-4, the first installment of a series of changes. The changes foreshadowed by Malenkov's speech at the Supreme Soviet were announced by Khrushchev in a speech which showed him to be a key figure in the post-Stalin political arena. The Central Committee which heard him and approved his proposals also gave him the formal rank of First Secretary, later First Secretary, the capital letter being, as they say, not accidental. He began by making the first frank statement since collectivization concerning the state of Soviet farming. Productivity, per hectare, per cow, per peasant, was much too low. Livestock herds compared very unfavorably with 1928 and even 1916. The truth was hidden by statistical distortions, such as biological yield, though corrected figures were not then published. In the period 1953 to 1959 grain statistics were kept secret. Peasants were paid too little, and investments by farms were inadequate. This was due to the fact that procurement prices were far too low. Taxes on private plots were having the effect of discouraging production and harming peasant interests. Agricultural planning was defective and bureaucratic, procurement quotas were arbitrarily altered by local officials. These and other defects were to be put right in the next 2 to 3 years. Khrushchev was always to be in a hurry. There followed a stream of measures designed to transform the situation. These can be classified under the following heads. A. Prices. There were very marked increases in compulsory procurement prices and over-quota delivery prices for grain, potatoes and vegetables, meat, dairy produce, sunflower seed. Smaller increases affected eggs and contract prices for flax. At the same time, the procurement quotas were reduced in a number of cases, so that a larger proportion of sales to the state took place at the higher over-quota delivery prices. In the full year 1954, the average prices paid by the state for produce were as follows. The effect of all this on the net revenue of kolkhozes requires careful assessment. Thus at least half of all grain deliveries were in payment for MTS services and so had no price at all. Increases in total state purchases, albeit at higher prices, sometimes cut down the amount available for sale in the free market at still higher prices. Nonetheless, it is quite undeniable that the net effect was positive and appreciable. It will be noted that commodities previously well treated, such as cotton, did not benefit from price increases. So heavy was their weight in total procurements that the average price paid for all products in 1954 was only just over double that of 1952. These prices were somewhat modified in 1955-6, the average being reduced somewhat for grain, greatly increased for potatoes, vegetables, sugar beet. The average procurement prices for all products rose from 207 in 1954, 1952 equals 100, to 251 in 1956. 4. B. Other material concessions to kolkhozes. The state was now to pay most or all of the transport costs involved in delivering produce to collecting points. Market charges were reduced. Past debts in cash or produce of kolkhozes to the state were written off. Payments for the work of the MTS were to be based on regionally differentiated fixed amounts, and no longer on percentages of the, usually exaggerated, harvest. Kolkhozes were, by the decree of August 25, 1953, to be increasingly linked with the public electricity generation system. C. New policy towards private plots. Tax was not only reduced substantially, so that its yield in 1954 was 60% or below the level of 1952, but its basis was altered. No longer did possession of an animal or the sowing of a particular crop attract tax on the theoretical income deemed to arise from them. The tax was levied henceforth on the area of the plot, differentiated by region. It is noteworthy that the rate was lower, usually half of the usual rate, in the case of all territories annexed by the USSR in 1939–40, in which collectivization was completed in 1950. Peasants were encouraged to acquire livestock, promised better pasture facilities. Peasant families without livestock were freed from compulsory deliveries of meat, and all such deliveries by peasants were reduced. Of course, the peasants benefited along with kolkhozes from the higher prices paid by the state, but more important was their freedom to eat more of their own produce or to take it to market, in which market dues were cut. d. Increased inputs and investments. A large increase was announced in the planned output of tractors and other farm machinery, also in fertilizer. It would be necessary to provide more building materials to make a reality of an expanded investment program on the farms. Discipline so as to have the necessary labor available for higher output and investment. Despite the counter-attraction of the private plot, the power of farms to compel their members to perform their duties was enhanced, until in March 1956 the principle of centrally determined compulsory minima of collective work was dropped altogether, and kolkhoz managements were empowered to fix the work minima required to fulfill plans for collective production. Penalties could include a reduction in the area of the private plot. Planning, personnel, and the role of the MTS. There were injunctions to officials to take local conditions into account, to consult the kolkhoz management. Many qualified agronomists, administrators, and other specialists were encouraged or directed into agriculture. The MTS permanent staff was greatly strengthened in quality and numbers, and many of the part-time employees hitherto borrowed for particular tasks from kolkhozes were to be employed permanently. The MTS DVCQ&K was to have important, but unfortunately ill-defined, supervisory powers over the kolkhozes served by him, and the party in rural areas was reorganized so that it exercised its great powers of control through secretaries for the MTS zone, that is to say, a full-time party secretary, under the first secretary of the Rayon district, was based on the MTS and was responsible for the party's control over kolkhozes within that MTS's service area, along with the kolkhoz party groups. The deputy director, political, of the MTS was therefore superseded or replaced by this new system. At the same time, the Ministry of Agriculture continued for several years to be in charge of agricultural planning, through Republican, Oblast, Provincial, and Rayon agricultural administrations. This parallelism led, as we shall see, to several more reorganizations. The net effect of these measures on incentives and on investment was positive. We shall be assessing the first 5 years of Khrushchev's agricultural policies later in this chapter. The measures were accompanied by ambitious new production targets and plans for increasing livestock numbers. However, these quickly ran into difficulties. There was too little fodder, and, particularly, far too little fodder grain. A plenum of the Central Committee was devoted to the subject at the end of February 1954. Note how agricultural decisions tended to be made at party plenums. Khrushchev made another big speech. It was decided to increase state procurements of grain through all channels, by 35 to 40%. Everything was to be concentrated on getting quick results. The phrase "in the next 2 to 3 years" occurs repeatedly in the resolution of the plenum. Measures to increase yields take time. The building of many new fertilizer factories is a slow business. The alternative, a spectacular expansion of sown area. This led Khrushchev to revive and then expand a plan which had already been adopted, but not put into effect, in 1940 to bring under cultivation at least 13 million hectares of virgin and fallow land located on the southern fringes of the area of adequate rainfall, in northern Kazakhstan, the southern parts of Siberia, the southeast of European Russia. This decision was followed by another decree devoted solely to this theme. 7. It so happened that 1954 was a good year climatically in the regions concerned. The harvest was good on the relatively small area which could be sown that year, so the plan was more than doubled, to 28 to 30 million hectares. 8. This became a great campaign. The young communist organization, Komsomol, was mobilized to encourage young persons to go east. Some volunteered, others went after it had been announced that this vital task set by the party and government was an important patriotic duty. Many went for 2 months to cope with the harvest peak. 200,000 were to go in 1956. 9. Much of the new cultivation was undertaken by state farms, since it was hardly realistic to expect people to go to work in a new and largely empty area, with a high drought risk, without an assured income and considerable state-financed investments. Colchoses already existing in the area of the campaign greatly expanded sowing, but few new ones were erected. Between 1953 and 1956 the amount of cultivated land was increased by 35.9 million hectares, an area equivalent to the total cultivated land of Canada. World history knows nothing like it. The number of migrants to the newly cultivated areas cannot be precisely determined, and some returned, but perhaps as many as 300,000 persons moved permanently. At first conditions were primitive, and for many years the press printed complaints about lack of housing, shops, amenities. The campaign also required the transfer of tractors, combine harvesters and other machines, since the big new farms had to be highly mechanized if the job was to be done with the minimum of labor. It was also necessary to build new railway lines. All this naturally required resources of which the old established regions were deprived. The year 1955 was one of drought. I visited northern Kazakhstan in that year and saw some of the new farms under unfavorable conditions. However, 1956 produced good weather and an excellent harvest. The area is highly vulnerable to drought, and suffers from a short growing season, and the winter snow cover is insufficient to permit autumn sowing, as frost would kill the plants. So there is a great rush to sow in the spring, soon enough to enable the grain to ripen. The aim was to grow grain, and almost all the land was sown with spring wheat. Because it was a party campaign, local officials vied with one another to plow up most land, and some quite unsuitable soils were brought under cultivation. We shall see that dangers of monoculture and soil erosion were ignored for too long. The addition of so much new land sown to wheat led Khrushchev to the second stage of his grain campaign, to provide fodder grain and concentrates in the principal livestock areas, i.e. in European territories of the USSR. The crop he preferred was maize. So the Central Committee plenum of January 1955 accepted Khrushchev's proposals to increase the area under maize in the next 2 to 3 years from 3.5 to no less than 28 million hectares. More food grains for human consumption from the virgin lands would leave scope for the use of more land in European territories of the USSR for the fodder grain which promised the highest yields per hectare, maize, i.e. corn. The maize campaign, with which Khrushchev's name was particularly closely associated, will receive further analysis later in this chapter. The policies outlined in the preceding pages were bound to lead to overstrain. Higher incomes in town and country, higher production and investment plans for consumers' goods, large agricultural programs, an expansion of house building and other consumer services, and simultaneously the continued growth of basic industry and the insistence of the military that the great U.S. superiority in aircraft and in bombs required rectifying, this was too vast a program to sustain. Malenkov's regime, sapped politically by Khrushchev, fell because he was never strong enough to adjudicate between conflicting claimants on resources. Exactly what finally decided the majority of the leadership to get rid of Malenkov is still not clear, since no sort of open discussion took place. We know, however, that the occasion of his disgrace was the allegedly incorrect views he held concerning the priority, or rather, lack of priority, of heavy industry, of producers' goods as against consumers' goods. This was a principal accusation against him on the occasion of his resignation in February 1955. Coincidentally, Voprozy Ekonomiki published, in its January number, a slashing attack on these woebegone economists who had made the error of climbing onto the bandwagon and who had produced arguments in favor of the more rapid growth of consumers' goods output. It would be quite misleading to conclude that Khrushchev was against consumers' goods, since his very ambitious and expensive agricultural programs would, if successful, provide food, which is a consumer's product par excellence. Khrushchev allied himself with those planners and military men who considered that Malenkov was unbalancing the economy by an over-concentration on industrial consumers' goods, and thereafter he proceeded to emphasize the citizens' material interests. This was a political necessity after Stalin's death. It is also perhaps worth saying that no one, not even Stalin, was against a higher standard of living. All would welcome it, but for long periods other preoccupations took priority. Malenkov was succeeded as prime minister by Bulganin. Khrushchev was dominant in his position as first secretary, but, though until his fall he took practically every major policy initiative, he never achieved, if indeed he sought, the total dominance of a Stalin, and a number of steps taken in the period 1955 to 64 are explicable only by the fact that he could not always ride roughshod over the opinions of his colleagues. Khrushchev used his enhanced political powers to press ahead with his agricultural policies, and it must be admitted that until 1958 output did rise substantially. Many analysts have expressed some suspicion about the statistics. The inflated figures of the past, especially the most recent past, may have been too drastically scaled down. The pressure on local party secretaries to report success may have led to exaggerations in reporting. Examples of such exaggerations have been reported from time to time, such as buying butter or meat in shops to deliver it to the state as new production, or including in grain output what Khrushchev himself once described as mud, ice, snow, and unthreshed stalks, 10 and other plan fulfillment reporting devices of varying degrees of ingenuity. While on occasion there is clearly a case for adding a pinch of salt to official claims, no one doubts that both production and procurements did rise in the period, allowing for the inevitable year-by-year variations due to weather. In March 1955 a decree ostensibly enlarged the decision-making powers of the kolkhozes. Plans henceforth would specify delivery obligations, not production. The extent of sown areas and livestock numbers were to be a matter for kolkhozes to decide. An end must be put to centralized decisions about what each kolkhoz should do. The job of assessing and reconciling draft plans received from below was given to Gosplan. This was the first of many blows to the powers of the Ministry of Agriculture. In practice, as later evidence shows, detailed regulation from above continued, but primarily via local party organs. As we shall see, most of the interference with kolkhozes was due to campaigns initiated by Khrushchev himself. Supervision within kolkhozes was facilitated by a campaign, begun in March 1958, to send to the villages, as kolkhoz chairmen, reliable party men from the towns. These were by no means necessarily specialists in agriculture, but they were given a 3 weeks initial course and 2 months training on the job, Stazhirivka, and the 20th Party Congress approved, in February 1956, the 6th five-year plan, and one of its objectives for I-960 was a grain harvest of 180 million tons, and more maize. This was but one more of the over-ambitious objectives set before agriculture. In 1957 the campaign began to catch up the United States in the production of meat, milk, and butter. In the case of meat this would mean at least trebling Soviet output. We shall be examining the harm done by endeavors to fulfill such impossible plans as these and to impose them on the farms. Khrushchev himself toured the country, talking to officials and peasants, cajoling, haranguing, sometimes dismissing. Thus on March 8, 1957 he was in Krasnodar, on March 10 at a meeting at Rostov. At the end of the month he was addressing officials of the central region in Moscow. On April 2 he was in Voronezh, supporting the promise of a kolkhoz chairman to increase spectacularly output of meat and milk per 100 hectares, with extraordinary indifference to considerations of cost, prices, labor inputs. 5 days later Khrushchev was in Gorky on the meat and milk campaign. Yet at this very time, as we shall see, Khrushchev was engaged not only in pushing through an immense industrial planning reform, but was also under heavy attack from his political enemies. This, with all its defects, was a form of leadership very unlike Stalin's. An important development began to gather speed during 1957, this was the transformation, voluntary, of course, except that it was party-directed, of kolkhozes into state farms. In some cases it was a consequence of efforts to create vegetable and dairy state farms around big cities. In others, economically weak and depressed kolkhozes were made into state farms. In still others, local party secretaries pressed ahead with conversions, either because they believed it to be party policy, or because it was easier to obtain financial help from Moscow for state farms. The statistics of change are as follows, the increase between 1953 to 6 being principally in the Virgin Lands. Kolkhoz amalgamations were being pressed at the same time. After the first wave of amalgamations at the end of 1950 there were 125,000. In 1958 numbers of kolkhozes fell to 69,100 and continued to decline, and their size to increase, despite some criticism of unmanageability of big farms in areas of scattered small villages. By 1980 there were 36,000. How did all these changes affect the incomes of kolkhoz peasants? Cash distributions rose from a total 12.4 to 47.8 milliard rubles, or from 1.40 to 4.00 rubles per trudodin, from 1952 to 1957. 12. The practice of making advances, i.e. regular payments at frequent intervals, every month or every quarter, in advance and on account of the end-year distribution, became the practice in the majority of kolkhozes. Payments in kind, on the other hand, increased little if at all, because of the pressure to deliver produce to the state, a pressure which, despite repeated promises and injunctions to the contrary, was still arbitrarily increased by local officials whenever the procurement plan for the area was endangered. Indeed, all too frequently party secretaries undertook to increase the planned deliveries, and all too often one read that overplanned deliveries are continuing, as if this should have been a source of pride, which it could have been, had the deliveries been voluntary and had there been enough left for the needs of the village. The combined income in cash and kind from collective work rose from 47.5 millards in 1952 to 83.8 millards in 1957, or roughly from 5.40 to 7.55 rubles per trudodin old rubles. Peasant consumption of their own produce certainly rose. Private livestock holdings increased, and so private output of meat in 1958 was 35% or higher than in 1953, milk over 25% or higher. From January 1, 1958 private plots were freed of all compulsory delivery obligations. Sales in the free market fell from 53.7 to 39.6 milliard rubles between 1952 and 1957, perhaps because of lack of time to get to market as a result of tighter control over members' time. It is true that there developed a new facility, commission trading by cooperatives, selling peasants and kolkhozes surplus on their behalf in the market, usually at prices a little below those ruling in the free market. But this sensible idea made only slow progress, due partly to lack of enterprise by the cooperatives and partly to peasant distrust. It should be mentioned that for the peasant a journey to town meant an opportunity to buy manufactured goods which were not available in the rural trading network. So the very substantial increase in cash payments for collective work, and of consumption by peasants of their own produce, was to some extent balanced by insignificant increases in payments in kind and a decline in the value of market sales. The effect on incomes of a transfer to state farm status depended greatly on the circumstances. It will be recalled that kolkhoz incomes varied very widely, as did opportunities to earn extra by free market sales. In general, an average state farm wage of 531 rubles per month in 1958, 14 plus social security benefits to which kolkhoz peasants were not entitled, was certainly a means of bettering one's lot. However, some relatively prosperous kolkhozes were forcibly converted, to their members' chagrin, and once they had become state farm workers, the peasants quickly found that their private plots and animals were subject to severe limitations. In fact, already in 1956 there had appeared the first sign that the development of the private sector was worrying the authorities. On August 27 all townspeople, other than kolkhoz members, were subject to tax on any livestock they owned. This hit suburban dwellers. On the same day peasants were strictly forbidden to buy bread, potatoes, and other foodstuffs in state stores to feed to their livestock. 15 They did this because of lack of other fodder, and also because the price of bread in particular was low in relation to the free market price of meat. Price relativities were indeed wrong. So, it became increasingly apparent, was the principle of purchasing products at two different prices. For instance, in 1957 the average quota price for grain was 25 rubles per quintal, the over-quota price 80 rubles. In practice, sales at both prices were compulsory, so it was not a matter of encouraging voluntary additional sales. The result of this was that poorer farms, with little to sell over the basic delivery quota, were in effect paid less per unit than the more successful farms. Over the country as a whole, prices per ton in a good harvest year were higher than in time of scarcity, which did not make any kind of economic sense. Therefore the creation of a unified price, with zonal variations, was decided. This decision was linked with another, which concerned the MTS. For a long time the dual position of the MTS, as hiring agency and a means of party-state control, gave rise to friction. The MTS were given plans, in terms of volume of work, soft plowing equivalents, and they and the kolkhozes were often at odds. The kolkhozes wanted a good harvest with a minimum of payments in kind for the MTS, the latter tried to maximize the operations of the machinery, since they would not only fulfill the plan but obtain more payments in kind and so increase state procurements. There were two masters in the field, not infrequently at odds with one another. Khrushchev saw sense in the suggestion, rejected by Stalin in 1952, CP 327, that the MTS be abolished and their equipment sold to the kolkhozes. The state farms operated their own machinery from the beginning. The price reform and the winding up of the MTS were decreed together, following the resolution of the February 1958 Central Committee plenum. Prices had to be adjusted to the fact that the kolkhozes were now to sell to the state the grain, and some other crops, formerly handed over in payment for MTS services. On the other hand, the kolkhozes had to purchase machinery and then maintain it and buy replacements, spare parts, fuel, and to pay the employees of the MTS, who had received state wages in whole or in part, and who were to be given privileged status within the kolkhozes which they were now to join. Repair technical stations, RTS, were to undertake major technical tasks, on payment. The plenum also decided to call a kolkhoz congress to revise the kolkhoz statutes, but it did not in fact meet until much later. The results of this reform were, in retrospect, extremely disappointing. But before examining the reason for this and the other unfavorable developments in agriculture after 1958, it is necessary to look at other branches of the economy. 1955 was the last year of the fifth five-year plan, which had been adopted with Stalin very much in charge. We have seen that its industrial components were amended by Malenkov, but these amendments were forgotten after his fall. The key indicators of the plan were fulfilled as follows, with the next five-year plan targets given in the last column. It is unnecessary to repeat yet again the cautionary words with regard to aggregate indices of growth. But it is clear that this was a reasonably successful quinquennium, in quantitative terms. Growth was rapid, particularly in agricultural machinery, which continued, until 1958, to receive priority attention. Total investments exceeded the previous quinquennium by 93% and the plan by over 3%. The preparation of the sixth plan was particularly thorough. Attention was drawn to the erroneous practice of confining plan drafting to a small group of senior officials. During 1955 the need was repeatedly stressed to incorporate the latest technical ideas, to study foreign achievements. Thus there was an all-union conference of industrial staffs in Moscow on 16 to 18 May, a decree on technical progress adopted on May 28 setting up the State Committee on New Technique, Gostechnika, a central committee plenum of 4 to 12 July was devoted to this theme, and so on. In the same year the powers of Union republics over the economic enterprises within their borders, over the allocation of materials and over a range of investment decisions were increased. Decree of May 4. A decree of August 9 enlarged the powers of directors of enterprises. In practice there was little change. Directors, local officials, and even trade union branches were to be brought into thorough discussion of draft proposals for the next 5-year plan. After full consultation Gosplan was to submit to the Central Committee, SIC, its draft of the 5-year plan by November 1 I-955-16. Meanwhile, Gosplan was divided, in June 1955, between the State Committee on Long-Term, Perspective No Planning, still called Gosplan, and the State Economic Commission for Current Planning, known as Gosekonomkomissia. No doubt these tasks were distinct as well as vast, but this rearrangement in no way helped to ensure consistency between the long-term and current plans, which is essential if an investment program is to be implemented. To carry out the growing construction program more expeditiously there were major developments towards industrial methods and prefabrication in building. Specialized construction ministries were created, supervised by the State Committee on Construction, whose head, Kucherenko, was a deputy premier. The 20th Party Congress duly adopted the 6th 5-year plan. The key target figures appear in the above table. Among its most important elements was the decision to create what was called the third metallurgical base in Kazakhstan and Siberia, which would produce 15 to 20 million tons of pig iron a year. The delegates also heard Khrushchev's famous secret speech denouncing Stalin. Among his many objectives one was doubtless to break bureaucratic and petty authoritarian habits of the Stalin era, habits which still affected the administration of the economy. Various decrees were issued at this period seeking to combat bureaucracy and overstaffing of government offices. However, the 6th plan was the one Soviet long-term plan which was explicitly abandoned in peacetime. Within a year of its adoption it was decided to revise it, and then it never came to life again. A plenum of the Central Committee met on December 20, 1956. It emerged, judging from its resolution, that the plan was out of balance, that there was excessive tautness, that there were defects in planning. A pamphlet published later 18 blamed the ministries for competing with each other for investment resources, and in effect trying to bite off more than they could chew. The investment program required by the plan was impossible, in the sense that the material means of carrying it out in time were not present. This suggested lack of adequate coordinating powers. It is only fair to add that a fairly senior Soviet economist once told me, unofficially, that the 6th plan was quite good, and the objections to it were political. Anyhow, it was decided that the plan be revised and resubmitted. To ensure that the ministries would pull together, it was proposed that Gosekonomkomissia, headed by M. Pervukhin, should become a kind of super-ministry with powers to issue orders to all the economic ministries, in the first version of the proposals, even to the Ministry of Agriculture. Since this was a moment at which Khrushchev's political standing was weakened by the Hungarian and Polish events, for which his de-Stalinization activities could be blamed, it is more than probable that this proposal, while a reaction to genuine economic organizational problems, was politically inspired. Khrushchev's powers of interference on economic affairs were to be drastically curtailed by the appointment of another man as overlord. Judging by subsequent events, this was an alliance against him of the old guard, Molotov, Malenkov, Kaganovich, and the professional planners, headed by Saburov, chairman of Gosplan, and Pervukhin. By appropriate political maneuvering Khrushchev hit back, successfully prevented these arrangements from materializing, and had already by February 1957 put up for discussion totally different proposals. These, after several amendments, served as a basis for legislation adopted, with its usual unanimity, by the Supreme Soviet in May. The idea was to cope with the problem of ministerial empire building and insufficient coordination by the drastic expedient of abolishing the industrial ministries altogether, and substituting a regional structure coordinated by Gosplan. Khrushchev was responding to a very real problem, but doing so in a manner calculated to harm his political opponents, and to weaken the state ministerial hierarchy. Several reasons were advanced for the need for such a change. There was duplication of supply arrangements and components manufacture between ministries, resulting in unnecessary cross-shawls. A steamer belonging to one ministry would proceed up the river Lena full and return empty, while another steamer, transporting goods for a different ministry, went down river full and up river empty. Local coordination and regional planning were impeded by the fact that all enterprises of all union interest had lines of subordination to Moscow, and too many minor decisions required the assent of remote ministries. All these points did have some validity. Ministerial empire building in particular did lead to waste. This was due not so much to bureaucratic personal ambitions as to uncertainty over supplies, one made or procured. One's own components and materials in case they were otherwise unobtainable. Every enterprise tended to do this too. The trouble, as we shall see, was that the cure was worse than the disease. In any case, it is in the nature of all-round planning that any organizational solution carries with it certain disadvantages. There are common problems of an industry, or a region, or matters transcending both a given industry and a given region, such as labor, investment policy, finance. Arrangements best suited for considering one of these matters seldom suit others. It is like writing an economic history. A strictly chronological account confuses the reader by fragmenting the discussion of, say, industrial reform or agricultural prices. But an arrangement based on subject may well confuse the chronology, and there is no perfect solution. Under the reform, civilian industrial and building enterprises of other than purely local significance were placed under regional economic councils, Sovnarkozy, resurrecting the name devised in the war communism period for regional subdivisions of VSNKH. There were to be 105 of them, of which, initially, 70 would be in the RSFSR. There were minor changes in numbers in 1957-9. Of the other republics, only Kazakhstan, 9 regions, the Ukraine, 11, and Uzbekistan, 4, were divided. The other 11 republics were each coextensive with the Sovnarkoz. At first the ministries concerned with armaments production, chemicals, and electricity were left in being. Each Sovnarkoz was in general command of its enterprises. The Sovnarkozy were to be appointed by and responsible to the Republican councils of ministers, with the Republican Gosplans acting as coordinators in the 4 multi-Sovnarkoz republics. The all-union Gosplan was to be responsible for general planning, the coordination of plans, the allocation between republics of key commodities, though without executive authority, which resided formally in the All-Union Council of Ministers. Goskonomkomissiya was abolished. Khrushchev's success in pushing through these proposals was followed in the next month by the effort of the so-called anti-party group to unseat him. This ended the political careers of many old leaders. Bulganin, the premier, remained until the following year, though he too had opposed Khrushchev. On March 28, 1958, Khrushchev combined in himself the first secretaryship and the premiership. Malenkov's fall had been due, inter alia, to alleged softness towards the consumer. The immediate response was to withdraw purchasing power by doubling the level of the virtually compulsory bond sales. The effect was, according to a well-informed Soviet analyst, that workers' take-home pay in 1955 was 18% or below 1954 levels. 20 but after this the advance was resumed. Average wages rose from 715 rubles a month in 1955 to 778 rubles in 1958. 21 As for compulsory bond sales, these were abandoned altogether from 1958, by decree of April 19, 1957, but simultaneously a moratorium, for 20 years, was declared in respect of repayment of principal and of interest, in the form, mainly, of lottery winnings, on past bonds of this type. It was explained that the budget could not afford simply to abandon the bond sales while continuing repayments and interest. It was clearly a matter of concern to the authorities that the retail price level should stay steady. Such increases as occurred, the doubling, for good reason, of potato and vegetable prices, a sharp increase in the price of vodka, etc., were balanced by cuts, notably in prices of those manufactured goods which were relatively abundant, watches, sewing machines, certain textiles, etc. The official retail price index showed no appreciable change from 1954 until 1980, but this was plainly due to its failure to reflect disguised price increases, see Appendix. Cause market prices remained, on average, 35% to 45% above official prices, indicating a tendency to underprice foodstuffs. The wages structure was in a tangle. There had been no systematic overhaul of wages since long before the war. The prevalence of piece rates and bonus schemes enabled some enterprises and some ministries to increase pay, while others, especially those on time rates and fixed salaries, had been less lucky. Different ministries adopted different wage zones. Pay of persons of similar skills and even identical occupations, in different ministries, varied without reason. Norms were overfulfilled on average by 60% to 70%. The unskilled grades in many industries were virtually unstaffed, the least qualified workers were graded as semi-skilled, so as to pay them something nearer to a living wage. Progressive piece rates led to many abuses. Reform was essential, but was also exceedingly difficult. 22 This situation led to the setting up, on May 24, 1955, of the State Committee on Labor and Wages. Its first head was L. Kaganovich. It proved to be his last job before his fall. A systematic rearrangement of the wages structure followed. Differentials were reduced, standard pay scales introduced for occupations regardless of departmental subordination, various anomalies ironed out. The obsession with individual piece rates which characterized the Stalin period was modified. Extreme incentive schemes, such as payments at treble rates for output over the norm in the coal industry, were eliminated. This took many years. Indeed, the task could be said to have been completed only in 1965, when improved pay rates came into operation for most of the service sectors. Reduction of differentials was speeded by the introduction of a minimum wage of 300 rubles per month in towns by a decree of September 8, 1956, 270 rubles in rural areas, a minimum subsequently raised. It is some reflection on the number of persons whose basic pay was lower than these exceedingly modest sums that, so we are told, the low-paid worker gained an average of 33% or 23 at a reasonable conversion rate. Remembering these are old rubles, 300 rubles equaled pound-G, or $25 per month, in 1956 prices. Khrushchev also took some steps against very high salaries. I was told that professors' basic pay went down from 6,000 to 5,000 rubles per month, for instance. This was part of a wave of social legislation. Shorter hours for juveniles without loss of pay, a minimum of a month's holiday for those under 18, 24 the reduction of the working week by 2 hours, with more cuts to come, 25 a 7-hour day, 6 hours on Saturdays, being introduced by stages, the lengthening of paid maternity leave to 112 days, 26 the repeal of the criminal law liability for leaving work without permission and for absenteeism, 27 the abolition of tuition fees in secondary and higher education, 28 and, most important, great improvements in pension and disability benefits, these being now calculated in relation to actual earnings, with a minimum old age pension of 300 rubles per month, and an overall maximum of 1,200 rubles. 29 Until this date all but the specially favored sectors were subject to a maximum reckonable earnings rule which reduced pensions to low and sometimes derisory levels. The effect of this law was to increase the average pension by 81%, but the underprivileged gained much more than this. Finally, income tax exemptions on low incomes were extended. A big increase in the rate of house construction began in 1956, and private house building received rather more financial and material support. It will be noted that the lower paid were the principal beneficiaries of most of these reforms, which reversed much of Stalin's reactionary legislation of the 1938–40 period. Workers were now free to leave their jobs, though subject to some limitations on movement owing to the passport system, thus it was still very hard to obtain permission to live in Moscow and some other big cities. Nonetheless, greater unplanned labor, wages, prices, social services, 1955–8, 357. Labor mobility was a fact, and this, plus the abolition of most of the forced labor camps, complicated the process of planning and made wage relativities of ever greater economic significance. Trade union activity was increased, their failure to represent and defend the workers was criticized, especially at the Central Committee plenum devoted to this subject held in December 1957. The powers of the factory trade union committees were defined and extended by a new set of rules promulgated on July 15, 1958 by the Supreme Soviet Presidium. Wholesale prices of industry were lowered in July 1955, following some reduction in costs. Thus coal prices were cut by 5%, oil and gas by 10%, iron and steel by 10%, electricity by 13%, rail freight rates by 10.5%, and so on. 31. The process of price fixing was not significantly altered. Though some anomalies were removed, there was still insufficient inducement to produce goods in demand or of high quality, or modern types of machinery. Timber prices were insufficient to cover costs, and they had to be increased several times in the following years. Coal was also produced at an increasing loss. This was the last systematic price review implemented before 1967. In 1961, possibly inspired by de Gaulle's heavy franc, the Soviet government decided to multiply the internal value of the ruble by 10. No purchasing power was withdrawn from circulation. This was not a repeat of 1947. New notes were exchanged on a 110 basis, but all prices and wages were altered proportionately. 1,000 old rubles became 100 new rubles. The opportunity was taken to devalue the external value of the ruble while seeming to increase it. The rate of 4 rubles equals $1 was altered to 0.90 ruble equals $1, i.e. by much less than internal incomes and prices. The share of turnover tax and profits in the budget remained much as before, with a continued trend to a relative increase of profits as a source of revenue, despite the price reductions referred to above. Direct taxation became even less significant, following cuts in tax on low incomes, and also, in December 1957, in the bachelor and small family tax, introduced in wartime, single women and couples without children were now exempt. The State Bank was separated from the Ministry of Finance, April 23, 1954, and was then given wider powers to use credits to encourage financially efficient enterprises and to take measures, almost amounting to a form of socialist bankruptcy, to penalize those who incurred debts, Decree of August 21, 1954, and others. These powers were little used. Relations with all categories of countries altered radically soon after Stalin's death. There began a revision of the basis of exchanges with other communist-ruled states. Trade relations were resumed with Yugoslavia in 1954. Reparations deliveries from East Germany were to cease in 1954 under an agreement negotiated in August 1953. This also provided for the handing over of Soviet-controlled enterprises on East German territory. In September 1953 the USSR agreed to give more technical aid to China, and a similar agreement, in October 1954, also provided for the handing over of mixed Soviet-Chinese companies and granted a long-term credit of 520 million rubles. In March and September 1954 the USSR sold and handed over the Soviet share in nearly all Soviet Romanian mixed companies. A credit at low interest rates was granted to Bulgaria, February 1956. This process of normalizing and regularizing trade relations received a powerful impetus from the troubles in Poland and Hungary. The Soviet leadership even felt it necessary, in its agreement with Poland in November 1956, to cancel Polish indebtedness on past credits as compensation for the full value of the coal supplies to the USSR from Poland in the years 1946-53, a clear and public admission of past underpayments. 32 Hungary had to be given emergency aid. Trade henceforth was based on prices ruling at various dates in world, i.e. capitalist, markets. Comecon was revived as a functioning institution. It sprouted a number of working committees, and achieved some results in standardization of design, joint transport arrangements, a very few joint investment projects, pipelines, some specialization. Arrangements in the field of machinery. However, trade remained predominantly of a bilateral character, and there was no agreed criterion of specialization. The USSR began to perceive political and economic opportunities in its dealings with underdeveloped countries. Already on August 5, 1953 a trade agreement with Argentina had included some Soviet supplies on credit. But the USSR seriously entered the aid business after the visit to India in 1955 of Khrushchev and Bulganin. A great increase in the volume of trade occurred, since Soviet aid took the form of supplying goods on credit, to be paid for in the goods normally exported by the recipient country. By 1958 the effect was sufficiently impressive to give rise to over-sanguine hopes in the mind of Khrushchev, and to exaggerated alarm in Western circles. Trade with Western countries also increased, as relations unfroze. The combined effect of all these developments was to cause a sharp upward surge in the volume of Soviet foreign trade, as the following figures demonstrate. Among the most creditable achievements of the entire Soviet period has been the advance of education at all levels. Despite occasional setbacks, the ideological political commitment to education, plus the need for more technically qualified staffs always led to yet another upward swing in educational spending. True, schools were too few, pupils attended in 2 or sometimes even 3 shifts. But teachers were produced at a most creditable rate, and the average number of pupils per teacher has for some time been much lower than in Britain or the United States. The following figures are impressive evidence. It should be noted that the total number of children educated was affected by the very large reduction in the birth rate that occurred during and just after the war, and then the post-war increase. Particularly spectacular gains were recorded in the more backward national republics. A large expansion of secondary education after the war culminated in the decision of the 20th Party Congress, February 1956, to introduce full secondary education for all in towns, and gradually extend it to the country. This led quickly to difficulties which remind one of the educational troubles of the late 30s. Soviet secondary education is academically orientated, and those who complete the full 10 or 11-year course, ages 7 to 17 or 18, and pass the examinations expect to enter higher education, and show little desire for ordinary technical training. But then, who is to work at the factory bench? There were declarations on polytechnization of secondary education, i.e. the introduction of elementary work training in the upper forms, but lack of facilities and lack of interest among teachers made it virtually a dead letter. Khrushchev, who was instinctively suspicious of intellectuals and averse to privilege, also sought to widen the social intake into universities. Stalin, it may be recalled, checked the spread of academic secondary education by introducing fees, and dealt with lack of trainees by compulsory call-up of juveniles. Khrushchev had just abolished fees, and compulsion was no longer politically practicable. So in December 1958, following a memorandum from Khrushchev, a new law was passed. This limited compulsory education to 8 years, 7 to 15, after which the majority of pupils would go on to technical training of various kinds, either full-time or on the job. Higher education was to be part-time for most students, being combined with useful work, and was to be preceded by at least 2 years' employment. This reform was not popular among either educationalists or students, and it is a fascinating study in social politics to observe how Khrushchev's intentions were evaded and then virtually nullified. Many thought up special reasons why an exception should be made for their subject, music, mathematics, physics, etc., or their district, and so on. This was one of Khrushchev's first failures. But one essential element remained, the abandonment of the decision to extend full secondary education to all, the de facto acceptance of the principle of selection. Total numbers of pupils receiving both higher and secondary technical education advanced very rapidly, quadrupling between 1940 and 1964. However, it should be noted that in recent years roughly a third of both categories were correspondence or external students, many of whom never completed their courses. Health statistics likewise looked very impressive. Here, however, there was much to criticize in the quality of the service rendered, the availability and cost of drugs, the lack of hospital equipment. This was recognized when the price of drugs was halved as from August 1957, and a decree devoted to the medical industry output sought greatly to increase output of all kinds of items, from thermometers to penicillin. 33 However, 30 years later the same criticisms were made in very sharp terms: under-equipped doctors and hospitals, shortage of medical drugs, poor pay for medical staff, e.g. C.S. Fedorov, Pravda, September 28, 1987. Nearly all teachers and medical practitioners were and are women. There are also many women engineers, technicians, judges. They predominate in retail trade. During and just after the war, the extreme shortage of young men caused the utilization of women in exceedingly heavy and disagreeable work, and while women are habitually engaged in manual labor in most peasant countries, this came increasingly to be regarded as undesirable. In July 1957 a decree forbade the employment of women in the mines, except in supervisory and service tasks. However, as we have been learning under Glasnost, many of the regulations which protected women workers were not enforced or were simply ignored. 34 Most wives continued to work, and this had caused another social problem: small families became increasingly the rule in towns, especially as there was so little housing space. Increased creche facilities did little to counter this trend. The result was an immense gap between the birth rates in Russia proper, 15.8 per 1,000, or the Ukraine, 15.3, and the far higher rates in Azerbaijan, 36.4, or Uzbekistan, 34.7, where different traditions prevailed. A revised version of the sixth five-year plan is now known to have been prepared by Gosplan and submitted for approval on April 9, 1957. Approval was not forthcoming. It was decided to prepare a new plan covering the 7-year period 1959 to 65. 35. One reason given was the discovery of new mineral resources, and the new regional plans which would follow from the Sovnarkhoz reform. Further, Khrushchev desired greatly to speed up the growth of the relatively backward chemical industry. This was decided by the plenum of May 1958, and also to transform the fuel balance of the USSR, which was too heavily orientated to coal and neglected oil, which was abundantly and cheaply available in the Volga-Urals fields, and above all natural gas, which was available in large quantities and very little used. The labor situation, while adversely affected by the consequences of low wartime births, was relieved by reductions in the armed forces. This duly found its reflection in the new 7-year plan targets. Meanwhile, the years 1956, 1957, and 1958 were, from the point of view of long-term plans, orphan years. The 7-year plan envisaged the following. Apart from a particularly large increase in investment in chemicals and non-solid fuels, the plan envisaged an increased weight of investments in eastern areas, which were to receive over 40% of the total funds. It was a repeated source of criticism that ministries had found it convenient to direct investments, whenever possible, to already developed regions, to save overheads. It was hoped that Sovnarkozy would see things differently. Khrushchev, in his optimistic moods, soon found the new plan modest, and in October 1961, at the 22nd Congress, he announced some upward amendments, e.g. steel to 95 to 97 million tons. This was part of his mood of triumph. Success in making an impact on the imagination of the outside world, and his own self-confidence, was markedly helped by the launching, on October 4, 1957, of the first Sputnik. Russia, the backward giant so often looked down upon by the developed West, not so long ago a country of peasant illiterates, had scooped the world. A fine advertisement for the Soviet system. As the final column in the above table shows, and allowing yet again for exaggeration in indices, industrial progress was impressive during the period of the 7-year plan. There was also a major upward surge in output of many consumer durables. Yet there were some serious shortfalls, and critical deficiencies developed which, as we shall see, helped to topple Khrushchev. The strains of these years have been highly relevant to an understanding of the nature, functioning and problems of the Soviet planning system, as established under Stalin. A survey of the difficulties of Khrushchev's last years of power legitimately forms part of our study. The Sovnarkoz, regional, structure contained within itself a very serious weakness. To say so is not to be wise after the event. It was no doubt clear to Khrushchev's opponents at the time, and to some outside observers too, including the present writer. 36. The fundamental problem that faced the planning system under Stalin's successors was this: centralized decision-making could only encompass a portion of the multitude of decisions which, in an economy of the Stalin type, must be taken by the planner administrators, and which, in the absence of any effective criteria other than plan orders, logically cannot be taken else. Where, therefore, many plans consisted of aggregated indicators, rubles of total output, or tons, or square meters, and many elements of the plan could be inconsistent with one another. For example, the supply plan frequently failed to match the production plan, the fulfillment of aggregated output targets was inconsistent with meeting user requirements, the labor or wages or financial plans were out of line with each other or with output plans, and so on. A large number of semi-anecdotal examples can readily be assembled to illustrate the resultant irrationalities. Steel sheet was made too heavy because the plan was in tons, and acceptance of orders from customers for thin sheet threatened plan fulfillment. Road transport vehicles made useless journeys to fulfill plans in ton kilometers. Khrushchev himself quoted the examples of heavy chandeliers, plans in tons, and over large sofas made by the furniture industry, the easiest way of fulfilling plans in rubles. 37. New designs or new methods were avoided, because the resultant temporary disruption of established practices would threaten the fulfillment of quantitative output targets. It would indeed be a miraculous coincidence if the product mix which accorded with the requirements of the user also happened to add up to the aggregate total required by the plan. Of course, ideally, the aggregate total is made up of the separate requirements of all the users. But there is never time or information available for such perfect planning. The planners in fact proceeded on the basis of statistics of past performance. Yet, with prices not even in theory capable of fulfilling their role as economic signals, there was no other criterion than the plan. The central organs either themselves decided these plans, or laid down limits within which subordinate units could operate. Central decisions, though often incomplete and imperfect, were based on an assessment of what was needed. This in turn was based on political directives, past experience embodied in statistical returns, applications, indents, from below, and material balances designed to achieve an elementary input-output consistency. In the almost total absence of market forces, this combination of information flows, requests and directives constituted the foundation upon which economic activity rested. This activity, highly complex in its nature, became more so as the economy grew, and then in a sense outgrew the centralization upon which it was built. Tasks had to be divided, between ministries administering industries, Gosplan, and its numerous subdivisions, dealing with prices, investment policy, labor, supplies of key commodities, the Ministry of Finance, the State Committee on Construction, and so on. A further source of complication was the division of authority between government and party organs, at all levels. As already pointed out, all this led to acute strain in the process of seeking to ensure coordination, and sometimes plans were inconsistent, or impossible to carry out into two. In the key area of investment, this took the form of chronic overspreading of resources on too many projects, распыление средств, causing serious delays in completion. A contributory cause was that capital was provided free out of the state budget, there was no capital charge, and so subordinate authorities over-applied for it and started all they could in the hope of getting more. Under Stalin, the top priority of heavy industry was ruthlessly enforced. Errors and omissions were borne by the less important sectors. Hence persistent neglect of agriculture, and the fact that even the modest housing plans were never fulfilled, despite the notorious degree of overcrowding. But under his successors this was no longer so. Housing, agriculture, consumers' goods, trade, all became matters of importance, even of priority. So the task of planning became more complicated, because a system based on a few key priorities, resembling in this respect a Western war economy, could not work so effectively if priorities were diluted or multiplied. Consumer demand, for so long ignored, became more important, as living standards improved and customers could exercise more choice. Some goods became unsaleable, either through poor quality or overproduction. Yet the system was not designed to respond to demand, whether from consumers or indeed from enterprises, e.g. for some particular item of equipment, or metal of precisely the desired quality. It was built to respond to orders from above, and for the achievement of large-scale investment projects and expanding the volume of production. The financial and price systems were well able to extract the surpluses needed to sustain high growth rates, but of what? The planners tried various expedients. They issued instructions that user demand should be met. They modified the bonus system so that the achievement of purely quantitative targets should not be sufficient, that the assortment plan had also to be fulfilled, that costs had to be reduced, the wages plan not exceeded, and so on. They experimented with a kind of value-added indicator known as normed value of processing. Each of these success indicators had its own defect, induced its own distortions. Thus, insistence on cost reduction often stood in the way of the making of a better quality product. A book could be easily filled with a list of various expedients designed to encourage enterprises to act in the manner the planners wished, and the troubles to which each of them gave rise. 38. The greater the number of indicators, the more likely it was that they would be inconsistent. Similarly, the greater the number of items and sub-items planned and allocated by the center, the greater the burden on the planners and the likelihood of error or delay. But, since the central plan was the basis of all activity, the absence of some item from the plan might have resulted in it not being provided. So efforts to reduce the number of centrally planned indicators tended to be futile. If, say, frying pans or electric irons were not in the plan, then they tended not to be produced, and productive capacity would be switched to make things in which the center expressed an interest. Errors in investment planning, shortfalls in technical progress, were to some extent offset, under Stalin, by unplanned movement of labor from the villages. In every plan period, except the second, more workers came to town than was envisaged. By the middle 50s there was much greater consciousness of the need for efficient utilization of resources, including the now scarcer labor resources, to meet the many competing needs. Matters were further complicated by labor's greater freedom of movement. All these circumstances, and the liberating effect of Stalin's departure, led to a revival of economic thought. No longer barred from practical affairs, economists joined with the more intelligent planners in seeking new criteria, for investment decisions, for resource allocation by planners, and, last but not least, for decision-making at enterprise level. The role of prices, of what came to be called commodity-money relations, became a subject of lively discussion. Stalin's dictum that the law of value, affecting exchange relations, does not operate in transactions between state enterprises was rejected. In the light of this situation, the 1957 Sovnarkhoz reform was a step in the wrong direction, or at best a step sideways. The essentials of the system were unaltered, in the sense that the plan was the sole effective operational criterion, plan fulfillment the only important source of managerial bonuses. Profits, it is true, formed the basis of a director's fund, renamed Enterprise Fund, but it was of minor importance as an incentive to act. Yet the abolition of the ministries removed a vital element in the chain of command. Any one of the 105 Sovnarkhozy was unable to assess the needs of the other 104, unless these were conveyed to them by the center. For how could an official in, say, Kharkov or Omsk know the relative importance of requests received from all over the country? In any case, the central allocation of key commodities was preserved, and indeed had to be reinforced to avoid confusion. But one can only allocate what is produced, and so the center quickly found itself immersed in what amounted to production decisions too, but without the ministerial mechanism. Gosplan, the one body with the necessary information, lacked power and was deluged with work. Yet enterprises were subordinated to Sovnarkhozy, and the latter had only one independent criterion, the needs of their own regions. In the absence of clear orders to the contrary, they therefore allocated scarce resources to their own regions. Loud protests reached Moscow that established supply links were being broken. More and more items therefore had to be controlled by or through Gosplan. Similarly, investment funds under the control of Sovnarkhozy were diverted to local needs, to the detriment of other regions. Evidently Khrushchev thought that the regional party secretaries would ensure that their Sovnarkhozy enforced national priorities. This did not work out. The disease of localism, местничество, was diagnosed, officials blamed, dismissed, threatened with punishment, e.g. by the decree of August 4, 1958. The same complaints were afterwards repeated, since the defect was built into the system. As the Sovnarkhozy gradually lost effective power, in 1962 the Estonian Sovnarkhoz controlled only 0.2% of the production of that republic. 39, the enterprises found themselves virtually without a master, or rather with many masters, since production and supply plans reached them from several production and allocation departments at all Union and Republican levels. 40. It was fortunate that informal links of many kinds kept things more or less on an even keel most of the time. But some of these evidently worried the authorities, as they facilitated embezzlement, or just theft. The introduction on May 7, 1961 of the death sentence for a range of economic offenses, as distinct from counter-revolutionary or treasonable activities, was a sign of alarm. As the deficiencies of the 1957 reforms became apparent, Khrushchev set about making administrative changes. To list and explain them all is impossible in the context of a general history. A bare list of main changes, affecting industry and construction, will be sufficient to demonstrate the confusion created in the process of trying to remedy confusion. They were part of a rather chaotic process of re-centralization. 1. A long list of state committees was created which by 1962 had very much the same designations as the defunct ministries, but they had no executive authority. Enterprises were not subordinate to them. They considered. They advised, especially on investment and technical policy. They could not order. 2. Gosplan was again split. At all union level, perspective planning and research were made the responsibility of an economic science council, Gosekonomsovet, in I-960. Then, in November 1962, Khrushchev announced another change. Gosplan would plan, particularly in the longer term, while a new body, the All-Union Sovnarkhoz, would implement plans. This division was not a happy one, and there was much criticism of parallelism. So, after an obscure struggle, there emerged in February 1963 a super-coordinator of the coordinators which was given the historically memorable name of VSNKH, but which seems to have achieved little in its short life. 3. Sovnarkozy were merged, reduced in number from over 100 to 47 early in 1963. The 4 Central Asian republics were made into one Sovnarkoz, and a Russian was appointed to head it. Other changes included the creation of large planning regions, 17 for the whole country, which achieved little in practice. 4. The party itself was split in 1962, into industrial and agricultural sections, which caused much perplexity. So did the fact that the enlarged Sovnarkozy seldom coincided with the geographical divisions of the party, so on the one hand each half of the divided party was enjoined to supervise the economic activities within its jurisdiction, but on the other it was made organizationally difficult to do this. Khrushchev seems to have feared party officials' collusion in localism. This made no administrative sense. By 1963 no one knew quite where they were, or who was responsible for what. Pungent criticisms were appearing in the specialized press. Planning was being disrupted. Khrushchev added to the troubles of the planners by loud accusations of conservatism, and by pressing on them a chemical industry investment program which threatened the whole balance of the economy, and extended to industry a typical Khrushchevian campaign of a type which had done harm in agriculture. Output was to be trebled in 7 years. The targets he forced through were absurd and were promptly abandoned by his successors, though no one denied the desirability of substantially expanding the chemical industry. To make room for them, a new plan for 1964-5 scaled down many other plan targets, from steel to housing. Khrushchev's campaigning zeal threatened serious shortages of steel, of coal, of bricks. It was typical that sensible changes, such as the substitution of non-solid fuels for coal, or prefabricated concrete for bricks, became much too drastic. Thus most brickworks were closed, 8,000 out of a total of 12,000, according to A. Berman, Nove Mir, No. 1, 1967, causing grave shortages. Further causes of trouble were the soaring expenses of the space and missile program, and the sharp rise in military expenditure, by 30% in 1961, which represented a heavy call on scarce skills and specialist equipment. Other reasons too contributed to a slowdown in growth, which became quite noticeable especially after 1958. The rate of increase in investment greatly decreased, as the following figures amply demonstrate. In 1963 and 1964, officially claimed industrial growth rates fell below 8% or the lowest peacetime figures except 1933. Owing to poor agricultural performance, the national income in 1963 is said to have risen by only 4.2%. This was when the CIA made news by claiming that the real figure was now down to 2%, or well below even the United States. The view became widespread that Khrushchev's handling of affairs did not help. As strains developed, so investment controls became more stringent, and the housing program, to which much publicity had been devoted, was cut back. Particularly severe cuts were imposed on private building, as the following figures demonstrate. Khrushchev indeed mounted a campaign against ownership of private cottages, which resulted in some confiscations. He seemed in his later years to have been pursuing a campaign against bourgeois property tendencies. He goaded on the planners and the management by loud-sounding promises about overtaking America within a few years, even by 1970, and promising to achieve some elements of full communism, free municipal housing, free canteen meals, free urban transport, by 1980. This was, no doubt, part of his effort to revive ideological fervor and inject dynamism into a system which, left to itself, was liable to fall victim to inertia. He made other promises too, a 35-hour week, the abolition of income tax, at minimum wage of 60 rubles, all by precise dates, at which they would not be implemented. The 60 ruble minimum in fact came into force in 1968. Agricultural output during the 7-year plan should have increased by 70%. This is what in fact happened. The 1963 and 1965 grain harvests were badly affected by adverse weather. But the picture as a whole was very disappointing, and was so treated by every Soviet analyst. The following were the principal reasons for this. 1. The 1958 reform imposed excessive burdens on kolkhozes, which the procurement prices did not fully cover. They had to pay too much, and too quickly, for machinery. The result was to compel a cutback in investments and decline in payments to peasants. 2. The abolition of the MTS adversely affected maintenance by dispersing sophisticated equipment around kolkhozes, few of which possessed either the workshops or the skilled manpower to maintain or repair it properly. Many mechanics and tractor drivers had left the villages rather than become kolkhoz peasants. The repair technical stations provided for in the 1958 reform never got off, or rather onto, the ground. 3. Khrushchev pressed campaigns upon the farms, using for this purpose the party machine, which interfered with little or no regard for local conditions, and did great damage. The list of campaigns and distortions is a long one. Maize was to be sown in areas in which the soil and climate were unsuitable, or where the necessary labor and machines were lacking, with miserable harvests as a result. Crop rotations were disrupted. Cattle were unnecessarily slaughtered to achieve spectacular short-term results in meat production, then permission to slaughter was withheld, to rebuild the herds, even if there was no point to it, other than statistical point. The campaign against Stalin's favorite Trivopoli, grass rotation, reached such a height in 1961-3 that some farms were ordered to plow up fields of clover, for no better reason than to report to Moscow that the area under grasses had been reduced. Strong pressure from Moscow compelled monoculture, spring wheat, on the formerly virgin lands. Permission to reduce sowings to preserve the soil from erosion and weed infestation was refused. Serious harm resulted. Khrushchev personally toured the country repeatedly to advocate these campaigns, and dismissed many local officials and experts who dared to disagree with him, or who failed to carry through impossibly ambitious plans. Procurement quotas tended to be based on unrealistic production targets, and this forced local party officials to act as they did in Stalin's time, taking whatever they could squeeze out, disregarding quota rules, ordering farms about. Even methods of cultivation had their waves of imposed fashions: two-stage harvesting, cutting first, threshing later, the use of peat compost for seedlings, square cluster sowing of maize and potatoes, always regardless of the local situation. 4. As also in industrial planning, Khrushchev confused matters by repeated reorganizations. The 1958 reform had wiped out the MTS, and with it an important controlling mechanism. In the course of 1959-61 he had succeeded in turning the Ministry of Agriculture into a mere technical advisory service. At first he seemed to lay great stress on the role of the State Procurements Committee, as provider of guidance to farms by a contract system, while another state committee handled supplies of equipment and materials to agriculture, Sivkaztechnika. The rural party organs also interfered constantly. Impatient of defects and inefficiencies, Khrushchev then scrapped this inadequate administrative hodgepodge, decided on tighter controls, and in 1961 set up about 1,000 territorial production administrations, TPA, to control both kolkhozes and state farms within their areas. At first these TPA were outside the control of the Rayon, district, party secretaries, and in each there was to be a party plenipotentiary appointed by the Republic. In 1964 he proposed to administer agriculture by all union departments concerned with particular products. One such was set up, Titsprom SSSR, to deal with poultry and eggs. How this would fit in with the TPA, or indeed with the internal administration of the farm, was never explained. 5. After 1957, output of many kinds of farm machinery actually fell. Apparently it was instinctively felt that the kolkhozes, as non-state institutions, deserved a lower priority, and/or that the MTS had been oversupplied with equipment. 6. Price relativities established in 1958 were in total conflict with the plan, especially the plan to expand the output of livestock products. Meat and milk prices were far too low, and Soviet economists had no difficulty in demonstrating that these items were produced at a loss. So the bigger the effort in this direction, the poorer the farm would become. This contributed to the reduction in peasant incomes as from 1958, already referred to. In 1962, procurement prices for these items were increased by upwards of 30%, and this was accompanied by a similar increase in retail prices, which gave rise to loud protests in the towns. Yet even after this increase, and despite the fact that the gap between procurement and retail prices was now too small to cover expenses, necessitating a subsidy, livestock prices were still unattractive. They had to be further increased after Khrushchev's fall. Prices were also insufficiently differentiated between regions. Finally, Khrushchev committed the grave error of attacking the private plots. We have seen earlier that suburban livestock owners had already been subjected to fiscal burdens in 1956, but the drive began seriously to get underway in 1958 when Khrushchev made his speech to the effect that peasants in his birthplace, Kalinovka, had voluntarily sold their cows to the kolkhoz. He emphasized the word voluntarily, but soon enough thousands of party secretaries were exerting pressure on the peasants to do the same. Then there was the general fodder shortage, with priority enforced for collective and state animals. Pasture rights were limited. Taxes were imposed where numbers of livestock exceeded strict limits, especially on those owned by state farm peasants. The net effect on labor inputs was negative. One analyst later showed that peasants worked less for the kolkhoz, because it took them longer to procure, or scrounge, fodder for their livestock. 41 An eyewitness told me of the following conversation overheard on a farm. First peasant, that smoke yonder, what's burning? Second peasant, hay is burning. First peasant, well, let it burn, if it all burns, maybe Dai will return us our cows. Statistics show that most peasants did retain their livestock, but the number of privately owned cows fell between 1959 and 1964 by 14%, while collective and state herds grew rapidly. All these irritations affected work morale, the more so as pay in the collectives declined at the same time. The great pressure to increase livestock numbers while crop output was stagnant doubtless contributed to a rundown of reserves. The 1963 grain harvest was bad, and it proved necessary to import large amounts of wheat from capitalist countries. This was a heavy blow to prestige, and even though Khrushchev could blame the weather, his personal standing suffered a severe shock, since he had staked so much on his pet agricultural projects. Total livestock numbers fell very rapidly owing to fodder shortage, pigs from over 70 million to only 41 million. Despite imports, there was some difficulty in supplying bread and, especially, flour. Many agricultural areas became short of food. The 1964 harvest proved much better, but it was too late to save Khrushchev. His successors were so embarrassed that they for a time concealed the 1964 statistics, because they were too favorable. The basic problems of agriculture were not, of course, Khrushchev's creation. He interfered, reorganized, and campaigned too much, but he had inherited a generation of neglect and impoverishment and a system in which change could come only by order from above, since it treated peasant or even farm managerial initiative with instinctive suspicion. The word spontaneity, samotyok, was never close to Bolshevik hearts, but it was treated as a particularly dirty word in agriculture. Dr. Jasny, the outstanding émigré analyst, once said, more than any other single thing, Soviet agriculture needs samotyok. In its absence, plans had to be imposed, and the methods of Soviet officialdom, created by the Stalin epoch, ensured that they be imposed on a set pattern, regardless of local circumstances, so as to report what Moscow wanted to hear. Hence campaigns always degenerated into excesses, even if they had within them some rational purpose, as they usually had. Under Stalin too there had been campaigns. But in the last analysis he was really only interested in procurements, and interference of party officials was only spasmodic. It may be asked, but if pay for collective work improved so much in comparison with the Stalin period, despite the downturn of 1958-60, and if prices paid by the state increased so very greatly, how is it that incentives remained inadequate? The answer lies in one seldom understood fact. Under Stalin, procurement of foodstuffs could be regarded as a heavy, burdensome tax in kind. Except in areas of industrial crops, such as cotton, where prices were much better, the peasants to all intents and purposes lived on what was left after the state had taken its share, and on the produce and cash derived from private plots. Their work for the kolkhoz, in the majority of cases, was just a part-time occupation. Therefore the fact that they could not exist on collective pay was not disastrous, it could be seen as almost unpaid service qualifying them to operate their little private enterprise, on which they lived. But under Khrushchev campaigns to increase output, especially in the almost unmechanized and labor-intensive livestock sector, and to expand procurements led to a big rise in labor inputs on the farms, so for many peasants collective work became their primary occupation. For this purpose neither pay nor conditions were adequate. As late as 1967 there were still recommendations being made that shift working for milkmaids be adopted more widely, so as not to have work periods running from 3:45 a.m. to 9:45 p.m., which made all private life impossible. 42. The same point was still being made in 1985. Khrushchev was dismissed in October 1964. The economic troubles just described were part causes of his fall. His overambitious campaigning, harebrained schemes, his exaggerated promises, his arbitrary methods, his disorganizing reorganizations, were too much. Yet he did achieve considerable successes, especially in his first 5 years, and his defects are explicable by his background and experience. He was politically educated under Kaganovich, in the dramatic years of the early 30s. He inherited many perplexing problems, and his methods of tackling them belonged to a different epoch, and were now obsolete. He half understood the need and even the required direction of change, and often spoke of managerial autonomy in industry and agriculture, economic criteria, rational investment policy. He showed that he knew better than anyone how the bureaucratic apparatus of party and state could distort policy and paralyze desired initiative. But in the end he knew only the traditional methods. Brezhnev and Kosygin succeeded Khrushchev. They undid what they considered, not without reason, to be his wrong-headed reforms. The agricultural TPAs were eliminated, the normal RAIN administrative organs were reconstituted, the Ministry of Agriculture reappeared with its former powers, the division of the party between industrial and agricultural parts was abandoned, its unity restored. In September 1965 the Sovnarkozy were finally abolished, and the industrial ministries reappeared. Gosplan again became the key planning organ, covering both long-term and short-term planning. However, regional supply depots remained, under the authority of the State Committee on Material Supplies, Goshnab. The country was promised an end to harebrained schemes and constant reorganizations. The policies of the new leadership towards agriculture emerged in the March 1965 plenum of the Central Committee. There was severe criticism of past errors, excessive campaigning, neglect of the non-black earth regions, restrictions on private livestock, inadequate supply of machinery, the unprofitability of the livestock sector. It was decided to increase procurement prices substantially, especially for livestock. In subsequent years there were further increases in prices, without any consequential rise in retail prices. As a result, there was a fundamental change in the role of agriculture in the economy. From being a source of accumulation of capital for investment in industry, agriculture became a net burden on the rest of the economy. The subsidy to cover losses in the livestock sector, i.e. the difference between the price paid to farms plus handling costs and receipts from retail sales, grew and grew. Investment in agriculture, both state and collective, rose substantially, both relatively and absolutely. Brezhnev affirmed and reaffirmed the high priority to be accorded to agriculture, and to industries serving the needs of agriculture. While scaling down Khrushchev's unrealistically overambitious targets for fertilizer production, he continued the policy of pressing ahead with the expansion of this and other sectors of the chemical industry. With what result? One must try to eliminate the variations due to weather, which continue to have a large influence on the size of the harvest. Thus 1965, 1967, 1972, 1975 and 1979 were poor years, for reasons quite unconnected with plans and policies. The basic trend was upwards. It may be said that, despite some recent slowdown, Soviet agricultural output had in fact risen faster than that of most other countries, especially Western countries. However, the situation was in fact deeply unsatisfactory, and this for the following reasons. 1. The increases were from very low levels of yields and productivity, and measured by international standards they were still very low. 2. The increases were achieved at disproportionate cost. No major country devotes so high a proportion of its total investment to agriculture. Yet it still appears to be undercapitalized, due partly to unbalanced, complex need, mechanization, partly to low quality of machines, and also to poor maintenance, so that equipment and vehicles wear out quickly. 3. The reduction of the labor force was slow, while pay both in Kolkhozy and Sovkhozy increased substantially. This led to a sharp rise in costs of production, which added to the burdens on the state budget through the ever-increasing subsidies which had to be paid. There was still a shortage of labor at peak periods, and millions of urban citizens and soldiers were drafted in to help bring in the harvest. 4. Agriculture proved incapable of supplying enough food to cover rapidly growing demands from the now better paid citizens, especially as the peasants themselves were eating better. Demand was artificially stimulated by the policy of low prices for food. Thus meat prices had been last increased in 1962, and since then average wages had then doubled. So even though production had gone up, shortages became more acute. 5. The gap between supply and demand, especially of fodder grains, to sustain a larger livestock population, led to increased dependence on imports from the capitalist world. Thus in 1973, following the poor harvest of the previous year, imports of grain reached 23 million tons. They subsequently exceeded 40 million tons, since harvests in 1981-5 were poor. The average for grain, 181 million tons, was well below the 1976-80 figure of 205, despite very large investments, including huge expenditures on land improvements, most of which seemed to have been wasted. It was often the case that successes in one sector were negatived by failure to provide complementary resources. For example, fertilizer deliveries did rise rapidly, and this, together with increased expenditure on liming and land improvement, did contribute to the rise in the average harvests. However, as many sources showed, there were shortages of bags, means of transport, storage facilities, and spreading machines. Also, the type of fertilizer delivered often did not accord with local requirements, and under these conditions it piled up at railway yards and much of it was wasted. Economically, the Brezhnev period has to be seen as a disaster. Net output barely rose, despite record investments in machinery, livestock complexes, and land melioration, while it proved necessary to mobilize millions of townspeople and soldiers every year to help with the harvest, owing to lopsided mechanization and the unwillingness of the peasants to put in the needed effort. According to Nove, the number so mobilized doubled between 1970 and 1980, and reached the extraordinarily high figure of 15 million persons. 2. And this despite the fact that, by the standard of industrialized countries, the proportion of the working population engaged in agriculture was very high. In the period 1970 to 85 there was an outflow of labor from some rural areas, especially in the non-Black Earth regions of Central and North Russia. This was unintentionally stimulated by a policy of abandoning, or forcing the abandonment of, so-called neperspectivny, futureless, villages and hamlets. This was a sort of replay of Khrushchev's vision of agro-towns referred to earlier. P. 312 peasants were to be moved into modern central urban-type settlements. However, the absence of hard surface roads, and peasants' attachment to their surroundings, made this both inefficient and unpopular. Its scale can be judged by the fact that, as was reported by E. Yasin in Communist No. 12, 1987, p. 45, in the Kostroma province alone no less than 1,000 villages and hamlets were declared to be neperspektivny. The availability to peasants of elementary amenities, adequate shops, health services, and schooling were all the subject of severe criticisms, and efforts were being made to put things right. In the late Brezhnev years there was a drastic overhaul of agricultural administration. Conscious of poor results, and of wasteful use of resources by so-called service organizations, who fulfilled plans in millions of rubles instead of doing what the farms needed, it was decided to create a new hierarchy covering the entire agro-industrial complex. Its local organs became known as Rapo Rayonnoy Agropромyshlennoy Objedinenie. Its creation was a feature of a much publicized food program, adopted in May 1982. In its original form it failed to achieve the necessary coordination, and there was a further reorganization in 1985. It is now universally agreed that this bureaucratic solution was a serious error. A contemporary joke blames the creation of the RAPO on the CIA. The net effect was the creation of another layer of controlling officials and a weakening of the position of farm management, which ought to have been free to hire, or not to hire, service agencies as subcontractors. The urgent and vital problem of motivating peasants to work was to be tackled by the creation of small work groups working autonomously on contract and paid by results. In fact, some experiments on these lines had been conducted in the late 50s and early 60s. An enterprising state farm manager, Kudenko, made a brilliant success of such a scheme. However, he fell foul of the regulations and of the bureaucracy, was arrested and died in prison. The story is told, with indignation, by V. Belkin and V. Perevidentsev in Literaturnia Gazeta, 1 April 1987. The final blessing of the Politburo for small group contracts was announced by Gorbachev, at that time in charge of agriculture, in a speech in Belgorod in March 1983. This, however, made little headway. The later development of family leasing will be discussed in the next chapter. A seemingly important reform was adopted in 1965, a decree which had the declared intention of increasing managerial powers, reducing considerably the number of compulsory indicators passed down from the center. Prices were recalculated on the basis of cost plus a percentage of the value of capital assets, thus supposedly corresponding to Marx's price of production. A major adjustment in prices was to eliminate losses in such sectors as coal and timber. A capital charge, averaging 6%, was to be levied. This same decree finally eliminated the Sovnarkozy and restored the industrial ministries with almost the pre-Sovnarkoz powers, one important difference being the attempt to concentrate in Goshnab, the State Material Technical Supply Committee, the function of disposal which departments of ministries formerly exercised. There was to be trade in means of production, i.e. a gradual scrapping of the administered system of material allocation. This was again proposed in 1987. Most of the ministries were all Union rather than Union Republican. In other words, although there was a move towards greater devolution to management, the clear intention was to centralize planning and ministerial powers in Moscow. Republican and other regional planning organs lost powers. It soon became evident that the reforms of 1965 were internally inconsistent. Ministerial powers over their enterprises were those of superiors vis-a-vis subordinates, and orders could be, and were, issued on a wide variety of topics supposedly within the competence of management. Elaborate schemes intended to relate managerial bonuses, and payments into various incentive funds, to profitability and sales, disposals, were ineffective, for a variety of reasons. Thus plans were anything but stable, repeatedly altered within the period of their currency. The rules governing bonuses were changed arbitrarily and frequently. While management was supposed to be encouraged to aim high, success and bonuses still depended primarily on plan fulfillment, which meant that it always paid to try to have a modest, fulfillable plan. Persistent shortages of many inputs led to a number of negative phenomena: hoarding, over-application for material allocations, production and construction delays. It also meant that ministries and enterprises made their own supply and procurement arrangements, and unofficial expediters, tolkeke, supplemented the supply system by semi-legal deals. The stress on the profit motive, which seemed to be a feature of the 1965 reform, was also negatived by several factors: the fact that any additional profits were likely to be transferred to the budget, the free remainder, svobodní ostatok přibývají, the much greater stress on the fulfillment of quantitative targets, and, finally, the inherent illogicality of using profits as a guideline when prices were uninfluenced by demand or need. By 1970 not much was left of the additional managerial powers ostensibly granted by the 1965 reform. So the plans and policies of the decade of the 70s were applied within the traditional system of centralized planning, with multiple obligatory targets imposed on management, and administrative allocation of inputs, a task divided three ways, between Gosplan, Goshnab, and ministries. As will be argued later in detail, the inherent impossibility of efficient and effective centralization underlay many if not most of the problems faced by the economy. A so-called reform was promulgated in 1974, but this in no way tackled the fundamental issues. It was, on balance, a centralizing measure, with a multiplicity of compulsory plan indicators imposed from above. One of them was to be normed value added, but this proved unworkable, and the much criticized VAL, gross value of output, survived along with targets in quantitative terms, tons, square meters, etc. There was greater emphasis on the fulfillment of delivery obligations, but judging from subsequent criticisms it made little difference. Also during the 70s there was a move to merge enterprises into larger corporations or associations, within the economic ministries. However, these associations were not endowed with any additional powers, and the concentration of responsibility for specific products within Obiedinenia was impeded by the fact that many if not most goods were made in enterprises under several different ministries. The targets of the 8th Five-Year Plan, 1966-70, may be seen in the table on page 386, together with those of the next two quinquennia. While ambitious, it avoided extremes. The outcome seemed satisfactory in aggregate. Aggregate growth rates were similar to those achieved in the previous quinquennium, 50% in 1966-70, 51% in 1961-5, with a relative improvement in the growth of the output of consumers' goods, by 49% against 36% in 1961-5, some industries did notably well. Oil output rose by 45% with a large contribution from the newly operational wells in northwest Siberia, fertilizer by over 100%, though the plan target was even higher. Of course, this was due in large part to the investments made in earlier periods, but industry as well as agriculture benefited from greater stability, the restoration of habitual lines of command, the end of extremes of campaigning so characteristic of the Khrushchev period. On closer examination, the table gives grounds for some perplexity. How could the overall plan for national income and for industry have been overfulfilled, when there were serious shortfalls in energy, except oil, steel, and indeed virtually every other product except footwear? Agriculture was also short of its plan targets. Of course, the usual warning is necessary: aggregate indices tend to exaggerate growth rates. But why should this factor be especially important in this quinquennium? One reason suggests itself: this was a period of a particularly rapid rise in military hardware production, which is included in the aggregate index of industrial production, but not in the physical output statistics, which are confined to civilian production. The same table shows a significant degree of underfulfillment, even in terms of aggregate indices, as well as in key industrial sectors, in the period after 1970. The ninth five-year plan, 1971-5, envisaged an industrial growth rate almost as high as that previously claimed, 47% in the 5 years, with consumers' goods output slightly outpacing that of producers' goods. But this was not to be. The consumers' goods target proved far beyond reach, due partly to the shortfalls in agriculture, and so in the food industry, and partly to increasing delays in construction. The latter factor has become of great importance, with a persistent rise in the volume of uncompleted investments and in the time taken to bring new productive capacity into operation. The official index for national income showed an unusually large gap between plan, plus 38.6%, and actual, plus 28%. Since personal incomes rose faster than planned, shortages of consumers' goods grew gradually more acute. A typical Soviet comment may be cited, by academician O. Bogomolov. He wrote of inflation, manifesting itself in growing shortages in retail trade and the growth of excessive frustrated purchasing power. In the hope of acquiring the goods they needed, the population accumulated money in savings banks or in money boxes. In his view, prices rose not only in the free market but also, despite the official index, in state trade too. The urban consumer's basket more than doubled its price since the end of the 50s. Note that the official index showed a rise by only 7%. Imbalances and shortages give rise to many undesirable side effects: corruption, bribery, under-the-counter sales, hoarding, disregard for customer requirements. Several Soviet sources have pointed to the fact that stocks, inventories, held by enterprises rose much faster than output, immobilizing resources on a huge scale. So did the notorious Dolgostroy, long build, the long delays in completing construction of all but the topmost priority projects. All these deficiencies grew worse in the last Brezhnev years. These difficulties were growing despite a very substantial bonus in the form of improved terms of trade. In the last Brezhnev years recourse was had, in secret, to the printing press to cover a concealed budget deficit, the existence of which was first pointed to by Igor Berman. 5 subsidies increased, as did, hidden, military expenditure. So did bank credits, which were part of what Kornai has called the soft budget constraint, i.e., management knew that any losses would be covered. This was evidence of a developing crisis in the Soviet planning system. The following appear to be key elements of any explanation. One element is demographic. Because of low birth rates, the working population had virtually stopped increasing. Shortages of labor were serious, even though there was overmining and waste in some sectors. The high birth rate in Central Asia was of little help, since the native peoples tend to be immobile and to remain in their villages. Increased output now depended almost wholly on increased productivity per head. This has been characterized by many in East and West as the need to shift from extensive to intensive growth. Technical progress, more and better mechanization and greater efficiency in the use of resources, become more and more vital. The efforts to achieve parity in the military field added to the strain on resources. The military sector absorbed a large segment of the output of the Soviet machinery, engineering, and electronic industries. In and after 1989 it was admitted that the published defense expenditures were far below the true ones, that the real figure was 4 times higher. But some Soviet critics maintain that the real figure was higher still, 6, and blame the high level of military spending for the neglect of the modernization of civilian industry. The military burden certainly made an appreciable contribution to the troubles of the economy. A further drain on resources had been the big investment effort in agriculture, already referred to. Of perhaps even greater importance were the magnitude and cost of investments in Siberia. These investments were undoubtedly necessary, Vast resources of energy and many valuable minerals lie in the largely empty and climatically unpleasant areas north of the Trans-Siberian Railway. It has been repeatedly pointed out that while 90% of energy utilization is west of the Urals, 90% of energy resources are east of the Urals. With the exhaustion of oil wells in European areas, it is essential to rely increasingly on Siberian sources, and the richest sources of natural gas lie in the frozen northwest of Siberia. But these investments are very costly, even while in the longer run their importance will be very great. All this presented a challenge to the traditional centralized planning system, much more attuned to quantity than to quality, poor at relating production to user demand, and, above all, increasingly overwhelmed by its own complexity. Inefficiency and waste, the slow diffusion of technical progress, imbalances, and bottlenecks, plagued the economy. The party leadership continued to adopt resolutions demanding greater attention to the requirements of the customer, whether the customer be industry itself or the citizen. However, production continued to adapt itself not to user demand but to the success indicators, i.e. to plan fulfillment statistics in rubles, tons, square meters. It has proved extremely difficult to incorporate desirable forms of technical progress into directive plan orders. New products or new machines required to be approved by numerous bureaucratic instances, and then fitted into plan target figures, and the allocated material inputs frequently failed to match requirements. Information flows were distorted by the interest of information providers in being given a plan that was easy to fulfill. Unreliability of supplies encouraged hoarding and over-application for input allocations. Frequent changes of plan encouraged the hoarding of labor too. Brezhnev complained of the strength of what he called Vedomstvenost and Mestnichestvo, departmentalism and localism, ministries, and regional state and party organs, diverted resources in the light of their sectional interests, made their own components, often in ill-equipped backyard workshops, and proved too strong for the overworked coordinating organs. Far too many investment projects were begun, despite repeated orders to stop this practice. Plans were too often unbalanced, in that the necessary inputs could not be provided or did not arrive, and in the most recent years a serious bottleneck has been rail transport. The many calls on resources greatly reduced the rate of growth of investment. In 1979, a particularly difficult year, it was only 1%. In fact, the volume of investment declined, owing to increased costs and prices. As Brezhnev himself grew older, so did his increasingly geriatric colleagues in the leadership. One had an increasing sense of paralysis in the face of the need for action. His death brought the reform-minded Andropov to power, but his health collapsed before he could make an impact. The brief period during which Chernenko was general secretary represented the last futile attempt of the older generation, which came politically of age under Stalin, to cling to the old ways. Gorbachev was already waiting in the wings. A feature of the Brezhnev period was a substantial expansion of Soviet foreign trade, particularly with the capitalist world. This was facilitated by an improved political atmosphere, détente, which encouraged Western firms and banks to grant long-term credits on a large scale, and, from 1973, also by the rise in prices of oil, by far the largest Soviet export to the West, and some other commodities, as well as of gold. Soviet purchases of Western, and Japanese, technology increased very sharply, and there were also large purchases of grain. Soviet aid programs for developing countries did not expand, but trade grew, especially Soviet sales of arms to Third World countries. Efforts were also made to enlarge the functions of Comecon. In 1971 an ambitious program of integration was formally adopted, but, while the volume of trade expanded, it remained predominantly bilateral, with only slow progress in joint planning of investments. Though there was formal provision for convertible free, in practice the currencies remained non-convertible, and the so-called transferable ruble was a unit of account and not in fact transferable. In the most recent years the USSR, as the major supplier of fuel and material to the industrialized members of Comecon, faced a dilemma, With the slowdown of growth of output, it has not been possible to supply the needs of the Comecon partners, for instance for oil, without adversely affecting earnings from sales to Western markets and/or failing to cope with rising domestic demand. Comecon countries then had to buy more oil and other commodities, for instance, grain, for hard currency in the capitalist world, and therefore to export more to the West, which acted against closer integration with the USSR and the other Comecon partners. The table opposite shows the scale on which trade had increased, with all categories of countries. The figures given are in current prices, and of course were greatly influenced by the rise in the price of oil, by far the largest item in Soviet exports. The agreement on prices with Comecon countries, that prices be a sliding average of the previous 5 years, meant that for a number of years they were able to buy Soviet oil and gas at prices well below the rapidly rising world prices, which led some commentators to assert that the USSR was subsidizing its Comecon partners on a large scale. However, the same rules led to a reverse situation in 1986, when world prices fell. It was sometimes said that Brezhnev embarked on a policy of détente in order to secure economic advantages. This is a political and an economic misinterpretation. Soviet gains from trade were due decisively to the fortuitous combination of a large rise in domestic output in oil and gas, and an even larger increase in the world price. These gains continued into the 80s, but were partially reversed. Oil output began to stagnate, and world prices fell. This led to a sharp drop in Soviet hard currency earnings, in 1985 and 1986, and to some fall in Soviet purchases. The first reform wave. When, by a narrow majority, Gorbachev was made General Secretary, he quickly sounded the alarm. Much needed to be done. All was very far from well. However, in his first year he seemed like a younger and healthier Andropov, who during his short tenure of office also pointed to the need for change in the petrified and stagnant system. It now appears that Gorbachev did have more radical ideas than he was able to speak of publicly, since in the given political balance, he would then not have been allowed to become General Secretary. Only after he got rid of some of the leading conservatives on the Politburo, such as Grishin and Romanov, could he gradually unveil a reform program that went beyond what used to be called further perfecting the centralized system. Already in April 1985 he stated that the fate of our country, the future of socialism in the world, depend in large measure on how we tackle our task, and all evidence shows that he knew how vast the task of reform was, though he was as yet unclear just how he would tackle it. At first we seemed to be seeing a replay of the abortive Kosygin reform of 1985, a shift from material allocation to trade in means of production, more freedom to negotiate some prices, more financial responsibility and more independence for enterprise management, with the product mix determined primarily by the needs of the customers. Instead of compulsory plan targets, there would be state orders, gazakazi, covering only basic requirements. The rest of productive capacity could then be devoted to freely negotiated contracts. In practice, little changed. Industrial ministries remained in existence, still with responsibility for their sectors of the economy, responsibilities they could only carry out if they had power to issue orders, which they continued to do. The more was this necessary when radical price reform was postponed, so that profitability could not act as a rational guide to action, since prices in no way reflected relative scarcities or use values. Furthermore, the practice of taut planning continued, with the adoption of the 12th five-year plan, see below, and this meant more of the all too familiar shortages, including shortages of material inputs. As a result, gazakaz came to cover the bulk of output, and management actively sought after gazakazi because they would then be more likely to receive allocated inputs. So both production planning and administered allocation continued to dominate. It looked like a repeat of the frustrations that followed the similar attempt in 1965. One reason for the inconsistent half-heartedness with which reform was tackled at this time was unclarity as to the scope and scale of reform and its end objective. In the first year even the word market was avoided, one spoke of commodity-money relations, and not, yet, of any species of even a socialist market. The old orthodoxies were only gradually shed. The revival of cooperative enterprises was moved, and eventually they were legalized, but not until 1988, CP 402 below. In agriculture, small group and family contract within state and collective farms was being actively encouraged by the new leadership, but was also being actively obstructed by local officialdom and by farm management, so that little changed there either. Gorbachev clearly intended to push ahead with economic perestroika, restructuring, and he listened to advisors who urged a more rapid tempo of change. Among these were Abel Abenbajian and Tatiana Zaslavskaya. The latter, in the late Brezhnev years, had circulated a memorandum that was leaked to the West, which earned both of them a formal reprimand, in which she pointed to the many deficiencies of the system, and called for radical systemic change. Gorbachev also advocated glasnost, a term which could be interpreted just as greater openness on the part of the authorities, but which rapidly became a recipe for much greater freedom of criticism, discussion, and publication. The attempt in 1986 to cover up the Chernobyl nuclear disaster made glasnost seem more urgent. This made possible the appearance of a devastating account of the real state of the economy, and it is a guide to the thought processes of Gorbachev himself that, when asked for a comment, he said that he agreed with almost all of it, the exception being his rejection of unemployment as part of the cure. Here is a sizable extract from this article, by Enchmalev. We are still dominated by the conception that the existing system of economic and property relations is the embodiment of Marxism-Leninism in practice, fully consonant with the nature of socialism as a social formation. Marx and Engels elaborated the theoretical basis of revolution, showed its objective inevitability, but as for what shape the economy would take after victory, on this they only had guesses dogitki. They left us virtually nothing which could be considered as practical advice about the methods of reaching the aims of socialism. The pre-revolutionary works of Lenin were also in the main devoted purely to politics, and not to what will have to be done to organize a full-blooded economic life after the revolution. Thus the revolution caught us without a thought-out or complete economic theory of socialism. It is essential to realize that the cause of our difficulties is not only or not solely due to the heavy burden of military expenditures and the very expensive global responsibilities of our country. If we expended them correctly, even the remaining resources would be sufficient for maintaining a balanced and technically progressive economy and for satisfying the traditionally modest needs of our population. However, prolonged attempts to break up the objective laws of economic life, to suppress the age-long natural stimuli for human labor, brought about results quite different from what was intended. Today we have an economy characterized by shortage, imbalances, in many respects unmanageable, and, if we were to be honest, an economy almost unplannable. We have one of the lowest levels of labor productivity of any industrial nation, especially in agriculture and in construction, since through the years of stagnation the working masses have reached a state of almost total disinterestedness in freely committed and honest labor. Apathy, indifference, thieving have become mass phenomena, with at the same time aggressive envy towards high earners. There have appeared signs of a sort of physical degradation of a sizable part of our population through drunkenness and idleness. Finally, there is a lack of belief in the officially announced objectives and purposes, in the very possibility of a more rational economic and social organization of life. Clearly all this cannot be swiftly overcome. Years, maybe generations, will be needed. 3. What, then, had to be done? What was the alternative to the unmanageable and unplannable centralized system? There was, objectively speaking, only one alternative: either one's output is allocated, or one sells, either one applies for material inputs, or one buys. Buying and selling equals the market. Tertium non datur. But this required the overcoming of the most formidable obstacles. One was ideological. Market and socialism had for generations of Marxists seemed to be inherently incompatible. Markets could be, indeed were, tolerated on a limited scale, but should eventually wither away. This view was not only held by numerous officials, it penetrated deeply into society. Ordinary citizens also saw private enterprise and buying and selling for profit as some sort of black market or speculative activity. The masses were accustomed to low prices of necessities, food, rents, etc., and to job security, and valued both, though efficiency required a break with such practices. It is noteworthy that even as late as July 1990, when the 28th Party Congress met, the delegates voted by a large majority, to Gorbachev's annoyance, to omit the word market from the name of the Economic Reform Commission which it appointed. For this showed the attitude, or lack of understanding, of the bulk of party functionaries, and underlined his dilemma: the one effective means of imposing reform, the party machine, was, to say the least, uncommitted, if not directly opposed, to the policy it was asked to carry out. A particularly vivid example of this occurred in 1986-7, when functionaries launched a campaign against so-called unearned incomes. Local officials took this as a signal to obstruct the, perfectly legal, transport of goods to kolkhoz markets, while axes and even bulldozers were used to destroy peasants' attempts to grow vegetables under glass, e.g. Sivapakhan, No. 7, 1987. So a second obstacle was the interest of many in the party-state machine to retain their function of allocating resources, which was a vital source of both power and privilege, a point discussed by Zaslavskaya in the memorandum to which reference was made above. Bureaucrats could and did obstruct change which threatened jobs and careers. A third and vitally important obstacle was more purely practical. Millions had become accustomed to the old system, knew how to operate within it. Management was used to having their customers designated by the plan, never had to practice the arts of marketing. Market infrastructure was, and is, lacking. So were the needed information flows, and the very existence of non-state trading intermediaries was still illegal. The law of contract was full of holes, contracts all too frequently broken. Market culture was lacking. So that even if all agreed about what kind of market economy there should be, and agreed on the boundary between plan and market, the transition to a new system was going to be a formidably difficult task. The more so because, while a direct leap into a fully fledged market seemed impossible and altogether too risky, intermediate stops on the way threatened to create impossible hybrids. Thus, to take but one example, to give management full freedom over the product mix required a total change in the principles of pricing, while price rises alone could not be expected to reduce demand for material inputs so long as there was not a hard budget constraint and enterprises retained an interest in increasing the value of gross output, since higher priced inputs were then actually preferred. Reform had to be introduced in viable packages. So one had what could be called both the necessity and impossibility of gradualness. It is worth stressing all this because it helps us to see some of the key causes of the failure of economic perestroika. But there were also grave policy errors, which made a difficult task altogether impossible. One such error was, in fact, the 12th, and last, 5-year plan. Gorbachev's advice, for which Aganbajian was subsequently blamed, was that the stagnation of the Brezhnev years had to be overcome by a sharp acceleration, uskorini, in growth and in investment, with priority given to industrial re-equipment and so to expanding and modernizing the machine building industry. As will be seen below, the first version of the plan, drafted during 1985, was amended upwards when finally adopted by the 27th Party Congress in 1986. An ambitious long-term plan, through to the year 2000, was also presented. The 1986-90 plan envisaged the following growth rates over the 5-year period. Note that the 1981-5 aggregate growth figures are substantially overstated, for reasons already referred to. By 1990 all indicators were pointing downwards, as we shall see. The following tables give one a notion of the rate of progress through 1988, after which the regress began. The Industrial Statistics, p. 400, show both the shortfalls vis-à-vis the 5-year plan and the decline which set in after 1988, and which accelerated in 1991. While output of the key industrial sectors began a sharp decline after 1988, manufactured consumers' goods, especially durables, continued to do well until 1990. This was true, for example, for TV sets, refrigerators, radios. It is only in 1991 that they too were affected by the growing chaos. The basic problem with the strategy of acceleration was that it was in complete conflict with the aim of economic reform, which required a lesser degree of tautness to permit flexibility and the abandonment of administered allocation of inputs. Allocation, a form of rationing, was kept in being by fear of shortage. This same fear encouraged hoarding by enterprises, which accentuated shortage. So one could say that Uscorini conflicted with economic perestroika. The priority of machine building in investment did not in fact materialize. The largest increases were directed towards energy, where costs were rising rapidly. The notorious Dolgostroi, long build, became worse, as the economic ministries continued to press their own projects, in defiance of the efforts of Gosplan to reduce the total investments to the level at which they balanced the resources available. Nor were there any defense cuts in those years to relieve the strain on resources. It is a fair generalization that, through 1988, the old system continued to function in much the old way, with Gazakaz being Gosperkaz, i.e., state commercial orders were in practice compulsory orders of the traditional species, and growth may have benefited from the campaign against drunkenness, which, as we shall see, did harm to state finances. But the long-existing defects of the old system, waste of inputs, neglect of user requirements, poor quality continued to be denounced by the increasingly free media and by highly critical economist reformers. Thus de Vallavoy complained that the linking of the wage level with the value of gross output, val, continued to stimulate the wasteful use of inputs, since the higher the cost, the higher the wage. 5 and Daniloftanilyan summarized the position as follows: our economy can be characterized as cost-inducing, Zitritnoy, because the economic mechanism for many years orientated enterprises to increase costs rather than economize on them, since it is precisely through expenditure, Zitrati, that the command bureaucratic system measures the results of economic activity. There is no other way in the absence of a market, the only known objective instrument by which to compare costs and results. But it is cost-inducing in another sense. Its very structure predetermines excessive costs in comparison with the economies of post-industrial countries, and this for practically every kind of product. In 1987 came a new enterprise law, and also the notion of Republican Ozriskiov, which had the intention of transferring more powers to the republics, unking their own finances more closely with the functioning of their enterprises. The two measures were in fact contradictory. Managerial independence did not require the transfer of power from all Union to Republican bureaucrats. In practice little changed, but the measure gave an impetus to Republican separatism, which was to have very grave consequences in and after 1990. Meanwhile, progress in agriculture remained mostly on paper. There was an increasing volume of published criticism. Thus Enchmalev wrote, "The crisis situation in our agriculture is evident to all. Large investment has been largely wasted. The crisis in our villages is due to the triumph of coercion over common sense. Few can now doubt that the basic reason for the deplorable condition of our agriculture, its stagnation, lies in the undivided power which the administrative stratum has acquired over everything in the village. The peasants had become totally alienated, indeed depaysantized. To quote Svikulov, in the old days the peasants reasoned, 'Why should we work? We will not be paid.' Now they reason, 'Why should we work? We will be paid anyway.' The efforts to overcome this indifference through the introduction of contract groups and family leasing were making very slow headway, and there emerged a strong lobby of farm managers, led by V. Starodubtsev, one of the plotters in August 1991, who resisted loss of land for peasants, to avoid the danger of breaking up the state and collective farms which they managed, and in which they behaved, in the words of many critics, like landlords, pomeshchiki. E. Gaidar wrote withering words about vast ineffective capital investments, the erection of reinforced concrete palaces for low productive livestock, the digging of useless irrigation canals, the supply of record quantities of painted scrap iron proudly described as agricultural machinery. He pointed out that in 1971 to 85 agriculture had obtained investment of 590 milliard rubles, yet the national income created in this sector in the middle 1980s remained at the level of the early 1970s. A whole number of decrees aimed at changing the state of affairs made little impact, diluted or sabotaged by local officialdom, aided and abetted by those at the center, for example Ligachev, who hoped to preserve the Kolkhozy and Sovkhozy while making their operations more efficient. Investments in agriculture continued to be wasted on unsound projects. Much criticism was directed at Minvodkaz, the Ministry of Water Resources, which spent vast sums on drainage and irrigation to no good purpose, and repeatedly at projects to build big, extremely ineffective livestock complexes while essential infrastructure, storage space, roads, was neglected. 10. In Central Asia, imposed cotton monoculture and unsound irrigation led to ecological disaster, including the destruction of the Aral Sea. A hopeful and overdue sign of progress was the law on cooperatives, adopted at the beginning of 1988. It was divided into two parts. One concerned the legalization of urban cooperatives of many kinds, small-scale industrial, service, catering, trading, to fill gaps and to compete with the monopolistic state sector. The other envisaged turning units within the big Sovkhozy and Kolkhozy, and also the service organizations in the agricultural sector, into genuine cooperatives. This, together with family and small group leasing, could have had a sizable impact. However, for reasons already advanced, changes were very slow in agriculture, and we shall see that more radical measures taken in 1989 to 90 also made little difference in the short run. As for urban cooperatives, their activities did substantially expand. Thus output of goods and services increased from 40 milliard rubles in 1989 to 70 milliard in 1990. At the end of 1990, 260,000 cooperative enterprises, many very small, employed 6.2 million persons, including part-timers, but many were directly linked into, or even operated within, state enterprises, as a means of evading financial controls. Leased enterprises in industry produced goods worth 48 milliard rubles. However, cooperatives ran into several problems and obstacles. One was the fact that, with generalized shortage, they were able to charge high prices, which rendered them unpopular and attracted restrictive legislation. Then these same shortages stood in the way of their obtaining material inputs through legitimate channels. Another problem was that they could pay their members and employees well above the controlled wage rate paid in state enterprises, which caused tensions and protests. Local authorities frequently obstructed their activities, which could have expanded much faster if these obstacles had not been present. Another important reform affected foreign trade, hitherto strictly the monopoly of the Ministry of Foreign Trade and its corporations. In 1987 it was decreed that a large number of other ministries, corporations, enterprises, could enter into direct dealings with abroad. The measure was widely welcomed. However, it came at a time when the USSR's trading position became less favorable, with adverse movements in terms of trade. Also it created confusion as to responsibility for debt. Previously, all foreign trade deals could be seen as being backed by a Soviet state guarantee, since trade was in reality with the state. Now there was a transfer of responsibility to those who previously had hardly any experience of dealing with foreigners, and this at a time when foreign hard currency was particularly scarce, as were the goods that could be bought with it. It became gradually apparent that the rules concerning retention of a part of the currency earned by export could be evaded, and by 1990 perplexed foreigners were uncertain as to who was to pay them. The high credit rating previously earned by the Soviet Union began to tumble. In the previous chapter it was noted how, under Brezhnev, the combined effects of increased oil output and soaring oil prices led to a very substantial rise in foreign currency earnings. Under Gorbachev there was the declared intention of greater participation in the international division of labor. However, two adverse factors intervened. Firstly, oil output began to stagnate, and later in the decade to fall. Secondly, 1985 saw a steep decline in world prices of oil and gas. Already by 1986 exports to capitalist countries fell by 3.5 milliard foreign trade rubles, i.e. by some $5 million, and would have fallen faster if the tonnage of oil exports had not been substantially increased. This adverse trend continued in subsequent years and had two negative consequences. One was a cut in imports, especially of consumers' goods, other than grain, which remained high because of agricultural shortfalls. The other was a fall in budget revenue. Convertibility of the ruble could only be a remote aim in the circumstances. To move towards a market economy in any form one evidently needs money with real internal purchasing power, i.e. an end to chronic shortages. This in turn is inconsistent with budget deficits financed by money creation. One needed strict control over credits and wages, either subject to direct control through the planned wages fund or by hardening budget constraints on enterprises. Tragically, a series of decisions and events, some foreseeable, others not, had profoundly adverse effects on the whole reform process. First, the budget. As has already been noted, p.389 above, it was supposed to be in surplus, though this was not the case. Gorbachev inherited deficits of the order of 10 to 15 milliards, covered by advances from the state bank. This deficit grew extremely rapidly, to 47.9 milliards in 1986, 57.1 in 1987, 90.1 in 1988. It was approaching 100 milliards in 1989, and at long last it was possible to say so publicly. 12. Why did this happen? The following causes can be distinguished. Firstly, the budget's revenues were adversely affected by the sharp fall in tax yield on liquor, due to the campaign against drunkenness, which led to a sharp cutback in output of not only vodka but also wine, and in revenue from foreign trade arising from the fall in world oil prices and the cutback of imports of consumers' goods that were resold at high prices. Secondly, budget expenditures rose because of the escalating cost of food subsidies. Higher prices for farms were unaccompanied, until 1991, by higher retail prices of staple foodstuffs, plus urgently needed increases in spending on the shamefully neglected medical service, and on education, pensions and housing, and then because of the unexpectedly high expenditures associated with the Chernobyl nuclear disaster and the Armenian earthquake. So revenues fell, expenditure rose. Cuts in defense spending were resisted, as were the spending programs of most ministries. The result was a sharp rise in money supply. Of course, we should not forget that large budget deficits happen elsewhere, including Reagan's and Bush's United States. However, the American deficit was a much smaller percentage of GNP, and was financed in a non-inflationary way. The other cause of trouble was a consequence of the loosening of control over enterprise finance, both in respect of wages and of capital expenditures. Wage control had previously been remarkably effective. In successive quinquennia the target for average wages was not exceeded. This was due not to a hard budget constraint but to an imposed wages fund limit, which enterprises were unable to exceed without specific authority. This limit was abandoned as part of the policy of enlarging enterprise autonomy. Wage increases were henceforth supposed to be linked to productivity, but this could be increased by shifting to dearer product variants, or by evading price control, thereby increasing ruble production per worker. Shortages helped enterprises to foist higher-priced goods on their customers. With more money available to them, enterprises paid higher wages, and undertook investments which added to excess demand and so to dolgostroy. The table on p. 405 illustrates what was happening. According to E. Gaidar, while in 1989 a total of 24,000 investment projects were frozen by the center, no less than 146,000 new ones were begun, making nonsense of the policy of concentrating investment resources on what could be completed. 13. Also the burden of defense continued high. Thus, according to Nove, out of 16.5 million persons employed in the machine building complex, only 5.6 million, a third, worked in enterprises under civilian, i.e. non-military, ministries. 14. The above-cited increases in money supply and personal incomes do not look unusually big by the standards of other inflation-prone countries. Their consequences were rendered grave by the attempt to hold back the rise in prices. This led to an increasing gap between personal incomes and enterprise revenues on the one hand, and the consumer and producer goods available at established prices on the other. Of course, prices did in fact rise, by the sort of maneuvers described in the appendix. But nonetheless the gap became most serious, and, as happens in such cases, the rush by all concerned to buy up and hoard whatever can be found, leads to ever greater shortages. It also acts as a disincentive to work. Why earn extra if it cannot be spent? A large part of the increase in savings bank deposits is regarded by Soviet economists as frustrated purchasing power. The authorities well knew that prices were out of line. In a speech in Murmansk in October 1987, Gorbachev himself asserted the need for a radical overhaul of consumer prices, to reduce the burden of subsidies and to stimulate the economy. 15. Many economists pointed out that the low prices, e.g. of meat, benefited mainly the residents in priority cities such as Moscow, and those with access to special stores, while a great many of the poorest had to pay the much higher free market prices or go without. But the unpopularity of price rises was such that the long-needed rise was postponed until it was too late. Price increases of underpriced energy, timber, and other materials were also left until 1991, by which time they were irrelevant amid ominous threats of hyperinflation. Yet without meaningful prices, i.e. prices at which goods and services can actually be obtained, there could be no move to a market economy. Through 1988 the wheels still turned, production continued. The old supply relationships and the administrative allocation system ensured, by a kind of inertia, that materials arrived most of the time. However, the centralized system was being gradually dismantled, while the conditions for creating a market system were not present. The stage was set for disintegration. As mentioned above, in the first Gorbachev years the radical reforms did not question the commitment to socialism, or the dominance of state ownership. The idea was to subject state enterprises to the discipline of the market, with consumer choice and therefore competition. In 1988 cooperatives were legalized, but private enterprise remained taboo, and private employment was still seen as impermissible exploitation. Indeed, one accusation leveled at the newly legalized cooperatives is that they were private enterprise in disguise, which in fact some of them were. In the second half of 1989, and even more in 1990, the reformers' ideas became bolder. The more conservative elements in the profession continued to resist, and a conference of economists, managers, and economic officials which met in November 1989 responded to some of the conservative speeches with loud applause, noted with dismay by the then director of the Institute of Economics and vice premier in charge of economic reform projects, Ella Balkan. However, conscious that the entire reform process had stalled, groups of economists drafted new reform plans. During the spring and summer of 1990, Shat Allen, G. Yavlinsky and others drafted a so-called 500-day program for transition to a market economy, which now envisaged large-scale privatization. As Shat Allen told a party meeting earlier that year, it is not a question now of saving socialism, communism, or any other ism, it is a question of saving our country, our people. 16 At the same time Prime Minister Rizhkov, assisted by a Balkan, was drafting an alternative plan, less radical, but also aiming at marketization. Gorbachev asked Aganbajian to adjudicate, and he came down largely on the side of Shatalin Yavlinsky. They all called for financial stabilization, an end to budget deficits, the creation of the needed market infrastructure, the legalization of private enterprise. I have at home a collection of these and other such documents, which, unfortunately, produced nothing except paper. The Supreme Soviet, elected in the freest ballot known in Soviet history since 1917, still contained many officials nominated by various bodies controlled by the Communist Party, and indeed some nominated by the party itself. While it was the scene of free debate, contrasting with the dreary unanimity of the past, it was not an effective legislative body and by no means contained a reliable reform-minded majority. Presented with the compromise Aganbajian version, the Supreme Soviet dithered and procrastinated, being particularly unhappy with the much-needed price rises. Nor, as we have seen, were party functionaries convinced of the virtues of a fully fledged market, as was shown by the reactions of the delegates to the 28th Party Congress to Gorbachev's speech, in which he argued for much greater freedom for all categories of enterprises, radical price reform and even for the creation of stock and commodity exchanges. 17 By now, privatization was publicly advocated, though it was also strongly opposed. Meanwhile, in the words of U. Maslyukoy, head of Gosplan, speaking to the party's February 1990 plenum, the state's directing organs have lost control over many of the most basic aspects of economic development, and E. Gator wrote, from the middle of 1989 the all-union organs increasingly lost freedom to maneuver. There was a growing divergence between the economically essential and the politically possible. 18 Shortly afterwards we had the following comment by the talented publicist Igor Klyamkin: we should not demand of Gorbachev that he, being in the position of Janos Kadar, should act like Václav Havel. Our economic life until recently was dominated by two groups of all-powerful officials, party and government departmental, and both were secret or not so secret collaborators of the military-industrial complex, which was the bone structure of the Soviet economy and the stable basis of the totalitarian regime. It took several years of failure of partial reforms to persuade them that more radical steps were essential. Thus life compelled the reformers, led by Gorbachev, to adopt such alien words as market, privatization, private property. But the reformers, themselves products of party and departmental officialdom, also clearly understood that these alien remedies are poison for them. Hence no doubt the long delay, until delay seemed even more dangerous. Hence also a kind of built-in half-heartedness or obstructionism in implementation. And in another article, Igor Klyamkin noted that, in the absence of private property in the means of production, citizens saw themselves primarily as consumers, the authorities as providers. So if in such a society one introduces a representative democracy, the elected parliaments cannot but become societies of angry consumers, serditique potribitele, who demand redistribution at the expense of other groups. But since the rulers can only give by taking away, and there is no one they can take from, they have only one solution: to print more new money and divide it among all the claimants. 20 This helps us to understand the causes of the huge budget deficit. The rulers knew it should not have existed, which is why they kept its existence secret. A growing number of the radical reformers now began, or were at last able, to express directly anti-socialist views. It was asked, can a market exist if most of the economy was not privatized? And at the theoretical level it was asserted that Marx and Engels had been wrong about socialism, wrong about the market. At first Lenin was brought into the argument by claiming that in his last year he had learnt the hard lesson of the failure of war communism and was about to redefine socialism, but a whole number of publicists, Solunin, Streliani, Atsipko, the novelist Solokin, later also G. Popov, editor of Voprosi Ekonomiki, were insisting that Leninist Bolshevism itself had been to blame for the horrors of Stalinism, that in 1917 Russia had taken the wrong road, and should now return to Western civilization. Successive reform plans advanced by the radicals went ever further in the direction of privatization, capital markets, in fact the restoration as soon as practicable of capitalism. Gorbachev was left uncomfortably poised between the radicals and the conservatives. However, before discussing what he did in the last months of 1990, it is necessary to look at the rise of nationalism and its effects on the political structure. Glasnost** and political freedoms, including freedom to organize opposition parties, and the decision, early in 1990, to end the constitutional monopoly of power of the Communist Party, had profound effects, especially on those republics with a history of nationalism. This concerned above all the three Baltic republics, forcibly incorporated following the Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939, but also Georgia, where a Menshevik government was overthrown by Bolshevik forces in 1921, and later also the Ukraine. To complicate matters further, the Russian Republic, RSFSR, after electing Yeltsin as president, also took an independent line. The republics challenged the Union's right to control their economies, insisted on the priority of Republican over Union in laws. Already in 1990 there developed a so-called war of laws, Vojna zakonov, with no one quite sure whose laws were valid, or who owned what. For example, the republics began to claim ownership of all Union enterprises located in their territories. The resultant confusion in no way resembled the legal order necessary for a smooth functioning of either a command or a market economy. While the Baltic republics and Georgia moved towards leaving the Union altogether, the others at first were willing to consider some looser forms of association in a new Union treaty. This left many key issues unresolved. What power, if any, would be left to the Union? How could it maintain the military? Unless it had real power to raise revenue? How could it implement a policy, whether of marketization, financial stabilization, or indeed any policy, when it no longer had the means of implementing it? Especially when the Russian Republic declared that it was sovereign. To cite the noted publicist A. Migranian, the President and the Supreme Soviet are trying to marketize and democratize the USSR, a state that no longer exists. The final collapse of the political center means that no reform program has a hope of being implemented by it. What is falling apart is not just the empire, but the ideology that held it together, emphasis mine. 21 The reference to ideology is vitally important. True, the party and its beliefs had long been decaying, but the entire legitimacy of the regime was now undermined. It had presided over economic failure, and loud voices were asserting that the huge sacrifices of the past had been in vain, that they were led for 73 years down the wrong road, or a cul-de-sac. As a bitter quip asserted, socialism proved to be the longest road from feudalism to capitalism. The demoralized party was deliberately weakened by Gorbachev, when he downgraded its Politburo at the 28th Congress, in 1990, and told its local functionaries not to interfere with, or order about, the managers and the elected Soviets. Workers responding to shortages and hardship organized strikes in defiance of the party and of the official trade unions, and in some coal fields they took over the functions of the local authorities during the strikes. Democratization and glasnost permitted freedom of speech, the press, organization. But, except in such national republics as the Baltic states, there emerged no serious political alternative to the party, no mechanism for implementing central, or in Russia, Russian Republican, decisions. The power vacuum, in its turn, affected the economy, most of which was still state-owned and state-run. It was no longer clear, run by whom? This was the background to Gorbachev's temporary right turn in the last months of 1990. This was when leading reformers Shevardnadze, Yakovlev, and Bakhtin, and also the radical economist Petrakov, resigned. Several of their replacements were leaders of the abortive coup in August 1991. The military attempted, unsuccessfully, to suppress Baltic independence. Gorbachev apparently hoped still to save the Union, and was under strong pressure from the military-industrial complex and most of the party functionaries. If he wished to go on with market reform, as he insisted he did, the conservatives were unlikely to let him, though interestingly one group of military colonels, led by Supreme Soviet Deputy Alexness, spoke openly of the Pinochet model, i.e. imposing the market under martial law. Reformers too spoke with many voices, some, like Larissa Piasheva, being admirers of Hayek and Friedman, regarding even German Social Democrats as left-wing extremists. 22. In 1990, according to the official figures, national income fell by 4%, or industrial production by 1.2%, agricultural production by 2.3%. 23. However, it is generally accepted that the falls were bigger. Particularly threatening was the substantial decline in output of oil and coal, the latter particularly affected by strikes. While the weather was favorable, and the grain growing in the fields could have been a record, disruption due to shortages of fuel and spare parts led to record losses. The official total for 1990, 218 million tons of grain, should have been sufficient, especially when topped up by imports. However, distribution was increasingly affected by the growing disorder, farms were reluctant to sell to the state, so procurements fell. This tendency was even more pronounced in 1991, farm management hoped for price increases, or were hoarding foodstuffs for use in barter deals. Republics and local authorities acted likewise, frequently blocking movement of food out of their regions. The compulsory procurement quotas of the past were no longer compulsory, but conditions were unpropitious for marketing. Shortages became worse, fueling discontent and strikes. The 1991 harvest was disappointing, estimates ranging from 155 to 160 million tons, and, anticipating serious food shortages, there were appeals for Western aid. Both at the center and in many of the republic's legislation was adopted facilitating the creation of private family farms, either on long leases or in some instances, e.g. in the Baltic republics, based on land ownership. Family farms did come into existence, first in Georgia, Latvia, and Estonia, then in other republics too, but progress was and is impeded by lack of supplies of necessary inputs, including small-scale machinery and building materials, and in Russia and the Ukraine also by the unwillingness of most peasants to take the risks involved in working for themselves, especially given the uncertainty with regard to future policies, would the successful again be labeled kulaks. Also, until the coup, management of Kolkhozy and Sovkhozy continued to obstruct change. The fall in oil production led inevitably to a fall in exports. Oil exports fell by nearly 50% between 1989 and 1991. Gold was sold in increasing quantities to try to maintain the necessary level of imports. A further blow to foreign trade came as a result of the dramatic events of 1989-90 in Eastern Europe. Comecon was dissolved, and it was decided that trade with the USSR's former allies be conducted in hard currency. This, together with the consequences of political changes, led to a very steep decline in trade with all the former Comecon partners, and to shortages of equipment, components, and consumers' goods formerly imported from these countries. In 1990 there was a current account deficit of roughly $15 million, which necessitated a drastic cut in imports in 1991. In the first half year imports fell by 47%. The economic advisor Grigory Yavlinsky announced that the gold reserves, previously secret, had fallen to 240 tons, far less than previously estimated. The country is bankrupt. 24 Far too late, it was decided to grasp the price nettle. Wholesale prices were increased on January 1, 1991, retail prices on April 1. The increases were substantial, as the table on p414 shows. But there was still an attempt to fix and control prices, and, with output falling, most of these items remained unobtainable, other than through what remained of the allocation system or through barter deals, since money was rapidly losing purchasing power. The Russian Republic was proposing much higher prices for coal and oil, and it was pointed out that even the new prices were in some instances, e.g. oil, far below world prices even at the official exchange rate. Consumers' goods prices were to have been raised in June 1990, under proposals put forward by Premier Rizhkov but blocked by the Supreme Soviet. The increases in April were estimated as more than doubling the general level of consumer goods and services, though the declared intention was a rise of only 60% or with compensatory increases in incomes and benefits, and even an upward revaluation of part of savings bank deposits. Increases in previously highly subsidized items were huge: beef from 2 to 7 rubles per kilo, pork from 1.90 to 5.30, butter from 3.50 to 8.80, eggs from 1.30 to 2.60, the cheapest rye bread from 0.12 to 0.48, the cheapest cotton cloth from 1.12 to 3.00 per meter, children's clothes up between 4 and 5-fold. 25 But with output falling and incomes out of control, prices in free markets increased rapidly. In the first half of 1991 GNP fell by 10% or over the same period of 1990, industrial output by over 6% or food industry output by 8.5%, agricultural output by 11% or according to the half-yearly statistical report. By mid-1991, all physical output indicators with the single exception of gas were showing a fall over the same period in 1990, oil by 9% or coal by 11% or steel by 12% or iron ore by 10% or motor vehicles by 8% or tractors by 12% or fertilizers by 8% or timber by 13% or paper by 7% or according to the above cited report. With supplies disrupted by the sharp cut in imports and by Republican and local authority barriers, the decline looked set to become cumulative. In 1989 to 91 one saw a radicalization of the nationalist movements, as well as some bloody clashes, between the military and secessionist forces in Lithuania and Latvia. In January 1991, between Azerbaijanis and Armenians, between Uzbeks and Kyrgyz, between various nationalities in Moldavia. Secession became a live issue also in the Ukraine. Demands for sovereignty emerged also within the Russian Federal Republic. On paper the Union republics had sovereignty, and the right to secede, even under the Stalin constitution. But of course this right could not be given any real meaning, and power was in fact exercised by a highly centralized Communist Party, with the elected Republican Soviets having minimal political and economic powers. Now, however, there was real freedom, and nationalism was strengthened by, and contributed to, economic disintegration. The economic links between republics and regions were close, there was a network of pipelines, an inter-republican electricity grid. There were also millions of mixed marriages, and between 60 and 70 million persons lived in republics other than their own. Separation led to disruption of supplies and threatened collapse and conflict. This was realized by many economists and politicians both in Moscow and in the periphery. But centrifugal forces could not be halted. Though plans for economic union of sovereign states continued to appear, they are unlikely to be realized. In 1991 the authority of the center was collapsing, and in many instances republics or even cities, including Moscow, decreed their own prices. In any case, barter deals, and not a market, were in process of replacing the allocation system. Barter between republics, between regions, between enterprises, and farms. Management had to try to obtain by barter food for its own workers, as well as material inputs. And anyone who could sell anything for hard currency naturally tried to do so, even if this meant not supplying anyone who could pay only in rubles. Examples of barter deals could fill a book. Kuzba's coal bartered for Ural's consumer goods, Vologda province barters metal for grain from Krasnodar. Ukraine's newspapers were stopping publication because paper from Russia would only be supplied against Ukrainian food, which could not be made available. It was obvious that a real currency was needed, and this required stopping printing so much money. However, the political breakdown had deplorable financial consequences. Thus the Ilinian budget was to have obtained revenues of 55 milliard rubles in the first quarter of 1991, but the actual revenue was only 19.9, while expenditures were 47.0, since republics withheld the sums destined for the center, 26, and some republics, notably Russia and the Ukraine, ran big deficits of their own. Total deficits were expected to exceed 20% of GNP in 1991, a clear recipe for fiscal and monetary catastrophe. An official reform proposal for the Russian Republic described the situation as at April 1991 as follows: the economy approaches the borderline beyond which one can speak not of economic crisis but catastrophe. The sharp fall in output that is occurring in most state enterprises is accompanied by growing inflationary processes. Management is concerned not with production, but with how to find means to pay the wages demanded by its employees and how to supply them with food and consumers' goods to spend these wages on. These problems, as well as those of material technical supply, are increasingly being resolved by the archaic method of barter, but this cannot ensure the needed supplies, so economic links are disrupted and production is halted. The degree of uncontrollability, superfluity, of the economy has reached catastrophic dimensions. The planning institutions are demoralized by the uncertainties of their situation today and particularly tomorrow. Information from the grassroots is lacking. All union, republican and regional orders contradict one another, which adds to social-political tensions. 27. The Russian Republic, under Yeltsin, seemed willing to go faster in the direction of marketization. The Stalin-Yavlinsky program, stalled at all union level, was formally adopted by the Republic in the autumn of 1990. But by the end of that year Yavlinsky, who had been given a senior post in the Republican government, and B. Fedorov, who was a young reforming Russian finance minister, both resigned, complaining of irresponsible populism on the part of their colleagues. Yeltsin's government was just as prone to run budget deficits as had been the Union. The Union government, following Ryzhkov's resignation due to ill health, was now headed by the former finance minister, Pavlov. He too produced a marketization and privatization scheme, a socially orientated market economy within a single all-union area, with prices largely freed, steps towards privatization, and so on. 28. But, as was also the case with Yeltsin's Russian Republic, there was little implementation. And Pavlov was a leading member of the putschists of August 1991. There were, it is true, some important moves towards marketization. Numerous commercial banks came into existence, and also commodity exchanges, where materials and machines could be bought, sold, and swapped, at prices freely negotiated. Attempts to attract foreign capital resulted in the creation of numerous joint ventures, though few of these were producing goods and services. Privatization, including the sale of stocks and shares on nascent stock exchanges, made slow headway, with criticism directed at nomenclatura, managerial, takeovers. There was limited liberalization of foreign currency deals, with auctions, which enabled enterprises to purchase dollars from each other, at extremely unfavorable rates, ranging from 27 to 35 rubles to the dollar. In 1991 this also became the tourist rate. Since the official and so-called commercial rates were still kept high, 0.66 and 1.80 rubles to the dollar respectively, and controls were weakened, and the chronic shortages of everything, provided ample opportunities to make money out of price and exchange rate differences, so that much of the legalized private enterprise was diverted into dealing and not production. It should be noted that at the free exchange rate, average wages in mid-1991 were only about $15 a month, and when I traveled from Kiev to Lvov by sleeper in June 1991, my ticket cost just $1.20. By December the free rate reached 100 rubles to $1. It was only on April 2, 1991 that a law was adopted on the general principle of entrepreneurship by citizens, which finally allowed individuals to trade, buy, sell, deal in bonds, and to employ others. So for the first time since 1930 private trade ceased to be punishable speculation, and private employment no longer noxious exploitation. It was also symbolically important that Gosplan was abolished under that name, and Goshnab relabeled the Ministry of Wholesale Trade. By the summer of 1991 the process of disintegration was proceeding at an accelerated pace. The center had now neither money nor authority, not even in Moscow, where Yeltsin's Russian Republican institutions ignored Gorbachev's decrees or the All-Union Supreme Soviet's laws whenever they chose. Negotiations on a new union treaty dragged on, while the economic situation continued to deteriorate. The draft union treaty which Gorbachev was to have signed in August left the center with little in the way of power and resources, but was in any event full of vague generalizations. No doubt the military-industrial complex felt it was being bereft of any financial or administrative base, and this was probably why the coup was timed for the day before the Union Treaty was to have been signed. We know that this last attempt to save the old Union failed, the Communist Party dissolved, all the republics declared their sovereignty. So now there is no union of Soviet Socialist republics. There may be a loose economic association of sovereign states, under negotiation at the time of writing. But a more likely outcome is that most republics will go their own way, with all, including Russia, facing chaos and breakdown as they try to go it alone. Yeltsin announced Russia's marketization program on October 29, 1991. Gaidar, whom I have frequently quoted, has been put in charge of Russia's road to a market economy. It is far too soon to speculate about success or failure in Russia or in other republics. There will be no more chapters in the history of the USSR. Looking back, one is struck by a paradox, or dilemma. To carry through the fundamental perestroika of the economy required strong government. In the first 3 years of Gorbachev's rule the mechanism for imposing a policy did exist, but the apparatus which would have had to do the imposing was not inclined to do the job, since marketization threatened its power and privileges. So Gorbachev set about dismantling the apparatus, changing its personnel, allowing criticism of the privileges, putting the whole nomenklatura system into question. Glasnost and demokratizatsiya doubtless weakened the powers of resistance and obstruction of the apparatchiki. However, the effect was also to undermine the power to implement policy. So by the time the reform program was radicalized, the means to enforce it no longer existed. This, as well as doubts and hesitations about how far and how fast the reform process should go, plus the disastrous monetary and fiscal policy, or lack of policy, led to failure. Add the centrifugal forces of nationalism and regionalism, and one had collapse. What was there that could hold it all together? In the name of what? Answer came there none. Let us now look back at what has been described, as far as this was possible in the space of the previous pages. What actually happened, and why? A great country, already in the process of industrialization, collapsed under the combined stress of social economic change and a great war. Whether or not the outbreak of war at that time caused the downfall of Tsarism is not a matter into which it is fruitful to inquire. It collapsed. War and economic disorganization rendered impossible the task of, which was unable to make peace, to give free rein to peasant land-grabbing anarchy, or to control the urban mob. It lacked not only unity and political determination, but also legitimacy in the minds of the bulk of the citizens, whether army officers or simple peasants. Moderates were swept away, Lenin rode the storm, boldly using the peasant jacquerie to achieve power. There followed civil war, ruin, starvation. Then the reconstruction and economic development of Russia proceeded, under Bolshevik leadership. Industrialization, therefore, was to be achieved, without capitalists, in a peasant country, under a government and party ruling dictatorially in the name of a small and, by 1921, largely exhausted and dispersed proletariat. The country would be economically and socially transformed from above, by the political leadership, by an active minority of party zealots mobilizing the still inert and ignorant mass, for its own good. Opposition to the leadership seemed to divert the people from the true path, known to those who understood historical processes, who had the sure compass of Marxism-Leninism to show the way to socialism and communism. The Party and government thus became the instrument of industrialization, of modernization. Dissent was not tolerated, the need for discipline stressed. But the party and government were composed mostly of partially educated men, rapidly promoted, who learned the methods of governing the hard way in the ruthless school of civil war. The relatively thin veneer of cosmopolitan intellectuals could provide only part of the necessary ruling stratum, and in any case they were by temperament better at discussion and clever polemics than they were at organizing the state or the economy. In due course both they and the more idealistic, or genuinely ideologically orientated, of the old party members of working class origin were pushed away from the seats of power and ultimately liquidated almost to a man. It is interesting to note that for many of the old party intellectuals, for instance, Preobrazhensky, Lenin, as well as for the Civil War commissar type, NEP was a distasteful though necessary compromise. The market and economic laws were, if not dirty words, then part of the definition of what they were fighting against. When the offensive was in fact resumed at the end of the 20s, Stalin had already achieved personal dominance and was placing in positions of leadership men more distinguished by ruthlessness in action than by any sort of cultural background, men whose Marxism-Leninism was a catechism, a card index of quotations, used either with conscious cynicism or with blinkered sincerity, according to temperament. No doubt they all claimed to believe in communism, and some did. In emphasizing in this way the personal factor, it is not in the least intended to adopt the struggle for power interpretation of history, let alone of economic and social history. The types of people who provide leadership, not just the Politburo or the government, one but also officialdom as a whole, do deeply affect the way in which public affairs are run, and when most of the economy and social organization are within the public sector, this deeply affects them too. This is where both Russia's backwardness and her historical tradition are highly relevant. The degree of crude ignorance among a great many of the people is surpassed. 422 Conclusion. Only by the quality and devotion of the best of the intelligentsia and of the small idealistic group of skilled workers, bumptious, boorish, and crude followers of Stalin actually carried out the leap forward, and possibly the ghost of Stalin would claim in extenuation that no other instrument was to hand. The key problem, as Lenin had well understood, was that of the peasants. We have seen how Stalin and his henchmen dealt with it. Is this what Lenin had in mind when he spoke of the ultimate resumption of the advance? Did Lenin also envisage the ultra-centralized command economy which emerged in the early 30s? Lenin, as has been pointed out by many, was a unique mixture of the intellectual and the ruthless organizer. Where Martov, the Menshevik, had feared the cruel and ignorant peasant masses, denouncing Pugachevshchina, i.e. elemental risings like that of Pugachev against Catherine II, and hated terror, Lenin was willing to use both. But in respect of the peasants he seemed, at least in his last years, to harbor illusions. Even if world revolution did not rescue the Russian comrades from their dilemma, machinery would be the deus ex machina, so to speak. If we had 100,000 tractors, then the peasants would say, "We are for communism." This proved not to be the case. So, while Lenin would doubtless have sought to avoid typically Stalinist lies and brutalities, who knows what he, or Trotsky for that matter, would have done, faced with the realities of 1928. True, Lenin in his last years, and Trotsky in opposition inveighed against bureaucratic deformations. But how could change from above be achieved other than through a party-supervised or party-staffed bureaucracy? It is like blaming the typical defects of military organization on the existence of a general staff or a officers' corps. And are there not lessons to be learned from the chaos which followed Mao Zedong's attempt to use the masses against party bureaucracy? Change from above, and in the direction of modernization, is well established in Russian historical tradition. It is not for nothing that Stalin ordered the glorification of Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great. Many historians have made the point that it was lack of spontaneously functioning social forces, and of effect of mercantile and, later, bourgeois groups, which compelled the state, in its own and the national interest, to substitute action from above for the weak initiatives of private persons. In doing so, of course, it snuffed out what initiative there was. In this respect Lenin was no exception. By the time he gained power, private enterprise was developing rapidly, but it was still economically, socially, politically incapable of resisting either Tsarist despotism or its more determined and more ruthless successors. Would Lenin have organized a command economy? In the midst of civil war he certainly helped in the attempt to do so. Did he learn by experience that this was a disastrous error? A school of Soviet publicists claims that he did. They hold that, while expecting and hoping for a renewed offensive against Nepman, i.e. against private enterprise, Lenin was against subordinating state enterprises and trusts to the center in the Stalinist manner, or of wiping out socialist market forces. 2. This is a minority view. It cannot be either proved or disproved by the minutest study of Lenin's works. Clearly the leap forward approach required stern centralization. But was the leap forward required? The period 1920 to 34 marked a great cataclysm, which shook the entire society of Russia to its foundations. It was then, facing a dramatic lowering of living standards in towns and coercion in the villages, that the security police secured the dominant place in society which they retained until Stalin's death. No doubt someone might object that the police were a key factor also in the 20s. The answer is, not nearly to the same extent. A Soviet novelist recalls how, in a rural area, the I whose task it was to be vigilant used to sit quietly at the back of party bureau meetings. Then, gradually, he moved to the front row, and by the middle 30s he had his elbow on the table and glared at the frightened bureau members. The atmosphere of terror affected the economy deeply. It was not only a matter of arbitrariness, it was the peculiar form that arbitrariness took, the fear of truthful reporting, the concentration of all effort on blind fulfillment of orders, the snuffing out of inconvenient ideas and of those who might be suspected of advocating them, plus their friends and relations for good measure. This meant not only that Stalin insisted on the incorrect siding of some factory, but also that a petty party secretary in the depths of the Tambov province appointed plenipotentiaries to see that next year's selected seed grain was handed over to the state, so that no one could accuse him of softness in pursuit of the party's plan for zagotovki, procurements. It put heavy pressure on those whose job it was to provide statistics. If they spoke the truth they might be dismissed or even arrested, but if they were discovered to be lying they might also be dismissed or even arrested. Life was far from easy for managers, planners, and officials generally. Stalin's capricious and hierarchically unpredictable methods involved everyone in risk and strain. Yet in the midst of all this there were enthusiastic, young, talented organizers, who, along with scientists of the older generation, did do great things. Ordzhonikidze, until his suicide in 1937, was a hard-swearing, hard-drinking, and inspiring leader of such men. Even Kaganovich in his troubleshooting days was an efficient organizer. There were many others. Vast new industries were not created merely by threats. It must again be emphasized that we have been describing a system in which, despite the terror, many devoted people worked hard for the cause, or for Russia, or even for their own advancement, but worked with a will. One feature of the system as it emerged seldom appears in history books, but is surely of great social importance: the new men were remarkably indifferent to the welfare of the masses. Again, it is not just that Stalin imposed high investment targets or diverted brick supplies from house to factory building. Petty officials, managers, army officers, disregarded the most elementary needs of their subordinates to a degree almost past belief, in a country supposedly under a working-class dictatorship. The obverse of this is, of course, petty, and not so petty, privileges for the Nakhivistvo, bosses. Under Gorbachev's glasnost these privileges, unmentionable in the press for 50 years, came under scrutiny and open criticism. The contrast was made with what was available to ordinary citizens. The most elementary services and amenities were lacking, except for those entitled to use official facilities. Far less pleasant examples could be multiplied over and over again. Why did this happen? Well, it is an illusion that men promoted from the ranks care for those left in the ranks. Sergeants are not noted for softness towards erstwhile associates. The fact that the revolution led to such social effects does not prove it was not a real people's revolution, on the contrary. Many of the more ambitious and energetic workers became nakotstvo. They tended to look down upon their more passive and unsuccessful fellows. Then, in the early 30s, came the great migration of unskilled peasants from the villages. They needed discipline. Acute observations about this were put by Kestler, in Darkness at Noon, into the mouth of his policeman, Gletkin. They had no notion of timekeeping, they were inefficient. In everyone's interest, they had to be compelled. And this was a time of great shortage. The men who ran things, who worked exceedingly hard, were entitled not to have to stand in queues. Therefore they had special privileges. Then it was all institutionalized, became a habit, a vested interest. And no protest from below was possible, because all organized opposition of any kind had become, by definition, treasonable. That, of course, was part of the logic of a one-party state, and such a state was part of the logic of a communist regime ruling an overwhelmingly peasant country. Economic historians should note the high cost of elimination of all opposition. By this is meant not only the human cost, in the diversion to camps of many millions, of whom a high proportion were above average in intelligence, energy, and technical knowledge. Heavy losses were imposed by the mere feat that exaggerated and impossible plans could not be criticized, even by experts, lest they be suspected of deviation. This certainly contributed a great deal to the excesses of the leap-forward period, in industry and agriculture alike, and later also in China. Russian historians and publicists have been considering whether there was an alternative to Stalinism. Was there a moderate, Bukharinist strategy, which could have preserved NEP? Did the left opposition offer any alternative, or did Stalin steal its clothes in 1928? They never advocated anything as ultra-left as the policies Stalin adopted. Why did all the various potential oppositionists fail so totally? Why did Stalin's line triumph so easily? Was Stalinism a natural, or an unnatural, progeny of Leninism and of Marxism? Was Stalin the executor of Lenin's policies or the executioner of Lenin's comrades? It could be both, of course. The number of such publications multiplied under Glasnost, especially after 1987, when not only Bukharin's but also Trotsky's works could be published and discussed, by individuals of the most varied viewpoints. What if, given Russia's whole historical experience and the irreversible fact of revolution, there was in fact no alternative path for her? By this is not meant that any one act of cruelty or oppression was in some sense predestined, but rather that modernization from above, by crude and sometimes barbarous methods, was rendered highly probable by the circumstances of the time. Might not some, or many, of the excesses, stupidities, errors, be part of the cost of industrializing in this manner? Most of the deformations of Soviet planning could be observed in the war economies of Western states. It did not follow that the wars should have been run on free market principles. In this case at least, it must be conceded that the errors and omissions inherent in bureaucratic centralization were an integral part of the cost of running a war economy, and in this case at least most people accept the cost as justified. Oscar Lange did describe the Stalin economic system as a war economy sui generis. For what is a rational way of organizing the rapid development of a backward country? What content can be given to the word rational? Surely not the achievement of a purely economic optimum which, in any country, is rendered impossible by considerations of political feasibility and social circumstances. One cannot leave out of account the existence of classes and groups, the nature and qualities of the administrative machine, the ideology in the name of which the political leadership seeks to mobilize itself and the masses for the difficult task of changing society. Nor should the more purely military aspect be forgotten, to some extent Stalin really was engaged in building up the industrial base of a war economy in peacetime. No doubt development economists will study Russian experience for many years. It abounds in lessons, and warnings, of the very greatest interest. They may well conclude that the political terror, the pace of economic development, the problem of capital accumulation and of the peasants were very intimately interconnected. A softer economic policy would have given more scope for the consideration of specifically economic efficacy, required fewer sacrifices, and so weakened the arguments for full-scale police terror. But a sense of danger contributed to the decision to go all out, to industrialize very quickly, to concentrate on heavy industry at any cost. Nor can one overlook the fact that there was no precedent, that bitter lessons had to be learned from experience, and that the Western economy was in sad disarray at the time when the leap forward was being effected. There was no easy path. The one chosen was not the result of accident or personal whim. Historians may also conclude that the system, whatever its original logic or rationale, had for some time, literally, outgrown itself. If they are Marxists, they may speak of productive forces coming into contradiction with productive relations, necessitating change in the direction of a market economy. The Soviet development model exercised considerable fascination. But many, including communists, who study its evolution, especially the key period which began in 1928, might well feel that somewhere in those years there was a wrong turning. And that no one should follow the trail blazed by Stalin, with its terrible sacrifices, unless some overriding set of circumstances makes other paths impracticable. It is said that one cannot make omelets without breaking eggs. In that case, perhaps one should not make omelets, if the menu happens to provide other choices. Perhaps it is Russia's tragedy that these choices were absent, and a measure of her achievement that, despite all that happened, so much has been built, and not a few cultural values preserved and handed on to a vastly more literate population. In the previous edition of this book, I ended as follows: it will also be Russia's tragedy if, in the name of the preservation of mature socialism, the aging and conservative leadership continue to resist necessary change, since the resultant paralysis would have highly unpleasant consequences. In fact, a number of observers took the view that the system was frozen, petrified, incapable of change. It is this which Gorbachev sought to disprove. Russian modernization in the past has often been associated with the strengthening of unfreedom, with mobilization of society by an all-powerful state. So it was with Peter the Great. Peter's methods were purely Bolshevik, wrote the philosopher Nikolai Berdyaev. So it was with Stalin. Such methods will not serve any more. But, as we have seen, perestroika, glasnost and democratization have failed economically and have led to, or speeded up, the process of disintegration of the Soviet Empire. And many Soviet Russian critics have concluded that Marx and Lenin were tragically mistaken, that 1017 was a national disaster, that millions of lives had been sacrificed in vain, thereby contributing to the party's demoralization and the collapse of the regime's legitimacy. This has been reflected in such symbolic change as the restoration of Russia's old tricolor flag, the renaming of old towns and streets, culminating in Leningrad becoming St. Petersburg again, and in the felt need to drop the words Soviet and Socialist. Was it then all in vain? Is the only solution to restore capitalism as quickly as possible, and, literally, bury Lenin? Socialism too? Or was the Soviet model, especially in its Stalinist version, a deformation of the socialist idea? An NKVD officer at the height of the purges is alleged to have said, "If Marx fell into our hands, within a week we would have him confess he is an agent of Bismarck." Was the Soviet system a new sort of class society, with the nomenclatura as a species of ruling class, its power based not on property but on rank, as I suggested in an article written over 20 years ago? 3. And does the experience of recent years show that democratization and glasnost have destroyed not only the Soviet Empire but elementary order, without which a shift towards a market economy, or indeed the implementation of any policy, is impossible? No carrot if no whip. One could also speculate on the close relationship of economic and political centralization, economic and political power. Whatever were its doctrinal or practical empirical causes, the fact remains that the domination of the party state made possible the centralization of economic control, which also was a precondition of the domination of the party state machine, which controlled, allocated, employed, virtually everyone and everything. The command economy required a command polity. They rose together, they have fallen together. But neither a democratic legal order nor a market economy have replaced them, or at least not yet, and the auguries are not favorable. Fortunately, it is not my task to adjudicate, and certainly not to forecast, especially as any forecast is very likely to be proved wrong before this edition reaches its readers. It remains to pronounce the death sentence. The Soviet system has expired, it has no more history as such. Whatever comes in its place will have a different designation, a different ideology, a totally different structure. And a quite different author to describe it? How can it be, someone is bound to say, that an economic history of Russia can be written without any answer to the question which everyone asks, how fast did production grow? Soviet indices have been quoted, it is true, but always with qualifying phrases which are clearly intended to warn the reader against taking them literally. But if the official claims are misleading, what can take their place? The problem might become clearer if one were to go a little more carefully into the reasons for the inadequacy of the official indices, and then consider the acceptability of recomputations undertaken by various Western scholars. It will be assumed that, except perhaps in agriculture, reporting from below is reasonably accurate. This does not exclude the possibility of cheating by officials anxious to claim plan fulfillment, but the telling of lies about output of commodities would disrupt plans and is therefore only possible to a limited extent, since a lack of available goods would speedily be noticed, e.g. in supplying users, and steps taken against the authors of false reports. Besides, it sometimes pays to conceal output, e.g. to build up reserve stocks, as well as to overstate it. Furthermore, false reporting at two different dates does not affect growth rates, unless there is more false reporting at one date than at another. This is what could be called the law of equal cheating, unless there is any reason to assume it is unequal. The mere presence of cheating should not affect statistics of growth. Any doubts are not based on false reports. In fact, all the recomputations made by Western scholars use Soviet physical output data as their raw materials. The problems begin when one looks at how the data are aggregated, and also at what the figures reported from below actually mean. Every economist is, or should be, acquainted with the index number problem. Very briefly, it can be illustrated as follows. Suppose that the industrial output of Scotland consists of whiskey and bagpipes and has altered as follows. Obviously, the increase in total Scottish output will depend on the relative prices of whiskey and bagpipes. Suppose in 1930 bagpipes cost £10 and whiskey £10, but in 1960 bagpipes cost £100 and whiskey £20. Then in 1930 prices the respective values were as follows. Neither answer is true, or rather both are. But most statisticians would change the weights as they become obsolete. In the Soviet Union, there was a very sharp change in relative prices after 1928. The fastest growing sectors were highly priced in the 20s, and so the preservation of obsolete weights ensured high overall growth indices, which is no doubt why they were preserved until 1950. Much of the change in relative prices was concentrated into the drama-filled period 1928 to 37, and Bergson, in his very thorough calculations, gives some very different answers for these years. At 1937 ruble factor cost, growth rates in 1928 to 37 work out at 5.5% per annum, or 4.8% on an alternative assumption. Using 1928 prices, the growth rate more than doubled, to 11.9% per annum. Since the growth in numbers employed is a constant in both calculations, Bergson's labor productivity figures differ even more widely, output per worker increases either by 1.7% or by 7.9% per annum, depending on the prices used. It is worth adding that, if the share of investment in the national income in 1937 were computed in 1928 prices, it would exceed 44%, whereas Bergson makes it 25.9% in terms of 1937 rubles. One needless to say, Soviet statisticians have never cited this high investment percentage, preferring in this instance to use current prices. So far we have been discussing only the distortion which might be due to using obsolete weights, a practice which no longer applied to figures for periods since 1950. But this is far from being the end of the story. All output indices are conventional aggregations of constantly shifting product mixes not strictly comparable with one another. Thus, in any country, statisticians have to compare clothing, cars, aircraft, turret lathes, etc., which have altered in important particulars. What is the comparison, for volume index purposes, between a DC-3 and DC-9 aircraft, or a 1950 and a 1980 Jaguar car? Obviously not 1:1. If prices had been unaltered, then we could deduce a ratio from the relative prices at the two dates. But plainly we cannot do that. Then we deflate by a price index. But what price index? Clearly we cannot apply some general index of wholesale prices, since aircraft and cars could well have risen, or fallen, in price by more, or less, than the general average. So we need to devise an index for the items being compared. But we are then back where we started, since no DC-3 was made in 1980 and no DC-9 in 1950. Can we then deduce the price deflation from changes in costs of production of analogous objects, in this case other forms of transport equipment? But this is dangerous, since, especially in machinery and engineering, many of the items made in both 1950 and 1980 were only just being developed in 1950, and so had a high initial cost, later reduced as they fully expanded into mass production. The use of such a price deflator would overstate the rate of growth. At this point one must introduce deliberate statistical bias, and this both at the center and at the reporting agencies, ministries, Glavki, enterprises. First of all, whereas Western statistical offices face the same methodological problems, they try to allow for them and are not under political pressure to adopt, among a number of possibly valid ways of comparing the non-comparable, the ones which give high growth rates. Secondly, the methods of aggregation are known, and Soviet management tries to choose a pattern of output which results in a high growth rate. This is not the same as cheating, for it is playing according to the rules. A given design, product mix, material, was often chosen with one eye on its effect on the output index. Only where the commodity is totally homogeneous, for instance, kilowatt-hours of electricity, would this not matter. If particular kinds of clothing, tractors, goods wagons, aircraft, or prefabricated cement blocks were chosen because of the effect of the choice on the statistical measurement of the volume of output, then that volume would show a tendency to exaggeration. In the West the enterprises are uninterested in the statistician's measurements. The pattern which yields a high profit may or may not be that which fits the conventions of measuring output statistics. The producing enterprises, so long as they seek to fulfill aggregate plans in rubles, are interested in higher prices, and, since there is price control, must deny that they have increased prices. Under the unreformed system, their customers accept higher prices, either because they have no choice, or because they actually welcome them. Higher priced inputs enable them to inflate their costs and so claim a higher cost plus price for their product. Enterprises, objedinania, even whole sectors of the national economy, are directly interested in the growth of costs of production. Too much has been published about concealed increases in building costs and machinery prices, as well as in many consumers' goods. A partial list of quotations from Soviet sources on this theme fills page 373 of the third edition of My Soviet Economic System. The evidence points conclusively to a tendency to exaggerate growth indices, through using too low a deflator for price rises. I devoted a paper to this topic, under the title Has Soviet Growth Ceased? 3. The title may have seemed overdramatic at the time, 1983, yet precisely this period is now described by all Soviet publicists from Gorbachev down as one of stagnation, Zastov, and a recomputation by Kinin and Selyunin, Nove No. 3, 1987, puts the growth rate per capita in the early 80s at less than zero. In fact, there is now a large and growing Soviet literature about how the system generates price increases which find no adequate reflection in official price indices, thus causing a persistent overstatement of growth rates. In the above-cited article, Kinin and Selyunin noted that the official index for national income, if changed, gives a 90-fold growth rate from 1928 to 1985. In their view, a more correct figure would be a 6 or 7-fold growth. This is surely the biggest downward amendment known in the history of world statistics. Their computations have been criticized, and their figures do seem a little low. But the official claim is plainly preposterous. It may be useful to refer again to the quotation from Bogomolov which we have noted already on p. 388. He claims that the basket of goods consumed by an urban citizen doubled in price, indeed more than doubled, since the end of the 50s. Yet the official retail price index for 1985 shows a rise of less than 7%. This gives one some idea of the extent of the exaggeration of the volume of output of consumers' goods, of retail trade turnover and of real wages. An illustration of how these disparities occur, in an article in Planovoye Hozyaistvo No. 8, 1987, pages 60 to 61, it is stated that in 15 years the average price of cotton cloth and of footwear rose by 60% or knitted outerwear by 50% or yet there was no change in any listed price, and the official index shows no price increase at all, or even a fall. In this and other instances, the cheaper models ceased to be produced, new and much dearer ones appeared, and any improvement in quality was in no way proportionate. Similar distortions affect prices of machinery and equipment, indeed of anything which is not of its nature homogeneous. Thus output of, say, electricity, crude oil, barley, cannot be affected by changes of model or by pseudo-improvements in quality, whereas Kinin and Selyunin, and some other Soviet critics, estimate that the volume figures of machinery output need a downward correction of about 5% per annum to take price increases udorazani into account. Another point concerns industrial production. The index used was gross, in the sense of being arrived at by adding together the total value of the output of any enterprise, and then deflating by the appropriate price index. This means that the index would be affected by the division of any process between enterprises. To take an example, if a complete sewing machine were made in one enterprise, and its price was 100 rubles, this equals 100 rubles of gross output, although the fuel and materials used had been counted as part of the output of other enterprises. But suppose Enterprise A makes the actual machine, Enterprise B makes the stand and pedals, and Enterprise C assembles the sewing machine. Then the gross output would be something like this. Of course this would not affect the rate of growth, if the degree to which the process was divided, i.e. of vertical integration or disintegration, remain the same. But the system tends to encourage this kind of arrangement, while discouraging integration. Thus all three enterprises, in the example given above, are under the same ministry. The ministry's plan is expressed in value of gross output. Thus the above arrangement pays the ministry. This leads me to another point, which might appear philosophical but is in fact fundamental, as every Soviet reformer economist well knows. What is the value of output? Can it be based merely on cost? Why do we say that goods A, B and C are worth £50 million? Surely because two factors are present in the process of price formation, costs and a market valuation of the product. This leads one straight into the heart of recent Soviet discussions on value and price. Thus an admirable article by two leading mathematical economists quotes Marx to the effect that under communism time spent on production would be determined by the degree of social utility of this or that product, and that it is obvious anyhow that two differing product mixes that happen to cost the same to produce cannot, in any meaningful sense, be held to be of equal value or worth merely for that reason. For in other words, Soviet industrial or farm prices, which do not reflect, save by chance, supply and demand conditions, are in principle rather inadequate weights, a poor measuring rod for measuring output and its growth. Of course, existing Western prices suffer from distortions, and it would be absurd to deny that numerous imperfections affect the picture here too. But some sort of valuation through a market does more or less find reflection in most of our prices, certainly in theory, partially in practice. Then why not use a Western recomputation? To this easy way out there are the following objections. 1. Many of them, e.g. Bergsons, use Soviet prices, and the adjustment for subsidies and turnover tax does not eliminate the philosophical doubts. 2. Even the most careful and painstaking use of Soviet price lists and Bergson, Murstein, Nutter, and other American analysts are most thorough and use every scrap of evidence available does not free them from the necessity of devising price indices to act as deflators, and this is a task fraught with great difficulty for reasons already given. 3. Parts of the statistical data were simply missing. Some were covered by a security curtain, those for arms, ships, aircraft, electronics, even some non-ferrous metals. But others were available in too aggregated a form for effective use in an index. Even such simple things as bread, furniture, clothing, wine, or more complex items such as instruments and implements, lathes, refrigerators come in very many different shapes, sizes, and qualities. A change in product mix within each of these aggregated categories ought to find its reflection in any index, and the necessary information was not available. In the case of national income, a big difference to the result is made by the weight assigned to agriculture, which pulls down the general growth index. Owing to the peculiarities of agricultural prices, official indices tend to underweight the sector. But what is the correct weight? 4. There is some disagreement between experts. Estimates of industrial growth in the period 1928-50 ranging from an index of 725 by Seaton to 376 by Nutter. The incredible official index figure is 1123. For more recent years, the CIA has published estimates, based on the most thorough analysis of evidence, but the evidence is incomplete, and, interestingly enough, some Soviet critics, not only Kanin and Selyunin, make a larger downward amendment of the official claims than does the CIA. We could perhaps agree that the USSR did industrialize rapidly after 1928, that in doing so it had to overcome grave difficulties of a kind which the United States did not have to face, social, political, geographic, very different historical traditions, etc., and that the word rapidly cannot be given precision. Other countries appear to have grown as fast, or faster, and to have recovered from disasters too, Japan, for instance. But it makes little sense to derive from this a moral concerning the efficacy of systems and government, as if Japanese methods could have been applied in Russia, or Pakistan, or Mexico. Each country's growth path and development potential are a function of many factors unique to them, and copying is frequently quite impracticable, or would lead to very different results in an ungenial environment. Nor should resource endowment be overlooked as a factor. The highest rates of all were achieved in Kuwait. If we really wished to measure the specifically Soviet contribution to Russia's growth, we would need to know what would have happened if some other regime had presided over the process of development. But since, for all we know or can know, the alternative to Lenin in the given circumstances was disintegration, the exercise could scarcely be meaningfully attempted. It is, however, a politically significant fact that numerous Soviet economists, historians, publicists, look at the record since the revolution, observe today's disastrous decline, and conclude that the road chosen by Lenin was fundamentally the wrong road. The gigantic scale of human losses and suffering, the sacrifices, the enthusiasm of zealots in the 20s and 30s, the terror, produced in the end a lopsided, inefficient, and unviable economic system, which could not even claim exceptionally high growth rates, once the figures were revised downwards. It has been claimed that the USSR in the 80s was as far behind the United States as was. So statistical revisions have had a political role in delegitimizing the Soviet regime and contributing to its collapse.